suggest. I think when it's kind of control through I don't think there's any hard to pass through. I know. Sometimes it's like a default setting, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to know somebody should know that. Otherwise, it kind of. I've had this problem before.
Right.
Okay.
Although I do.
You want to take some pictures? I'll work it out.
No, I was going to take pictures.
Oh, right. Okay.
I think there was a package deal. There was a package deal yesterday. So I think you're right.
No.
I think so.
Hi, Chris. Sorry, you remember me? We've been a while. It is a little bit. Yeah, it's ages. I am speaking. Yes. I'm sure you will.
So how do you want to do my friends? Just want to use this one, or is people going to be sat here? Do you want the pearls? People going to wander?
I'm a wanderer.
I've got the camera just pointing basically at this, and
That's fine.
That.
Okay, then I'll make sure that happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're going to need to move this chair out then.
want to put it next to this one here, just in case you've got
Yeah.
So Steve, can I just show you up there what you're going to see on the recording?
Yep. Thanks.
Right, good morning. I hope you all got one of these. This is our conference brochure here, our Congress. I remember when I first set up this organisation some time ago. It was, anyone know an organisation called BANG, Business and National Government? You guys were members of that? I set up back in 2006, and this was part of the journey I took through London 2012, the Olympic Games and everything else. And what it did, it actually proved to me this need to share knowledge. You know, there's no experts in this space we're going to be talking about in a while. And we need to have, I guess, like a trusted group. And that's my intention, it's always been my intention, to make this more professional in this area. And just recently, made a decision with some of my like-minded friends around here, colleagues, and now members of the committee, to set up the Resilience Association. Now, this Resilience Association, we're at the start of a journey, so see it that way. There's a lot more we want to do. We want to have more capabilities. We have very limited capabilities, but I'm just going to give you, to start this off, an update before we move into the actual presentation itself. So you've got one of these. You're going to need to know about it. Ready? We're coming? So. Okay. Is that it? Yep. Okay. We need to stop. Well, the first thing I want to say is that we, as an organisation, Resilience Association, we support two main charities as a group. Cardiac Risk in the Young and also Health for Heroes. So you may have seen there's a couple of pots outside for Cardiac Risk in the Young. Any monies you can donate will be well accepted. It's a great organisation. We've seen situations, they look after young people up to about 28. I remember when my sons were growing up, and they were all healthy, and it showed to me that that things just happen, like crises and other things. Things happen, and the chairman of a sports club I was involved in, his son collapsed playing football and died because he suddenly had a problem with his heart, which no one knew about. So we collect money for that organisation as well as for Health for Heroes. Because there are a lot of military people who've moved into this type of environment we're part of. And we want to be in a position to, I guess, support them and do what similar to the Disaster Recovery Institute does. They support veterans who've come out of the military and run training courses for them and give them full support in creating a new career as such as well. As well as this organisation, we've already started this. We have Women in Resilience Exchange. Why? So we had a meeting a couple of months ago for that one. And on the, something I'm going to show you, I've got a link here coming up. We also now have Young Resilience Professionals Exchange. And strangely enough, the event on the 20th of November is nearly sold out. Because I've got somebody from Essex Police who's come along who does business continuity and a range of other little challenges for that particular service. And what we need to have is this transfer of knowledge piece and share information. Because unfortunately, I won't be here forever. You know, I've created lots of information. I want to share it with people. You know, things have gone wrong. I want people to know that things go wrong. You know, it's never perfect. Yeah, plans don't work. You know, never survive contact with the enemy. So we need to be aware of those sorts of things. A bit of housekeeping for today. There is basically welcome. What I would say is that this time
and I've fallen and fouled this before, there is no test of the fire alarm system here. So if it does go, follow me. We'll actually, our location is the back of this building, not in Moorgate, but back in Copthall Avenue, a place called Copthall Close. So people will be directing you as you leave the building. Put up there the Wi-Fi codes if you need to link into Wi-Fi. So you've got about 2 seconds to write that down before I move on to the next slide. What I would ask is, and I've got to do it myself, I haven't switched my phone off, you know, you put them on stun, and if it does go off, I'll put £1 in the box out there, so that's my fault. Timings for breaks, food, refreshment, etc. within here. At the end of each session, we're going to run a round table so we can discuss, debate, you know. No question stupid. If you want something clarified from the speakers, just ask it. You put your hand up, you know, shout it out. But we do not want to get down to the British Parliament, okay? So we're not going to follow that route at all. Okay, so we'll do this in the stage way and share information. Hi there, chaps, want to sit down? Thanks. So I first want to thank our platinum sponsors here, the Disaster Recovery Institute International. You get 8 points, 8 certs. You know, this is continual educational points. And I think it's the right way. You know, you've taken an exam for this. It's not membership. You just can't become a member of the DRI. You have to go through the whole process piece. They have in a region about 15,000 members. I also want to thank One Voice, now part of F24, and also Clearview. So they've got some stands out there. They want to show some of their what they do, and I think it's worth your time. There are some. We have to look at this subject space in a different way now, and so I'd only commend you to at least take time to go past and watch your collection of food or your drinks and anything to the time to talk with them. Also, we have Gold and Silver sponsors. Assertia and Fusion are our gold sponsors, and certainly from a silver sponsor, the Squared Apple, Needham's 1834, and Resilius. Again, the guys are here. They're doing some amazing things. You know, Mike Price, part of Resilius, he's just sort of returned from Saudi Arabia. I must ask him, was he there when those drones came in or anything? So it's quite interesting understanding what's happening around the world, not just locally. We have to take into perspective the wider issues here. And with our colleagues here who are speaking, you know, certainly from Squared Apple's Aaron and Needham's 1834, Christine Bennett here, you're going to get a feel for some of the challenges they see in this particular space we're working in. These guys haven't just appeared from nowhere. They've done a lot of research and built upon that research. Just so you're aware, there's a few points I want to pick up about the Resilience Association. The first one, we're a body which freely connects people, freely. You know, this is, you know, okay, it is a different way of looking at sharing information, I think. You know, there are lots of, all of you here have something other people need to know about, whether you're just starting on your journey or if you're at the end of it. There are a range of different things which have not been communicated properly. We want to be an organisation provide an informed and influential voice on all aspects of resilience, being open to all interested parties, and that's on an international basis as well. So from the point of view of the group, you know, the Committee for the Resilience Association, thanks, our main objective really is that at this time there are lots of different institutes working within what we classify organisational operational resilience. There is no one overriding body that represents all the different people working in this space. At some time we'll probably do some research to look at the total numbers, but you will see when we look at our initial target areas, you know, we are talking multiple thousands of people working in different parts of industry, whether it be business continuity, crisis management, through to information security or security, data protection. All these things factor in to an overriding, what's the solutions we've got to be looking for? Who's responsible for them? What skill sets they need? Instance acts as a hub and bring together ideas, information, resources. That's our key objective at this present time. So any monies that are made from this event will be put into making our website, which is only some holding page at this time, into a fully operational capability to share information. This event is being recorded, okay? This event's being recorded at the moment on the screen for the speakers and the front table here. So you guys are okay, you know, don't have to cover your faces or anything. But because of that, we want to make sure what was one of the big challenges I had before was we had some brilliant speakers. We had no record of it except some slides, and those slides don't really cover the areas. So this is not being held under Chatham House rule. We're looking at the overriding outset of this whole thing. What we are doing here is sharing information for debate amongst you all. So just remember, at the start of our journey and the process of establishing this website, it's going to include links to relevant industry bodies, providing a source of materials for education, research and development. So, you know, there's a lot in there. And without your help, it's never going to happen. You know, it's going to be a joint, we've got to work together to make this happen. And that's why we want to work with academia, as well as with professionals who are either, as my wife would call it, having a proper job, or a consultant. So there's a bit of a difference here, you know, it's a variable thing. So, you know, there's a great range of different understandings of this subject space, and I would hope today you're going to get a better understanding of it from our speakers who've done their particular research on it, which will form some of your discussions. These are the areas I was touching on a bit earlier, and includes risk management. Fusion are here, you know, the risk management operation. But one of the best, when I had a proper job once, organisations I worked for, it was under risk and control, and they actually had nearly all these different elements, including internal audit, as one complete group. So just plant that in your mind as well, because each organisation is structured differently and have a different view to how individuals operate and how they share information internally, let alone externally. Some final pieces, just want to pick up on some dates for your diary. Yes, we still don't know what's happened with Brexit. And we're in a fortunate position. We've got a particular individual who was advising on Operation Yellowhammer, who's going to be available at this particular event next Wednesday. We're still keeping a monthly meeting going. And really, there's no perfect answers here, which is great. You know, this is really for real discussion amongst individuals who have an interest in whatever happens today, what happens tomorrow. I'm unsure, I don't know. And what will happen on the 30th, no idea, or the 31st or the 1st of November. So something's going to be happening. And really, who has that responsibility for some of this planning? And we're going to be looking at that in more depth under Chatham House rules, by the way. This meeting will not be broadcast or shown to anybody. So it's a one-off. And we've got it out on Eventbrite at the moment. It's an open event. But I'm monitoring who's booking up for it as well. So you have to go careful on that one. On the other side of it, on the 20th of November, we've got Young Resilience Professionals Exchange. That's nearly sold out. It's quite amazing, really, because we have a room in Bangors. There's nothing to do with Bang, by the way, but it just so happened we ended up using Bangors. So we have our own private room there, and it's a way for people to come together and share information. And food and refreshments provided. So I'd only say, if you have some interest in Brexit, or you wish to share information, or you are a young professional in this area, please think about it and come along. You know, we need to have that interchanging between different individuals here. We don't think December, by the way, it's quite a month. So now, time for the Congress. As you'll see from the Congress programme, we're very fortunate to have an open address from Werner Suarez, the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director for this institute we're in at the present time, Just to give you an idea, this institute has 183,500 members at this time. And students. Don't forget the students, yeah. I mean, this is enormous. When I first was involved here, I think it's about 150. So somehow it's grown by about, that scale in a very short period of time. So I like to work him on stage here because he's going to really, I think, put some, I guess, some kind of use GUI. I don't know. It's really drawn together why the work that you're doing is very important and why we need to understand this subject space. Bernard, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So welcome everybody to Chartered Accountants Hall. My name is Vernon Saw. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here. Right at the outset, I'm hastening to add, I'm not a resilience or recovery specialist. I just happen to have the job of keeping the business going when things go wrong. Actually, Joe, would you mind putting the blinds up, please? Just for I don't like speaking in rooms which are almost dark. Can you put them up? Yes, why not have some natural light? Makes us all feel better. So just very quickly, yeah, Steve says we are a big organisation. We've got about 180,000 members and students around the world. We have 8 international offices. We do a lot of work in different parts of the world. I've done a lot of work in sub-Saharan Africa, also in Saudi Arabia. So I've got quite a sort of background in seeing different situations. But I just want to say a couple of words very quickly because I want to keep you on time. This may sound not really related initially to what you're going to be talking about, but if you wind the clock back a few years, back into the 90s, ICAW, we still have offices in Milton Keynes. We have different offices now. And when I joined in 2006, the building we were in was coming towards the end of a 15-year lease. It had been leased in the 90s, had no air conditioning, and we had about a couple hundred people working in it. And every summer, when it got hot, it would get hot in the building. And people would work on. They'd vary their working patterns a little bit, but they just got on with it. And I remember one occasion I was doing some consultancy work over in Bangladesh. And I phoned back to the office and I said to one of my colleagues, I said, it's about 34 degrees here in Bangladesh in here. He said it's 35 degrees in this building. So that sort of gave me a bit of perspective on working in difficult conditions. But people worked in it. I guess many of us here remember starting our working careers in buildings which were not air conditioned. I spent a lot of part of my early career as an auditor, external auditor. When you're an external auditor, you get given the worst accommodation possible at your client. It wasn't air conditioned. Anyway, wind the clock forward, we moved buildings in about 2008, something like that. We took out a 15-year lease on the new building in Milton Keynes, air-conditioned, fantastic offices. Everybody is really happy. This year, I was at a meeting of our main governance body, beginning of July. It's an away event for a couple of days. I got a phone call to say the air conditioning had failed in our main Milton Keynes building where we had 300 people. As the day went on, it hadn't just failed, actually the coolest units on top of the building, one had just completely packed up, the other had actually exploded, and so we had no air conditioning. Now, that was this is an interesting tale because I think what transpired is that maybe I'm not going to, because we're still in a sort of a legal case here, but from my perspective, I don't think those cooler units have been maintained very well. I've done a lot of work in sub-Saharan Africa, Saudi Arabia. I've never had a situation where an air conditioning unit had exploded. So what happened then, we went through 60 days without air conditioning in our building. And whereas, a few years before, 10, 15, it would have been accepted as the norm, now it is actually a business continuity issue if you don't have air conditioning. Now, I'm not going to go into all the ins and outs of it, but we did manage to, get through the situation reasonably well. We did stagger people's working times. We allowed people to dress down so that the beach wear appeared. This is the middle of the summer in the office. Morale things like regular ice creams, cold drinks, etc. Air conditioning units were brought in, but as probably many of you will know, they actually cause more heat than they actually dispel. So we then went through a procedure of looking for alternative accommodation. And we did actually move about 150 plus people out of the building for several weeks. And then because our IT systems are as such we can do this, we then said to many people, well, work at home, work flexibly. And we managed through that situation. But it did just bring home to me a couple of lessons. One, when we talk about climate change, I think that many of the buildings in our country, even if they are air conditioned, the air conditioning units were never designed to actually to work at the rate which they are being worked. So one of my learning points from that is it's when we move buildings, and we're likely to do that in 2023, we're going to be looking very closely at those sort of issues, looking at the lease, what happens if we have a situation like that, what is the landlord's responsibility under those circumstances. The other thing, I think, positive thing we learned from it was actually our colleagues are much better at working flexibly, working from different locations, working from home, than perhaps they or we imagined. And that was an interesting learning point, because as we go forward into a property review, which we're currently undertaking, I think our base assumption is we're not going to take anywhere near amount of office space that we had when we took the lease 15 years ago. People, I think, want to work flexibly. IT enables them to work flexibly. And actually, in many ways, you actually reduce your risk that if your main operating area building, for some reason, is not obtainable, it doesn't mean that you're having to sort of go into a pretty serious sort of business recovery or continuity exercise. Last thing I'll just say about resilience. Actually, our colleagues I found very resilient. And we talk about organisational resilience, but actually at the end of the day, it's about resilience of people. And many of my colleagues worked through that very difficult time in the summer up there in Milton Keynes, with temperatures in the building 30, 35 degrees. I was up there quite a lot myself. People said it's the first time they've ever seen me without wearing a tie. Well, you know, these must, you know, so forth. But great credit to all my colleagues, and we have Gary over here, Gary Johnson, and Mark, some of my colleagues who work really tirelessly, along with our IT people, to make sure we could keep the business going. Steve just asked me to talk about Brexit planning. I'm not going to talk about Brexit planning. How can you plan what's going on? So I'll just throw the towel in at that point and wish you a good conference. Thank you very much. Thanks.
There you go. That's why next Wednesday we're talking about Brexit. So we need to talk about the planning for it. Okay. Chris, you ready for this? I'm also in charge of IT at the moment.
Just going to move the trip hazard that somebody left there thoughtfully.
If it was faulty, you wouldn't have seen it.
And first of all, thank you, Steve. Thank you all. It's a great honour to be the keynote speaker for the first Congress of the Resilience Association. Steve asked me to challenge you. And the challenge fundamentally is, how do we know what we're doing is right in terms of resilience? And I'll explain that in a lot more detail. I also want to point out now, I'm not talking as an academic, I'm talking as a practitioner. I am not an academic, I have an academic qualification, but I'm talking as a practitioner. And it's that gap between academe and practice that I want to explore with you today, because I regard that as one of the biggest challenges to the development of professionalisation of this sort of organisation. Now, I want to take you away from today now. I want you to go back, and I can see, I'm very glad to see there's a number of young people in the audience. There's one or two, I'm not trying to look at the older people, but you know, there's one or two older people here as well. There was a time before Google existed. I know it might surprise you, and there wasn't Wikipedia. And in those days, people used to have to debate things. And what they debated really was around about plausibility. There was a chap at Durham University called Gower who wrote about scientific method. And one of the stories that he told was there was a guy called Harvey. Now, does anyone know what Harvey discovered? No? Circulation of the blood. He described the circulatory system of the body. Now, what Harvey couldn't explain, and this is very interesting, that he was open about what he couldn't explain. He couldn't explain why the blood coming back from the lungs, back to the heart, was brighter than the blood going to the lungs. He just couldn't explain it. They didn't understand oxyhemoglobin. There was no explanation available. Now, is there anyone French here before I'm rude about the French? Please excuse me. It's tradition. Descartes decided he knew. And Descartes, his explanation was incredibly plausible, but utterly wrong. He said that the blood coming back from the lungs had been heated, and therefore, like metal, when you heat it, it becomes a brighter colour. And the lungs somehow heat the blood. And you can prove this because dead people don't breathe and they go cold. Now, it's entirely plausible and utterly wrong. And history is littered with those sort of things. The astronomer Sagan used a phrase from the 18th century called paradoxes. And he said, there are people out there who invent increasingly implausible explanations for things that are actually quite simple. Now, I challenge you to look at all the ISO publications, the Good Practice Guide, everything else, RTOs, Alphabet Soup, MPTIs, MAOs, you name it in this business. We are in danger of becoming paradoxes because we are inventing something to baffle the uninitiated. And George Bernard Shaw said that professions are a conspiracy against the laity. And we're in danger of doing that. So let's just have a look at what we need to talk about. We have developed what we do by finding out what hurts. Metaphorically, the profession has grown by trapping their fingers in the drawer. We have learnt from failures. There's a number of books written about catastrophic failure, from Bhopal, Brent Spa, you name it, PR crises, physical crises, explosions, all those sort of things, even air conditioning systems in the Institute of Accountants. Now, you can actually write a formula for trapping your fingers in the door, and this is what academics would do. They wouldn't trap their fingers in the door, they'd work out a formula, and the pain formula there is the sum of the speed and weight of the drawer times the rolling resistance of the drawer minus the rolling resistance divided by the number of fingers which happen to be in the drawer times the square area which gives you the number of nerve endings. And that is the formula, the academic formula for trapping your fingers. Now, if you take the average 4-year-old and say, look, let me explain this formula to you, they don't actually learn from it. Now, what the polite term is, we've learned by operational research. And operational research really goes back to convoy systems, where in the Second World War, they didn't know why convoys worked. Nobody had ever proved it, but it did work. So they did it. And really, that's where we're up to at the moment. Let's take this a stage further. We have a massive tendency to ignore the truth. Eratosthenes, he worked out that the Earth was circular and calculated the diameter of the Earth to within 400 kilometers. And he did it very simply. There was a well near where Aswan is now, and the sun shone directly down the well, 5,000 stadia north of that, there was a post. He put up a post, measured the angle of the sun there, calculated that was 7 degrees, worked out the distance, multiplied 1/50th of a circle times 50, etc., etc. 5,000 times 50 gives you the circumference of the Earth. And for 1,700 years, we then successfully ignored the data. Now, the problem is that we tend to ignore the academic research that's being done. And that is, to a certain extent, the biggest challenge that we face. Now, how do you know something's true? How do you know something's real? What sort of test would you apply? Experience, yes. Experiential. Anything else? Is it repeatable? Excellent. Does it work more than once? Was it just random chance it worked? Fantastic. The medical profession take a couple of stages further because they need to be absolutely certain that what they're doing actually works. And you're probably familiar with the single blind and double blind sort of test. Now, our problem is one of subjectivity and reality. What we do is inherently, although we pretend otherwise, inherently subjective. A risk assessment is usually a subjective expression of corporate paranoia. The decision about what is critical may be right or it may not be right, but what you can't do is in any company or organisation do any sort of control group. I'm going to give these people this plan, you're going to have a different plan, and you're going to have a placebo plan, which is a load of blank pages. And then we're going to go into a crisis and see which one works. Probably be the blank pages, actually. Placebo works in 30% of cases anyway. It'd be an interesting consultancy trick. There's your plan. It's a bit blank. So when we're looking, and one of the challenges for us is how do we prove that what we're doing actually works? How do we know a BIA actually works? How do we know a good plan from a bad plan? I'm not talking about audit now, I'm talking about quality. And that's a different thing, or efficacy, or utility. And they're different issues from audit. Now again, the problem between academia and practice is that one of the definitions of academics is that they want to know increasingly more about increasingly less. So they go into painstaking detail, whereas what we want is something that we can push out to a working population and say, this is how it works, this is what you need to do, here's your awareness session, here's your awareness raising session, whatever it is, and we want it to be right. So Pontus there described how theory being built by academia, more rigor, more depth, evidence support, whereas what industry or practice needs is wider dissemination and something everyone can understand. That problem was also illustrated by Saunders, and I've just adapted it slightly. And what you see is this movement from the left-hand side of the diagram there to the right-hand side where practice is informed. Where do we get our information from? We tend to get it from the trade press, we tend to get it from sites, we tend to get it in articles published without peer review, or not necessarily authoritative peer review, depending on what publication it is. And as you can see, it moves from something quite rarefied, and it takes time to reach the practitioner. Now, I don't know, and I haven't looked, about how long it takes from a first publication in a peer-reviewed journal in a university to actually practice on the ground. What I can say, authoritatively, in medicine, you always see in the Evening Standard, cure for Alzheimer just round the corner, or cure for whatever it is just round the corner. The reality is, from the point where somebody says, I think I've got a cure for, to a GP prescribing it, the medical profession estimates it to be 17.2 years. So you can imagine the lag time between some sort of discovery and its actual practice. And that's the process that we need to speed up. It needs to be 3 or 4 years. It needs to be rigorous, but it needs to be speeded up. Now, let me give you an example of something. This is prospect theory and reflection. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with it. Well, you ought to be. It's highly relevant to what we do. It was Kahneman Tversky. You've probably seen some of their other books. And basically, all those squiggly bits mean the bits of maths that you can't quite remember from the GCSE that you did. What that really means is that the losses hurt more than gains please, roughly. And I'm simplifying dreadfully in a Wikipedia sort of fashion, but you get the notion. Now, if you want to distill what they've just said in that formula, it starts to look like that. And this is the process of making it more amenable. And if you read the text there, you can start to sort of get the gist of what they're saying, very roughly. Now, again, I've taken 2 paragraphs there to describe something which is enormously complex and very rigorous and very detailed work. So it's suddenly starting to become more amenable. Now, if you take it to its ultimate extreme, and this is one of the penalties of the 21st century in which we live, that we like to reduce all of that, never mind the formulas, never mind the research, never mind that which is a reasonable explanation, we tend to reduce it to that. So if you're the Lancashire School of Philosophy, you end up with a soundbite, and it's basically, when you're in trouble, you take more risks. Now, again, coming back to its relevance, yes, we're dealing with companies or organisations that are in trouble. They're in difficulty. They are likely to potentially take more risks. It's that final gamble on red 22 with your last £10 note instead of spreading your bet. You tend to reinforce risk when you're faced with a loss-making situation. Now, does the soundbite help? Does the previous slide help, or does the formula help? Well, it's a combination of all of them. And that's the challenge for us, taking resilience forward. Now, where can academics help? Now, I sense that there's an academic in the room, or at least a couple I know, and their name is there. It depends on cognitive commonality. Now, again, Ponzi term, we all use the same words. That's what we actually mean. We're in the Institute of Chartered Accountants for England and Wales. Does anyone know what discounted cash flow is? Excellent, there is someone. Gosh, three people. It must have been a riveting good read. Discounted cash flow. But if I ask any accountant anywhere in the world, from Singapore to Boston, what is discounted cash flow, they'll give you substantially the same reply. Now, if you look at the work of Norris catalogued 21 academic descriptions of what resilience is. That is not necessarily cognitive commonality. The Larson's argument was that cognitive commonality is not the result of professionalizing an organization. It is the precursor of professionalizing an organization or a body of knowledge. You have to have that cognitive commonality. And if I ask you what is resilience, and you what is resilience, and you what is resilience, all we're dealing with is a common noun. And consequently, you interpret it differently. Is that a crime? Possibly not. But is it cognitive commonality? Probably not. So we've got a difficulty there. The other academics who've written on this are turning around, as long ago as 1996, before Y2K, turning around and saying we need to validate the efficacy of what we're doing. We need to prove what we're doing works. And Boyne and Wong have both made that plea, which has largely gone unanswered in a lot of ways. And my contention is that one of the problems is that we haven't developed principles and doctrine. And I'll explain that in a moment. Well, let's just talk about paradigms. What direction does the compass needle point in? What does it point to? Sorry? Magnetic north. How do you know it's not pointing south? It would be equally valid, wouldn't it? It actually aligns with the magnetic field of the Earth. It points north and south. But we all assume, and it's a good working assumption, which is a paradigm, that compass needles point north, or at least align with the magnetic field of the Earth. Roughly speaking, it's somewhere in northern Canada at the moment. Now, back to Eratosthenes. We now know that the Earth is round. But we presumed, and it worked for a long time, on the basis that it was flat. Now, what we've done, we've taken business continuity, which was getting a little bit tired, and to a very large extent, we've done find all, replace. That does not make it a paradigm. It makes it a find all, replace Microsoft solution to what we're talking about. Unless we build, as Steve said, unless we build a body of knowledge which we can go back to and rely upon in terms of resilience, we will not have a paradigm that is reliable and can be referenced. And yes, it will change over time. Paradigms do that. That was the whole argument. It's the latest, best explanation. It's provisional knowledge like Popper regarded. What have we got so far? That's a list of the academic references in ISO 22301. It's fairly easy. It's back to the blank sheet of paper. This is the placebo version. There are no academic references in it. ISO 22301 references itself. It's a self-licking lollipop. If you're only referencing your own previous standards and one or two other things, it is hardly authoritative. This is the challenge that Steve asked me to elaborate on. This is the challenge for all of us. We've got to fill that. We've got to fill it with something. It's got to be referenced to something. Otherwise, you could have just as good an idea. There's no proof behind it. There's no basis for that paradigm being developed. Now, if we involve the academics, if we do, academics are great at disagreeing with each other. They are absolutely world-class at that. And there's a chap called Linstead, whose work you may well have read. Anyone read Linstead? Yeah. Now, he disagrees with almost everyone, which makes him very entertaining and very challenging because it provokes thought. But be prepared for some disagreement. As soon as we start down this line, you will not get instant cognitive commonality, you will get disagreement. But from that friction, from that mental friction, we will actually grow the body of knowledge that we need. Now, the start point. I mentioned principles. You're all familiar with the 8th commandment, I presume. Thou shalt not steal. One of 10. How do we know that that is strategic in nature? It's a strategy for the ordination of society. It's not just Judeo-Christian. It's almost every major world religion has that as a principle behind it. Correct? Anyone disagree? How do I know it's strategic? Well, has anyone seen version 2 of the 10 Commandments? No, exactly. It allegedly came from God. There's no version control on it. And interestingly, it doesn't define what stealing is. It just says, don't steal. Do not do it. No exceptions. You as well, and you, don't steal. You cannot arrest someone for breaching the 8th commandment. We had to interpret that in a doctrinal format in the Theft Act 1968, which defines stealing as a dishonest intention to permanently deprive, thereby enabling the police officer to arrest you. Without that, they couldn't do it. And operationally, that then justifies the operation of the courts, the prison service, the police service, and everything else. Now, my argument is that at the moment, we do not even have the 10 Commandments, or the equivalent thereof. Steve mentioned Help for Heroes. He mentioned the military. How many people are ex-military in this room? Right, I'm sure you all remember the 10 principles of warfare. I won't embarrass anyone by asking you what they are. I'll show you. They're those. Now, if you look at the top, the British Army Field Manual 1985, at the bottom, the Army Field Manual 2017. The only change was a bit trendy. Instead of administration, it became sustainability. Now, there's one guiding principle, that's the first one, selection and maintenance of the aim, which everyone can remember, and then the other 10 or the other 9 are there for you. Now, it's not just the British Army. The German Army has 9 principles of warfare because they're more efficient. We have 10 because we've got 10 fingers, and the Americans have 11 because they want one more than anyone else. But substantially, the German model, the British model, the Russian model, everybody's principles of warfare are substantially similar. Now, from the principles, you can then develop doctrine. And this is the development from that principle into doctrine. Now, this is a 40-page, easy read on a train, 1 hour, operational decision-making, operational thinking. But look who contributed to it. Not just the military, the academics contributed to it. Look, it's referenced. It's got more references in 40 pages than the entire set of ISOs that we use. In fact, there's more references just on that page than in the ISO. But it's made amenable to the people who have to do operational thinking. And that's our challenge. Until we have that process with academic underpinning, we haven't really got the basis of a paradigm. Now, I'll leave you with this thought. I was born in 1959. This was published in 1959. It's Chrysler talking about a solar-powered car. And look, it's got little antenna on the front so you can communicate with people. And this is futuristic. And now we've just got round to inventing the Prius and electric cars and things like that. This is going to take a lot longer than people actually think. I was talking with Vernon as I was sitting there when you were coming in. And I just mentioned that I was going to use discounted cash flow as a metaphor for cognitive commonality. And he said, yes, it's interesting. It's taken around about 50 years to get that message across. And the only country that defines it differently, guess who? The Americans, not the French this time. So be prepared for the long haul. And forgive me looking at the older people in the audience, the future's not ours anymore. The future's theirs. These people, you, anyone under a certain age. Let's put it that way. Now, to a certain extent, from this failing hand, I fling this torch. That's the challenge, in my view, to develop that bridge between scientific rigor, howsoever defined, and the practice. And then we can justify our existence. I hope that's challenging enough.
There's a chance to raise a whole range of questions there in our round table at the end. One of the key things comes up is quite you mentioned about age. When somebody asked me, said, we're creating this young resilience professionals exchange. How old do you have to be? Yeah, seriously, I mean, it was quite interesting. The lady who's going to be speaking won the award from the British Business Continuity Institute. She is at the top end of 30. Yeah, don't tell her I told you. Okay, that's secret information there. But what it does do, it does show you that, again, we haven't even decided what does young mean in our industry itself. You know, so we need to put some definitions there. So thanks very much for that, Chris. Right, Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to introduce to Aaron Gracie here. Normally I don't actually mention much about the people, and I probably won't do now, but he's got quite an interesting career, and we put this into the actual brochure here for the Congress as well, which I could give you a copy back in a moment. And I don't recommend you start looking at some of the backgrounds of the people who are speaking here more than anything else. They don't just come, let's do a presentation. There's a lot of information flows behind it. And one of the key things this guy did was do a lot of research into 65,000, which is for organisational resilience. And I wish I had his software for how he's done this presentation. So, Aaron, please, please, thank you.
Hang on, Steve. Okay, no problem. So, what's my background? Why am I here? And why am I allowed to stand up and talk to yourselves about this subject of organisational resilience? Well, as you can see here, a quick heads up of who I am, my background itself, and then I'll go on to the 5-step approach of what we've created, and then follow the presentation through. So this is the flow that I'm looking at taking through in the next 40 minutes. So my background itself, who am I? I've got 25 years in the MOD as a background, both as a regular serving officer and now as I go on as a reservist, looking at capabilities within the organisation. Also a learning advisor to the MOD, how they build the capability and how they move forward. I was also involved in working with the drafting of the defence publications, defence response to UK crisis management and UK resilience operations, so JB02 version 3, which actually was now published out to majority of local councils, government officers, to actually have a better understanding of what capability defence can bring to resilience operations. I was also involved in the drafting of BS 65000 with the Cabinet Office, working with Dr. Rob McFarlane, and we presented at the BCI conference in 2014, just prior to it was released. So again, building up that capability, that background knowledge. And there was that challenge of the knowledge of academia actually driving the knowledge and requirements for business. So looking at that. I have a background in delivering this capability, having tested a number of organisations going out into combat operational theatres and looking at why they do it. And one of the driving forces for the work you're going to see now is actually being able to make a difference to those individuals going out, looking at saving lives, the capability of understanding resilience, the frameworks, and the reasons and principles behind it. So again, coming back to the principles of capability. The whole tool you'll see, as I talk through it, has actually been designed on a framework called the comprehensive approach. It was a NATO approach, so how do they redevelop a failing or failed state to a functional framework again? And the question I posed, back to myself and Steve and a number of individuals here is, what if we actually were then to apply that to an organisation? What if we actually create a principle framework to rebuild or to actually build resilience within an organisation itself? Okay, so that's where we're going at. And then I have a background at postgrad level within change management and strategic change. So the approach I took with the research was a single 5 steps. Understanding the problem. What is it? Well, as you said, 21 definitions. I find there's about 40 different ones. You start looking at hauling, and it goes into environmental resilience, social, economic resilience. There's quite a lot out there. And again, they all have a similar tenet, a similar thread, but they all say different in approach. Once we got there, we then looked at thoughts and ideas in academia, in business, in standards. And when you start looking at that, you start realizing there is actually a lot of disconnect between the frameworks. I also reached across into the US, but also a lot of resilience work has been done across in Australia and New Zealand. So, ResOrgs, which is a massive organisation in New Zealand, have done a lot of work on it. And actually, there is a lot of academic background there that has been tried and tested based on Christchurch earthquakes, wildfires. But unfortunately, it is not actually recognised well across this side of the globe, which is a shame because it does deliver quite a few opening questions and proposals. We then from there looked at research in key areas, testing the assumptions and findings, and then creating the ORM3, so the Organizational Resilience Maturity Framework, which we'll talk about here. But the question I pose is, what do we see as organizational resilience? Okay? And a couple of images coming up here of what we've seen in the press over the last couple of years. The foot and mouth, Dulwich for one. We're watching infrastructure collapse and fall apart. Watching large, what we'd see as high street businesses going to the wall. Large national, potentially international organisations going to the wall. Carillion being one. We've just seen Thomas Cook going through the floor as well. a lot of large organizations failing, and yet all these organizations had incident response, business continuity, risk management, executive leadership, coaching and training programs. So if they're still failing, there is something else going wrong underneath. You know, what is the issue? Now, the key framework here is, you know, as we come into it, is according to BS 65,000, that is the underlying definition of organizational resilience. Okay? Quite short, quite sharp, indicating that, you know, an organization has to be adaptable, has to respond quickly, it's competitive, it's agile, and it's robust. And that is the definition that we as the British Standard have set. Okay? The British Standard is very good when it delivers the high level requirement. But as practitioners, the question is, how do I deliver that? Okay? What are you looking for me to deliver? What are the frameworks? What are the processes? What's the doctrine? What's the activities I need within my business to deliver against that standard? And when you start going through the standard in detail, it doesn't give you that. In fact, very few ISOs and standards give you the actual detail to turn a theory or a direction into actual practice. They leave it up to you as the boss to try and put that into place. So I then sat and looked, and based on my initial research, I came up with, actually, for a definition of organizational resilience, we've got to get into more detail. Actually understand the problem statement. What am I trying to do? So as has already been touched upon already this morning, resilience is a people-based capability. If you're an organization and I take away your people, you're not going to work. If I take away your IT systems, or your business continuity systems, or your communication systems, your people will still find a way to work, albeit at a very poor level. They'll still keep that organization function at a certain state. Okay? But if you take your people away, that organization goes to the wall, because there's no one there to actually make those critical decisions. That is something that we have kind of lost sight of in the last 10, 15 years. We're driving new IT systems, we're driving new continuity systems, and yet we're forgetting about training and educating the people who are operating them, or training and educating the people who are operating within the business. Okay? And that is a major concern, because that's where the knowledge and the capability actually sits. Okay? We're also looking at the adaptive leadership capability. How do I manage in a problem? How do I educate my key leaders? How do I actually give them situational awareness? Okay? Again, a critical point of making effective decision making. Okay? And then obviously, we're underpinning that with a learning culture. Okay? Using the academia, the knowledge, the capability, the lessons learned, continuous improvement approaches to build the capability of an organization and to maintain and drive it forward. Make it adaptable, make it learning. Okay? So research findings, again, this was based on my work, but also looking at work from Sonia McManus, Amy Thompson from across in Res Orgs, also looking at Eva Coe, Professor Eva Coe, who did a lot of work in this, looking at issues and capability gaps within UK organisations. Okay? So straight away we start seeing that there's a very low level understanding of resilience, both in the industry and in the military. Okay? And that was interesting, because actually for the military, they have got to be quite resilient given what they get up to. And they are, you know, apparently on their own for the first 6 months if they deploy into a campaign environment, setting up their own logistical chains, potentially having a logistical chain from the UK right way across the other side of the world. And yet, resilience to them was still quite a new sport. Okay? The number of soft skills in the industry also was quite lacking. Okay? The other thing we're looking at is the level of crisis management capability within the industry. Okay? Organizational culture. Doesn't matter how good your strategy is, how good your frameworks are, a poor organizational culture will rip it apart and throw it out the window. Okay? And that's something that we tend to really not look at when we start looking at building a resilience of an organization. Resilience activity is not the sport of the C-suite. Okay? So if you go into the top team, they are very, they may be very unaware of what is going on at the bottom level. And they're leaving it for the filter. And actually, as information is coming out from the bottom of an organization, from the workforce, it will go through a number of management filters. So what's actually seen as absolutely terrible at the bottom may go, there's a slight problem, but we're all over it. We're fixing it. And before you know it, you see Carillion, or you see Woolworths, or you see Thomas Cook. Okay? Because people you don't want to be the person who gives the boss the bad news, because you may find you're the person who's clearing his desk or her desk. Okay? And then silo mentality. Okay, so we drive a silo mentality within organizations, because it's not my job to do risk management, it's your job. It's not my job to do business continuity. I've got a business continuity manager. Okay? So we suddenly start siloing our activities. And then it's looking at our proactive approach. Okay? And when I start digging into this deeply, a number of industries firefight. Okay? They drive the need for short-term beneficial return against long-term sustainability. Okay? And with sustainability comes your resilience. With short-termism comes, I can keep the bottom line going because that's where my next strategy is in the next 1 or 2 years. But 10, 15 years strategy, I really haven't got that in play yet. Okay? So that was where I was starting this from. So based on that, I reshaped my definition of organizational resilience, and this then drives the model. And as you can see there, we're pulling out people-centric stays, culture, adaptive leadership are key. They're the ones that we're really now driving at the center of our framework. But actually, we're then supporting it through assurance, agility, planning, structure, and the development and capability of our skills. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about research, innovation, recruitment of staff, development, maintaining that capability. What is our corporate social responsibility? What's our external images? A lot of these, when you start looking at business continuity, risk management, are very, very rarely are they touched. And yet they are key components. So from this, we then created this nice beast. Organizational Resilience Maturity Framework. For those that are ex-military or have worked in civil defence or have worked with government bodies, it's similar to the comprehensive approach model, which looked at how do I take the tenets of a broken society and rebuild it. What I've done is I've looked at and said, how do I rebuild a broken organisation, or how do I prevent an organisation from becoming broken? So the three strands in the centre are my strategic strands, the core element. So there you've got your business vision, where am I going, what am I doing, why am I here? My culture, and my adaptive leadership capability. What direction is the C-suite sending me to go in? And what am I doing? And around that, we then wrap our five tactical work streams, for want of a better description. Okay, our business assurance, our agility, our business planning, our structured governance, and our business skills and development. So then what you start getting, you get something like this. So I've got my 3 strategic elements. I then have my 5 tactical elements. And within that, I then have 5 components in each of those frameworks, in each of those work streams. Okay? Which then allows me very quickly to put that in place. That is our organizational resilience framework. Neatly packaged up, but actually looks at 28 different areas of your organization and how you're functioning. Now, someone straight away came to me and says, that's nice, but does not any shape, way, or form have business continuity written in there? No, it doesn't. And the reason it doesn't have business continuity written in there or change management written in there is because this looks at an organization as a system of systems, not as a system of silos. Okay? Because business continuity in there is part of risk management. I look at my risks, I do my BIA. I look at my responses, I look at my vulnerabilities, I look at my hazards, I look at my recovery priorities, I look at how I train my staff. So actually, what we've done here is we've picked all these apart and put them in the various areas for which I should be looking at as an organization. My argument there is business continuity has the largest to start solving things. Business continuity didn't exist in 1970. In 1970, it was good management practices. In 1980, somebody came up with this good idea of putting those things together and called business continuity. From 1985 onwards, we then turned that into a profession. And from 1990, we started charging people a lot of money to actually become part of a profession. When actually in 1970, it was just good management practices. So we've got to be very careful about that. We start turning things into a black art, which are actually quite simple. Okay? So from this, we then look, how do I apply it? How do I actually put this in place? We create the framework based on 5 levels of capability. Whether you've got nothing in place or whether you're operating at an industry lead level. So actually, how are you seen as the best practice, the individual or the group that we at the rest of the industry should be looking at. Okay? And from there, we just look at how do we actually mark, how do I score this? How do I indicate what we're doing at that level? Okay? And this, as you see, is the scoring mark. What am I looking at? Have you got something in place, but you're using it in silos in small areas? Therefore, you're either an ad hoc or it's localized, Or actually, are you seen as the group that is able to identify, develop, create, share, and improve frameworks and capabilities? Because if you are, then you're potentially an industry lead. So you're operating at a very high level. You're the one that everybody else wants to be, wants to follow. Okay. A lot of this, is based on academic knowledge, okay, but also practice, research, and validating the results. So, doing this, I use examples from the military, I use examples from industry, put them through a test, looking at questionnaires, case studies, a live case study, so creating a simulated environment and putting teams through it, see how they responded to recovery, what they prioritized, what they dropped off. And that's how we actually put all this together and built. What does this allow me to do? Well, it allows me, first of all, to work out where I am. What is my actual situation on the ground? Okay, so this is creating an upstream communication capability from the workforce straight to the C-suite. Secondly, I can then look around and benchmark where my competitors are. And thirdly, I can use it to then strategically map where I want to be in the next 5 years, and then put those activities into my business plan and direct me the way forward. That's how the tool actually delivers that capability. Okay. But what is it and how do I do it? How do I apply it? Well, I created 2 frameworks. The generic framework, which I've done all the work for you. So I've created all the framework activities. I've created all the behaviors. I've created the evidence that you should be looking at across those 28 different areas. Okay. The second version, which requires a bit more work from yourself, is that I will give you the framework with all the activities you should be looking at those areas. I will leave the behaviors and the evidence blank. It's up to you as an organization to then put that in play yourself. The reason being is you're now creating a tailored framework, tailored to your organization based on what you want to see. So you have ownership of that, not me, but yourself. Therefore, you can actually map, are you delivering what you actually believe you should be delivering against? And if you're not, why not? And that's the beauty of this. You can have the generic version to help you get off the ground and running. And you can then, a few years later, you can then tailor to exactly what you want. Or you can actually tailor to yourself straight away. And then you can benchmark yourself each year against where you think you are, where you actually are, and where you want to be. And then you can check against your competitors. Or you can check against your industry sector. So we've done that. You then move into the tool itself, the individual questionnaire. So each individual, and that, again, depending on how much staff engagement you want, because you can actually send this out to your whole organization and get a response back which tells you exactly how your whole organization is seeing your levels, from the shop floor through your managers up to the top team. Or you can cherry pick individuals you want to put in. You can do it through a slice of your organization. Okay. But the questionnaire itself is quite quick to fill out. Okay. It asks the individual to rate each of those activities based on 3 scores. What activity they're seeing, ranked 0 to 5. What behaviors you're seeing, and in the behaviors we look at five key components. Your ownership, your team dynamics, communications, information management, and there's one more I've forgotten. I'll come back to it in a second. And but looking at that, then creates that. You then score that against 0 to 5, and then you score the evidence you're seeing 0 to 5. When that's all collated and the tool goes through the tool will then push out 4 results for you. The organization resilience report itself, what you're looking at, how you're operating with each of those areas. You're then looking at a dashboard, so a very quick visual image of where you sit. You'll also then get a dashboard score for each of your work streams. So again, allows you to start targeting effort. So if you're assuming that you're 3 across the board as an organization, and you see that actually one of your areas is operating at a 1, that allows you to very quickly target your recovery activities, or try and figure out what is going on. It's building situational awareness of where your gaps are and allowing you to focus your approaches very quickly. And the final one then is your efficiency rating. And the reason we've put this in play is that because you may think that you're coming out as a level 4 on your activity. So yeah, I'm seeing all that activity and that's what I'm doing. And yet when you then ask the questions about behaviors and the evidence, you suddenly realize that the behaviors that your teams are showing and the evidence you're gathering do not match the activity level you think you're at. So therefore, it gives you an efficiency rating of what you think you are against what you're actually doing. So that then allows you to see, actually, I have a problem here because I think I'm at a 4. Well, although I'm scoring myself at a 4, I'm actually operating only about 75% efficient at that level. So I have gaps, either my knowledge or actually I have some cultural behavioural issues within the group which you need to address. And you put the whole thing together. It covers an awful lot of areas. Okay, you look at risk management, team dynamics, staffing, capability. You know, the beauty about this tool is I'm not just looking at your operational elements. I'm looking at your staff capabilities. Right? I'm looking at your research and innovation. How are you managing that? What is your corporate image? How are you not just recruiting your staff, but how are you hanging on to them? How you develop them? What is your talent management capability? A lot of questions that within BS 65000, 20301, even our crisis management, BS 11200, do not ask you to think about. And unfortunately, I say those are a couple of the main issues why we see organisations failing. We're not building the capability of staff. We're not creating, a longevity approach within organisations because we're driving the bottom line. The bottom line has a real need there, but we need to align that with the sustainability of the organisation. Because if we fail to drive both, then what you get is what we've seen quite recently. Organisations driving for the quick win, but actually the long-term gain is being lost. So what are the benefits of using ORM? Right, well, now let's let the slide load. Key one is situational awareness. You actually understand what is going on. Okay. And that's at all levels. And as I highlighted earlier on, it's about that upstream engagement from the shop floor to the top table, removing the management filters if required. Okay. The tool itself gives a very quick return on that information gathering, because actually the information is right there, and you're getting the information from your own people. You're not calling in an organisation to go and do 6 months of research and an analytical piece. You're actually using the information from your own teams who are living and breathing the environment that they're operating within, and they're able to feed that very quickly to you. Because of the information you're getting back, because that's situational awareness, you're now able to actually be quite flexible on the business needs and the requirements. I'm coming back on that. You're also getting yourself a very quick competitive edge on your competitors, because you know what's going on within the organisation and you know where your gaps are, so therefore you can address it. Because actually, if you're becoming adaptive, if you're being able to respond and actually put in a number of activities to build your own resilience, when there is a disruptive event, be it a positive or a negative disruptive event, you're in a position to take advantage of that chaotic position that your industry or your sector may find itself in. So as your other competitors are seeking to recover, you are already in a position to start moving forward. It might give you a week or a month or a year advantage, but that air gap is enough that you need to get the forward through. You're also then looking at your efficiency, your own capability, and therefore able to start reducing your costs. If you're operating above and beyond where you should be, then you start looking at how do I tailor that. If I've got a number of gaps which are actually impacting on my own and one of the workstream capabilities, I can start moving resources or funds to that and actually address that issue. The other one is you're just looking at empowering your own organisation. Okay, the organisation is being empowered by this approach. Okay? And you're building that culture you require, the shared purpose, the shared understanding, values, and the adaptive leadership framework. That actually going forward is what you want in an organisation to be adaptable, capable, and sustainable. That's what the tool delivers, because it allows you to understand what is going on. Okay. So that is ORM. Happy to have a chat when we do the roundtable for thoughts and opinion and questions on it. But also we actually have the demonstrator outside. So we're setting up, and Mike is here with me today, actually take you through how the tool works. So actually I can play with it. Okay, all the information is in there. So that the framework itself, we're looking at, when you put this in play, you're looking at over 1,000 individual touch points, which we ask the questions on the organisation, which helps give us a very clear understanding of where you sit as an organisation based on your resilience footprint. Now that's the level of detail that's going in, driven by academia, driven by knowledge, driven by, by actual practitioners feeding into this as well. So we have, as you said, the gap between academia and practitioners is out there. It is a massive gap. We've looked around the globe with this to actually try and start closing that air gap. Because where standards give you a nice high level, this is what you should be doing, very few people actually says, this is how you do it. This is what you should be doing. Okay? We aim to close that gap. Steve, it's all yours. Thank you.
I find there's a lot in there, but there's also more questions than answers. And certainly, I mean, that was one of the real issues for myself, setting up the Resilience Association. Over the years, I've been doing this for 30 years, specifically in this resilience space, I suppose you say. And I've collected lots of information that needs further reviews. And you're exactly right about the people issues being missing, because I've just come back from a 10-month engagement with an organisation, and the organisation itself has got about the people. It is more on digital transformation, and it's therefore moving things forward. Immediately you were talking about this, a particular issue came to mind about Deutsche Bank. They're just about to get rid of 20%, or in the process of getting rid of 20% of their staff, that sort of thing. Do you not remember those days when it said our most important asset is our members of staff and that? High reliability organisations need people. You know, high reliability organisations, so the big stuff in critical national infrastructure need that, because they can't live with plans. They need people who understand all the technology and how they can actually recover things that go wrong. But what also comes to mind, which is, I guess you've taken this into account, because I sit on the British Standards CARD 1, which is Continuity and Resilience Group. And we've just agreed a couple of weeks ago that 65,000 needs to be rewritten again. And it's going to drive forward new ISO standards. There's a whole issue with Australia as well that's going on out there. The crisis management thing under Kev Berea, who's a member of the committee here, that's about to be moved fully into an ISO standard for crisis management. And the ISO 22301 for business continuity management system has just been rewritten, and we've now got the 2019 version that's just been published. So there's a still move forward. And Chris, I'd say, you know, within all these standards, and I fully support everything you said about academia. We need to join up with it, which was always my main intention here, you know, because if we don't use the practitioners, there's not enough of us out there. That's why it's not enough papers been written on this one. When I was running Bain, we supported University of Liverpool for a 3-year study in 2007, 8 and 9. And it got, it wasn't Bain, sorry, so I was running the Business Continuity Institute London Forum. It's the first forum to ever set up. But at the same time, I was looking about Bain and using that as a driver for it. And University of Liverpool actually had an individual, I forget his name now, but I've got so many copies of this study, because I think it's told us back in 2009, 2010, when it was published, we need to be looking at resilience, not business continuity. We need to look at the wider aspects of it, more than risk management, more than we looked at security. We need to bring them all together, because each one is like a big domino effect on others. Events happen and they drive things forward. So what I'd like to do is invite our 2 early speakers up to the front here. You're now on camera. Come back in again. And really throwing it up to you, because I'm sure there were lots of things that are being mentioned there. And I know there's quite a few people here from academia and may have some thoughts they wish to drive back and maybe change it. So please come and sit down here. Yeah, yeah. There's a class up in this one thing I'd also just remind people about, has anyone read The Willful Blindness, a book on willful blindness? Anyone read that book? I'd only commend you to find that particular book. I picked up a copy quite recently, and it's really how organisations, it's the language. I've worked operational, tactical, and strategic levels, and the thing I find is I have to reprogram myself depending who I'm talking with. You know, operation, you get all the real truth about things that are happening. Really great thing. Tactical, you start to think, oh, we got in the middle of all this. I'm going to get promoted. And then at the strategic level, you have some quite interesting challenges that come on board where you're driving the business, and the risk appetite of that organisation is quite key. So, does anyone have any questions for either our two earlier speakers? Yes, please.
You brought up the fact that both the military and the industry, the thinking should end up in the same places. Is that money related? Is it the strategic level? That's one of the biggest things to think about is the resource of money. So does money actually push the lack of strategic thinking and a more reactive approach? Because there's never enough money, so they never plan out deep into those long-term issues. Because money is always the thing they have to cut.
Yeah, I mean, from our research, essentially, it's not money direct, it's situational awareness, actually understanding what I'm dealing with the next 30, 40 years. So I'm working with a couple of very large industries at the moment. When I asked the person about scenario planning and long-term risks, the one document they did not have in play was a scenario planning document. We're not looking that far out. So crazy enough, I then handed them the MOD BTD document, the document, the concept document for scenario planning for 2050. They've never seen anything like that before. When you look at government departments, you very rarely do you see something going out to 20, 25, 2050 high risk. And yet, when you think of that for organisations, you're looking at the next 20, 30 years, 70 to 80% of populations moving into the urban area. So if you look at 2012, 2013, London were around Project Anytime, which was how to create London into a very resilient city. To do that, first things first, we have to understand what are the risks of all the organisation operating from the London Borough, and what would happen if they lost access to power or water to that. And start taking in and building that situation awareness and understanding of the impacts. Then we then use that to inform whether strategic planning has to happen for the next 20 years, and then they can target where the money should go. So it's not, we can't do this because there's no money available. It's what could happen and where do we direct them on. So it's more about the situation that we can understand rather than actually the person itself. Yes, there's an limited budget, but if you don't know where to spend that money, you don't know what the risk you're dealing with long term. You're probably going to go through the money which is striking at the lives. And that comes back to us as it's stuff later on. If you don't understand what you're dealing with, you don't understand the core of the risk, and you don't put the money where you think it is rather than where it actually is.
Is that due to not having money to be able to plan for the future? So budgeted for 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, those businesses, that's a long time to budget out.
For industry, yeah, they are struggling to balance the short-term win bottom line against long-term sustainability. Because this stuff costs money, costs a lot of money, and your return on investment for them is 5, 10 years down the line. From the MOD, there were similar mistakes made in the Iraq campaign. But there's a quick reaction to get something rather than long-term. There was no vision. There was no strategic planning going into it. They had catastrophic success. And everything happened too quickly. And then phase 4 of reconstruction overran, but not in place when actually they were on to it. And so, lack of decisions being made based on post-solution awareness resulted in what people term rebuilding a nation very quickly. It's alienating 85,000 individuals who went into the research centre. But that was back end done more to lack of situation awareness rather than finances.
Okay. Yeah, please.
It's very simple. Capitalism is about taking a risk to make a return on investment of capital.
until you can prove that business continuity, resilience, whatever, adds value, it's about number 68 on the CEO's list of things to do. And CEO's tenure, somebody mentioned it, CEO's tenure, 3 to 5 years. That is not long term. So until we can prove value, it's not going to get above 68 on the list.
Yes, please, sir.
Question for Aaron, if I may. My organisation is just starting down the resilience route, having been scared witless by the discussion paper that's come out from the financial services arena. Your approach seems very, very different to the short-term view that the organisation that I work for is taking around resilience, in as much as we've got to meet the requirements of this discussion paper, which will turn into a consultation paper, which will turn into regulatory words. So how do you sell, or how do you start to sell your approach to an exec who are focusing reluctantly on the discussion paper from Bank of England, PRA, FCA?
So with this, there are two angles. Two angles out here. One is about the corporate image, because actually, if you're seeing an organisation that's looking at 3 to 5 years long, and that's your long-term plan, so your sustainability, you're already putting a risk to me if I'm going to start using new investment. So there's that approach. But there's also the second one is, what is your actual capability? Because if you're just starting down the line with resilience, therefore you are not fully aware of the situation you're dealing with, or the short, medium, long-term risks, vulnerabilities, hazards, and threats, plus your opportunities, then you're probably not a safe organisation to be involved with. So why would I? So that then means that your bottom line is not straight away under threat, because I'm going to go and talk to your competitor and say, actually, where are you in this space? Because if I'm driving a culture of short termism versus a culture of actually, I'll take a hit on my short term, but I want to build a strong corporate image. I want to develop the capability of my staff. I want the focus, my culture is an inquiring mind and learning rather than driven by a bottom figure. And straight away, that second organisation is one I want to trust. And the key bit here is, especially in the financial sector, is trust in organisations. 2008 wiped away that trust without trying to rebuild it. If you're telling me now that you're still driven by your bottom line for 5 years, I'm not trusting you, because I'm looking around normal person, and a lot of organisations go to the wall, and that trust has got to be from you to me, not from me to you. You've got to build it, and your image, your responsibility, the approach you take, and how you're looking at the long-term sustainability is what I'm looking for. So you might see, if you see us in front of me, the trust question is something strong in my mind, because 2008, a lot of people very hard. And so I think that.
Chris, you got something? Because this particular paper you're talking about, I've had to live with it recently. It's DB118. And it's taken a totally different approach to resilience, thanks to the Bank of England, thanks to the other regulators there. And people are interpreting it as the future. It's basically for cyber. It's all about cyber. And they've, Bank of England, seen it as the top end risk for the world. Yeah, it's been on that for the World Economic Forum for the last 4 years. You know, it's something that's part of overall challenges that we have. But DB118, if you're in the finance sector, is a very dangerous document now, because people are putting in place responses to it, even though it's only still a discussion paper.
And it's not that, Steve, we're allowing this beast of cyber as a threat to drive our thinking. Cyber is only one strand of information management as a whole. It's about information security, pretty much. But because it is seen as a threat, a lot of money is put that, whereas the wider information management and there's not this, you're building or buying or procuring technological systems based on one strand of the whole information management framework. And that's really careful about.
Any other questions here?
Yeah, maybe just a related question more around how do you sell this into individuals? And it goes back to your conversation around what you've shown us out is amazing. When you're talking to people about a certain pain preference, whether that's vicious security and are you able to translate their work in terms of how it fits into the solution?
I can, and this is one reason I pick up that business continuity, is because I would actually strip back risk management, strip back all of the points of view. And currently, if I go into an organisation, I'm talking about risk, I'll be setting costs for risk management. They're already operating in a silo within that organisation. What this whole framework is, it strips away that. Actually, an organisation is a system of systems. If I'm trying to take one system out, operate that independently of the rest of the group, it's not going to function properly. Because actually, if I'm doing risk management, where's that information coming from? Well, my information is coming from my business analysts or my intelligence sectors. So actually, I'm not being fed by something. So to help translate it into the real world, I would sit down and work out what information are you getting and where's it coming from? Where's that information going to? What systems are they working with, working to? And then how are you finding out the hazards of risk and vulnerabilities? What's the image? How are you training the development staff? Because all those sorts of questions they start asking, forgive me, I'm putting an auditor for a moment. That's the way you've got to think about this. All those questions we start planning before we don't know what I do know when I come from over there. So actually, why be thinking of this in one line? Why actually communicating that you're involved by 7 different this looks for 7.
I totally agree. I think it's just around how you take some technology that this existing experts.
Yeah.
We'll go there. I was looking at it, what's this?
Yeah.
And actually, maybe that's something like that.
And it will be, and people look at them and go, well, I'm not financial risk in there. Because we have the operational risk. No, I've got risk management there. Because actually, risk management is what you do. So you're an organisation that might be dealing with risk A or risk B, disaster. Nothing there. But I'm not taking that down to that detailed level. That's where I work with the organisation. So I'm not it's looking at risk management, it's looking at responsibility, staff development, research and innovation. When you start entering down to the third and fourth level, that's what you're executing your organization. I am not in a place to tell you how to run your organization. I'd be a fluid at that. What I can do is sit with you too and map out all the frameworks and ways you work and think, and then using that your detailed response to your own organization.
Ross, sorry.
A question, Chris. Give you a budget and ask you to think your 3 pieces of academic work you'd like to commission would be most beneficial to our profession. Or not 3, just a couple. Any initial thoughts on what you'd like to commission if you could get a PhD or whatever?
Yeah, first of all, nothing that the BCI does. Sorry, I say that advisedly because that is just not research. That's, I don't know what it is. It's got to be quantitative. I would look at the BCMS process and break it down and validate somehow. That doesn't mean how, that's a different question. That's the tricky one. Because people in the room can probably answer it. But I think we've got to find some sort of quantitative measure of what we're doing. And it would probably be around the risk assessment, the BIA, if you could do it, the plan. A couple of people have come moderately close. The original sort of work might be pretty, where they looked at share value post-incident. That's been replicated a couple of times. See plunging talk versus SEN versus JP Morgan. That's starting to reveal it, but it's very, very difficult. You've got so many moving bits. You've got so many, guidance having the same CEO, somebody else is another CEO, the way that they react to it is totally different. So we've got a lot of variables. But it'd be interesting to try and measure something. And you could look at it from the other end.
Just to echo that, I mean, what I'm seeing in my sector is 4 buildings, concepts, and the insurance industry is moving towards parametric insurance, which is a new thing for me. Parametric insurance. This is using AI to do condition monitoring of things we've never condition monitored in the past. About building equipment and stuff like that. There's no reason that they want to extend that now into almost organisational indicators to condition monitors. So we have analog insurance. I think that is a whole new world, but that's going to go honest with AI very shortly. So that be it.
Thanks. So, just those big things. If they all looked at something, we'd end up with quite a lot. Just can I ask a question? Who's doing any university type work at the moment? Studies. There you go, there's the answer. But there's a massive temptation to do sort of qualitative work. You know, how do you feel about something? Well, that's fascinating and interesting, but of limited utility and proving value.
2010, so studying both the work actually looking at first of all building up to resilience standard and second benchmarking to organization level. There's a lot of quantitative work and also qualitative work building resilience profiles of organizations to them. And it took cross-cut across 7 different organizations in various sectors. Actually generate and it looked at the sound, mortality, development, risk management, planning. I've not seen any sort of research like that going into detail. I think that's what our gap is that we're not using what's already out there. You know, I'm being about something like that. We should think about something that, you know, written standard, that's written standard on the wall, it's on the shelf, job done. Actually, where's the knowledge and not on your ECI because you did this course in risk management, so you tried to buy brand, but that's not the way to develop professional development. It's the education research.
So, Marie, please.
Hello, hi, my name's Marie Coley from ICAW. I have previously worked for the Ministry of Defence and Defence Housing in the States, and one of the issues that I found is with the government as well as you know, organisations. There is a push to look at risk management and business continuity, but there isn't necessarily the resources available, which has been mentioned before. So my question to you, Neil, is do you feel that, looking at your fantastic framework, do you feel that innovation could be one of those measures or one of those factors that are included in there? And the reason being that it will be measurable and that you will be able to benchmark that or share that with other competitors in order to improve the industry. And I do have a question for you, Aaron, as well.
Yes, I mean, it's the innovation is absolutely so you're looking at how you can, what you can create to actually reduce cost or build. Yes, the MOD is starting because it is trying to figure out what risk management into that. The MOD created joint defence publication 503 basis continuity. Its first edition came out in 2001. Before we saw 25, 2009 come out. And actually, they saw that as part of the data. They looked at risk management, but the appetite for risk management and the colour that they play with is very much like the risk one and also strategic risk company. You know, bring in new frameworks such as housing and industry, which it's still a new game for the uniform side of it, because there are a lot of sometimes you're not very housing customer, but they're not used to giving that sort of work. For MOD in general, I think they have shown I won't say lack of risk management, but a certain colour of it, and they're not picking up from either industry or I think, yes, innovation would be one to look at, but also looking back to research and underpinning knowledge that wasn't involved at government level or within the department. Because they are driven by, as you said earlier on, there's a certain part of money. If I don't have the full situational awareness of what I'm dealing with, or I'm actually forgetting about the people component, then yeah, I'm going to look at the technical risk involved and the corporate.
And just my other question to yourself, Aaron, in terms of the Brexit and the funding and academia side of things. You've actually mentioned that there is a gap between academia and the practitioner. There are various attempts that are being made in terms of encouraging things like apprenticeships and sharing of information, R&Ds, etc. But do you feel there is still an opportunity to utilise the universities and have more lecturers that are not just academics but also practitioners working within the academia field, so guiding students?
Absolutely. I mean, Cranfield are doing some of that already, where you have practitioners or lawyers or aviation insurers talking on the aviation MSc at Cranfield. That's happening in quite a number of places as guest presenters. I think one of the best documents that I've come across was pamphlet 14. It doesn't sound exciting. Pamphlet 14 by BP. And it was really fantastic. It was internally generated. It was referenced briefly, and they took a number of different issues or events and profile, and it wasn't all just BP stuff. It wasn't all oil. They took ship sinking, collisions, mid-airs, anything like that. They then analysed it, and then they said, what does that mean for BP in practice? I never found out who wrote it, but it was probably one of the best blends of good research and then how do I actually apply that lesson to my oil well or my gas pipeline or whatever it was. I think that's what I would like to see. And if you look at that operational doctrine extract written by King's College and King's and Cranfield, it's very informative, very easy to read, quite brief. It's not turgid, it doesn't have the formulas in the background. You can look at the references if you want, and just take it at face value. And I think that's where I'd like to see from myself.
And actually, just follow on that, Jenny, that document that has not had successful market. I've been involved with things like this, defense publications here before, and it's available online. So at the end of the day, a lot more stuff online. It looks a bit authentic, there's decision making and leadership, there's understanding, is heavily woven throughout academic and background support. But it's for the practitioner. This is for the middle and senior and level of the military think about this and how they do it. You see a lot of other nuclear or armed service publications are now going online. People are not starting to realize. But the military spending a lot of money getting academia to help develop publications. So a lot of organizations change thinking, operational security, capability, controlling the documentation. And therefore it's not in the type of what we share with other organizations. HVA is very few organizations know that system and different level.
I think the other reality behind it is that the British military has got 300 years of military blunders behind it. And I'm being quite serious, it's made its mistakes. Organisations can't afford that luxury of charging up the wrong belly of Russian guns and then being armed or all those other things that went wrong. So that they've learned a lot of painful lessons, and those principles are pretty well validated not just by experience.
Okay, well, I'm going to actually call one last question. So I'm sorry, Guy, you've had a couple there. But this will be the last question, and we can break. You can discuss outside. Yeah.
I guess I'm absorbing people saying, how do we get attention? How do we justify and get support for this? And I don't know whether we could go back into your matrix just so people could get a sense of why I'm asking the question. But about 12 years ago, I had a conversation with a new non-executive joined us, and he used to be a CEO of a big company, and he said, talk me through what you do. He said, if you phoned me up and said, can I have half an hour of your time to talk about disaster recovery, I wouldn't give it you. But if you phoned me up and said, can I have half an hour of your time and I'll help you be more resilient, he said, I'd probably give you the time rather than not, because he saw resiliency as something that was more advantageous than planning for something that he hoped he would never have. And I'm only saying that because I'm padding while I bring this
Yeah, no, I'll bring that. And the reason I
this up. Yeah.
you got this one, but
Yes.
the reason I wanted to show this one, and the final slide, I think, so the hidden, so we can drop right in.
So my question is looking at some of the things that you talked about. So developing your staff, retaining your staff. You've got corporate social responsibility in there. How much of this is organisational excellence that when you run it in this way and report on it in this way, gives you a measure of resilience that you can then improve?
So the way I think this is that each of those components there, if I take that away from you, when I start stripping away your staff, the way you recruit them, get that staff in the first place, or how you retain them, or actually how you develop that capability, actually over a period of time, that's going to impact on your resilience or your capability to perform.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is if this is also operational excellence, and by following operational excellence and measuring it in a way that you suggested on here, you become an excellent organisation that's sustainable and also resilient, then as the C-suite, it's not something else that they've got to do. That's yet another thing foisted upon them. It actually underpins how they grow a really...
It is, and that's why, rather than just giving you some score, we've actually the framework, so actually we're scoring you from a 0 to 5. Are you, I said that nothing is this, and you're making a hash of it, hence the reason why you've got an outflow, which is twice for inflow. Or actually, are you offering a level 5 industry lead? You are what everybody else wants to be. So, what the issue is I will think of staff development, currently an organisation, as that's one of those little silos over there that HR is responsible for. Whereas this framework here, because it's looking at the system of systems, and for example, if I was to bring up, for example, this type of framework, it would then also identify in the framework what else it feeds or it's fed by. So I'm now not, as a CEO, I'm saying, can't just focus on PCOD, because that is also either fed by information from or that feeds into. So you know, as a CEO or a C-suite, I start thinking of the organisation as a living culture, a living organisation, a system of systems. And if you're not investing in A, B, or C, you're actually hitting the B or F. Get it right, absolutely. You have strategic excellence because you're delivering a functioning capability. But I'll come back to my core components of vision, culture, and leadership sits at your doorstep. You as a C-suite set the reason for being for that organisation. That vision is yours. You're in that wonderful position as the leadership to set the culture. Because you can step outside of the organisation, hack and reset that culture based on what you want. But you can't do that if you don't understand what's going on in situational awareness. So you build that organisational excellence through understanding and knowledge. If you're relying on the current frameworks, you see a lot of things coming through as they go through the management filters. This is allowing that upstream engagement from workforce to C6 and we get an actual understanding of the situational awareness. That was the purpose of it. That then drives resilience because you know what's going on. You know where your strengths are, but also your hazards, your threats, your vulnerabilities. You can address them. By addressing them, you're then building resilience.
Okay, thanks very much there. Before we give a final round of applause to our two speakers there, I just want to remind you that where we're about to go next, we're going to break to just get in here before 11 o'clock, because we're about to try do something we haven't actually done before. We're linking Italy with London, right? In this room, so we got Professor David Alexander out in his little home in Italy on a sabbatical, and also Luke. Oh God, dear, I'm cracking up here. Gianluca, because I warned him about this one because I was in a pub with him yesterday, and the conversation went into this presentation, and I keep going back to a gentleman yesterday. But to try and do this, we're going to look at some of the academia's view of the core body and knowledge issues for organisational operational resilience itself. And then we're going to bring it into some more physical things from Dr. Kacher, Samuel, who's going to be speaking specifically about what does that look like on the ground, the real critical issues we need to consider as part of this overriding issue about organisational resilience. So take a break now, Please take time to stop off at some of the stands out there as well whilst you're wandering around. And see you back here 5 to 11, please. 5 to 11. Thank you. What I say to okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, so we should be online in 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I will call him. So I have a better plan.
Well, we got it live. As soon as he comes in, it's going to go straight in.
Okay.
Yeah. Because what I've done, we're actually recording everything, so it's going to come straight in there. There you go in. Did you get some sleep? Did you get some sleep? I tell you what, this is not good. I mean, you know, I'm not a young person. These things are not good. Well, it's not only you. I had three at last minute there. No, you were. Yeah, so that's part of the big challenges there. That's fine. I mean, you get more of a spread, I'd say, you know, the thing. What's that? Oh, right, you've come around it. Come around it. Yeah, and this is all being, as I said to everyone, this is all being recorded, so we're getting a copy of this one. So I said it's not on the chat actual. Yeah, well, it's all coming together. Lyndon?
I was picking up my courage 2 weeks ago, and there were boxes that I moved downstairs past 50, and I took one.
Oh, hello.
Thanks for having me. But stuck in between.
Hello. Yeah, because thanks for coming and that sort of thing. I say we're all
It's a young man. That's a young man, yeah.
And some useful views for it. It's interesting to
You mean if you look at business, sports, and like using AI, all the stuff that's going on now, and the one, you know, signing
I did say something. Yeah. Yeah. So if you give them lots of options and it doesn't contain the line, so there's not some point. Yeah, that's right. But you know, once you sort of install it, it's just then being right. So what was their other more so now we try and come up with and that's the flavour of everything organisations are using resilience inside one particular area they want to look at. And you know, you can't just literally do by yourself. And that issue about people, I'm not trying to go back to that thing I just mentioned. I've worked in some of the stuff there. Yeah, of course. I'm sure it's the best of things. A lot of the things they've said before,
I'll come outside for a bag.
the organisation look, count something up. You know, that's because it's just in a personal take that information. How can you actually do things? Yeah, and of course you're huge. He's got to know at some point. I don't do much. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to fall over at some point. Yeah. And so I think it's always had some people issues. And yet it's been learning of it and digital transformation.
One of the challenges there, because we also work
yeah, I'll get in touch. Yeah,
speaking with some of the board members, and they don't say it. Happy wedding today. It's the same happy really. It's great to have it said about it's fun.
Well, it's like during the not what the organisation impacted by the town because it was a Russian, alleged Russian or Ukraine cyber attacks, and it's all these organisations that are Ukraine, and then situations with impact
So there's 4,000 terminals. Oh no, 4,000 servers and 4,000 terminals had to be replaced. That's what you guys are actually there's an 85 jurisdictions in 150 countries, and we were building places because they had no places back, nothing going on.
Yeah.
And that's what goes wrong in society. They forget always play this out there. How do they escalate up and therefore who's got the responsibility for all the evidence?
Yeah.
And it's now everybody's
This is what we were talking about earlier.
He's online already? Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, there's nothing bad there. We've got exercise if it was wrong. That's a big
Yeah, but that one was a biggie.
Yeah.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Hi. We can see his picture? I want to see your picture here. I want to see you online. Something's happening here now. Oh, hi there.
You can see me.
I can see you.
Right, very good. Well, I can see a very small picture of you in the corner of the screen.
That's great. We okay with that one? Sorry? You all right? Yeah. Everyone's outside at the moment. We're coming back in about 4 minutes, and then Gianluca is going to talk to you and kick something off then. Okay?
Very good.
All right.
Ready when you are.
So, 4 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to go outside you. Okay, that's fine.
David?
Yep.
Oh, perfetto. Ciao, come stai?
Okay,
Sei sulla
fine.
voce. Hey, how are you?
Not too bad, are you?
Great, thank you. I cannot. Look at me. Yeah. Non sto incasciando in grado di peso.
One, two, three.
Okay, just before we start, if you have any questions at the very end, you usually have points on the defense and some sort of council paper to use like just a finger down and three, just keep finger down so you can find it. Yeah. So that it makes it a lot easier for everyone to hear what you're saying throughout the whole room.
David, say online.
Yep.
Welcome, Italy.
David, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is
Excellent.
a bit like Eurovision all over again. Yeah. So, okay.
Hands across the Alps.
Welcome, David. Thanks
Thank
for coming
you.
aboard. Whereabouts in Italy are you at the moment?
I'm in Tuscany, 19 kilometers south of Florence, in my house in San Casciano.
There you go. Now that's the way to do it, I think. Gianluca, would you like to kick off, please, and start your presentation together? Thanks.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Luca, and I'm lecturer in Business Continuity and Organizational Resilience at University College London. So today we speak about the element of a core body of knowledge on organizational resilience. This thing is not working. Sorry, technical issue. So I think he's missing a connection.
Steve, get someone young to sort it out.
Well, the good news is.
Who said
Well, the good news is that part of our presentation will be actually about some of the problems that come on for organizational resilience about our technological dependencies. So,
people who mess around with the computer before we start.
Exactly. So, I work at University College London, that some of you know is very, very central on the back of the British Museum. But our field of expertise is a bit particular. We are the mad scientists in the room today, but we are doing something atypical. We try to do that kind of research that you were mentioning before. So we try to do theory, but we try to do something that is practical. So we see system perspective, but then we try to find the use of that. So I started a doctorate with David back in 2014 with a background that was a bit strange, from NGOs to bakery. He actually, the day before he was calling me for the interview, I was ending up doing the bartender at the time. And we were lucky enough to found a research group on cascading disasters, been integrating in some European projects. Then we wrote the guidelines on national risk assessment for the United Nations. We've been involved, and I'm involved as a lead author for Science for the Year 2020, that is one of the flagship reports of the European Commission. In particular, I'm working on emergency facilities. And most of all, our offices have the best coffee around. In terms of working environment, though, we have been just refurbished, so it's beautiful. Come to visit us. The heating is not working, and we are quite used to work in extreme working environments. Except David, that is there right now. So David right now is one of the most beautiful places in Italy, namely Tuscany, Chianti-shire. This is actually his house from the exterior. And David, are you happy to be there? And, yeah.
Hello to everyone. Nice day today. We're in the middle of a heat wave.
Like here, I guess.
28 degrees.
And here is great. But so today we will have different goals. We will take an historical journey about the concept of resilience and how it has been used in disaster reduction. Then we'll do some more steps. So we'll try to understand how this is applied to complex systems and, you know, networks, global networks, this kind of stuff. And most of all, we highlight the practical implication for organizational resilience. In particular, we will highlight how our work on cascading effects can be translated into practice, and in particular can be used complementary to scenarios for example, hybrid threats. I think that I want to specify. We are not the kind of people that likes to talk in terms of equations. So what you show, it will be in my nightmares tonight. We will try to make it practical, and looking forward to have your feedbacks later. So resilience, again, if we write just the title of this slide, we have 81 million results on Google. That's with the title, not even with the word itself. Introduction to resilience, Google it, that is what came up. So it has been used mostly in the past, but, well, there are a lot of definitions. There are 100. I mean, the operational one that we will use today, right now, is the ability to overcome the impacts of large negative events by a combination of resilience and adaptation. This is not the only one, again. It's not the exclusive, not comprehensive, not inconstantable. But let's start from that. We will examine the history of the world and then see how it can be a meaning of what we are doing day to day now. So now back to David, because this was part of his core work in the past.
Right. I started examining the origins of the concept of resilience and the word itself, its etymology, because I rather felt that our understanding of it was somewhat shallow. And in fact, there is rather more to it than one might imagine at first glance. On the other hand, conversely to that, there is a danger of overcomplicating the concept of resilience, and we don't want to do that. It simply isn't necessary. So here are a couple of quotations. Next, please. And a third, which are actually all of them not accurate. The concept of resilience was not originally developed in the field of ecology. It was in fact developed in the field of statesmanship about 2,080 years ago. In fact, by about 70 AD, it already had 8 different meanings. So we honestly can't see it as a product of the 1970s and of ecological studies. So that is really quite wrong, and it is a concept that has a couple of 1,000 years of developed history. Next. Next. Yeah, there we go. So in fact, here are 3 of the protagonists of resilience from the rather distant past. So what did it mean? Well, as I say, in the classical period, it had between 5 and 8 different meanings, but most of them were bound up in some way with the idea of returning to a previous state, or restoring, or rebounding, or at least changing to a different sort of state, or recoiling. Next. And the fascination of it is that the whole idea of resilience moves between different fields: statesmanship, human ecology, theology, legal studies, and so on. And it also moves between countries. And curiously, in the 1400s, it arrives in Scottish dialect before it arrives in English. And it does so from Northern French dialect and from its use in Latin and German in the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages. So there is a really rather rich history to resilience. Henry VIII rather liked the words. He was worried about the resilience of Anne Boleyn, for example. But one particular fact is that the cradle of resilience, as far as we're concerned, is Canonbury Tower, which was built out of the ruins of an old Roman guardhouse in 1509 by the abbot of Bartholomew's, which of course is now a hospital rather than an abbey. And he was so preoccupied by the idea of a universal deluge that he built a 4-story tower and stocked the top floor with enough food and water to last for a couple of months. Well, of course, the deluge didn't come during his lifetime, but in the 1620s, Francis Bacon rented Canonbury Tower. Next, please. And whilst he was there, he wrote his great natural history called Silva Silvarum, and that is the first known scientific use of the word resilience in English that we have. On page 425 of that work, we find the word resilience as used with reference to echoes. Well, that, either way, was a start of the scientific phase of the use of resilience. Next, please. Next, yeah. Which then appears in one of the very first dictionaries, possibly the very first. But perhaps the defining moment is when the great engineer, Scottish engineer Rankine, wrote his textbook on applied mechanics. And there are several references and even equations relating to the term resilience. And that is important because when we use resilience in socioeconomic terms, we tend to use it with reference as a sort of analogy to the way that it was used in resilience in 1859. What happens there is that a material is resilient if it has both strength and flexibility. Rankine would have called that ductility. What we find with society is that it needs the ability to resist, in other words, strength, and it needs the ability to absorb, in other words, ductility or flexibility. So an optimum combination of, in material science, strength.
Daddy? It was going too well. Yeah, no, I mean, I was actually surprised that everything was going so fine.
Next up. There we go.
David, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, very good. So when we move into other sciences, we find that in the 20th century, the use of the term starts to diffuse among all sorts of different fields. For example, in the early and mid-20th century, it was quite widely used in psychology, particularly with reference to the resilience of children who go through hard times. And therefore, child psychology was one of the pioneers of the research use of the term resilience. It moved into general systems theory, which is, of course, a basis for using the term in all sorts of other ways. And eventually, in the 1970s, it arrives in small island ecology. There was at the time in ecology a particular fashion for studying small islands because they're places where they can be treated as closed systems for mass and open systems for energy. In other words, the ecological units, the flora and the fauna, can't get off the island, but the sun, water, energy, and so on can get onto and off the island without any trouble. So Crawford Stanley Holling started to develop the concept of resilience of the stability as a measure of stability of ecological systems. Now, the trouble with that is it goes back to general systems theory and it talks about homeostasis. In other words, the tendency of systems to go back to a stable mean value, which means that if you perturb or disturb a system, then its natural tendency is to go back to how it was before the disturbance. The trouble we have with disasters and with emergency planning and all of that is that by and large, the system doesn't go back to its original. Systems that we're dealing with are changing all the time. We therefore have to develop a new way of looking at resilience, and we have to somehow divest ourselves of Holling's approach, whereby everything went back to equilibrium, because frankly, equilibrium just isn't there. And if you look at the current state of Brexit, you can see that absolutely panoramically. But anyway, if we look back all the time at the previous slide was one that showed us all the different, can you go back to the previous one? There we go. All the different connections, at least in a fairly simplified way. And we can see how the concept of resilience has gone backwards and forwards between a whole variety of different fields as science has developed and as the needs of society for science have developed. And of course, now we need to adapt the concept to things like climate change adaptation and to sustainability. Next, please. So we have to be a bit careful of, carry on. Next bit, there you go. Have to be a bit careful of, about resilience and the way that he used resilience as a measure of stability. This, I think, is somewhat misleading in the context to which we're working in. Next, please. Next. Back again. Back. There we go. So in the 2000s, we start to get the use of the concept of resilience in respect of disasters and some of the excesses that are likely to go with climate change, plus the need for sustainability. Now, sustainability would suggest we do need stability, but the simple fact is we're not getting it at the moment. So we do need to look at resilience in a sort of progressive way. Bronfenbrenner was one who did that quite pragmatically by looking at different spatial scales, different geographical scales, from very broad ones right down to the individual, and then trying to integrate all of that in some manner. We need to do an awful lot of integration with the concept of resilience to make it work for us. So we need to tie it to questions of governance, and we need to look in the face of complexity and see how we can simplify it in order to draw out the strands that will make society resilient. But we need to adopt a very broad approach, and if there is a message behind all of this, it is that we need to look at the context of things. But we'll come back to that at the end of this talk when we're into the very practical side of what to do. So by and large, when we look at the way that the vulnerability to disasters and emergencies and contingencies and so on fits in with the hazard, which means the terrorism or the earthquakes or the floods or whatever it is that provokes the problem, really what we need to do now is connect up the different systems, and the big challenges actually come at the connections between each of these systems. In order to make the diagram elegant, I've only put some of them in there, but we need to look at the way that the social connects with the natural and the political, or the organizational with the technical, and that is where the challenges are when it comes to trying to create resilience. Next. So the context evolves, and we need to evolve with it. And I think at this point, I'll hand back to Gianluca for a bit so that he can develop the next bit of this talk.
Thank you to everybody. So, the context evolves. Think about this talk 10 years ago. Won't have been possible, 90%, but probably not even 5 years ago. Think about what we are doing right now. We are having a laugh because somebody kilometers and kilometers away is there. We have some minor issue with the connection, and we assume the connection was working, or we're kind of sure that this thing was going to work. But even when you think the broader context, so climate extremes, climate change, dynamics such as Brexit, how are we using resilience? As the previous speakers were saying, how we are using this concept to do something meaningful. We are all able to play with words, in particular in academia, my God. Sometimes you go in a meeting and you spend like half an afternoon talking about a single word. Can be good, but sometimes it's not really what we want to achieve when we are in this field, right? So please describe the picture now. I was in a meeting in Newcastle in July, and that was the entrance of the hotel. I arrived there late because of train disruption. Instead of having somebody welcoming at the reception, I had this kind of electric thing that was asking my data that I didn't have because somebody else booked for me. And I was not able to ask information to anybody else because, you know, Google it, my battery was down. And then I went to the door, and the door was a card. And I may be a bit paranoid after all the work I did on power failures, but how I was supposed to manage the situation if something was going wrong with the electric grid, if anything in the process was not what I expected. So I don't know how many of you experienced technological failure. Just being kicked out from the Google account, how many things you can do of what you are assuming you do each single day. Well, half of them, most likely. So think about that. We are used to presenting like that. How was your life pre all that? We are used to think emergency planning, business continuity as a process where we still have to supply something, you know, material, the production or the emergency relief that we need to deploy on field. While right now we are completely dependent on other systems and connection that create these systems as possible. Here, you will see very clearly, like globe and trotting, the fact that how many of you took a flight in the last week? Or I'm Italian, yeah, one, just one. Nobody else? Come on, we can. Okay, well, I would expect much more in this situation. But Wi-Fi, how many of you could cry if right now we have no Wi-Fi and there is not internet connection when you go out? Huh? Or battery. Battery chargers. How many of you have battery chargers? Oh, come on. Limited. Oh, okay. You have two, guess. Yeah. So all that is the way we have to think emergency planning and business continuity right now, because we are talking of something different. We are not talking about the single aspects that are APC or business continuity. We are talking something different. We are talking about resilience. So all that is together. Compared to the approach that we were describing in the previous part of the presentation, we are shifting towards system of perspective. That means that whatever we are doing now is dependent on a background that before was not needed. So all the backbones, globe and trotting, is transportation, communication, energy. Whatever we are doing now is that. And whatever we are doing in our practice depends on that. There is a part of the literature that I find very interesting, that is the one introduced by Igor Linkov of the US Army and 10 others honorary universities about complex system perspective. And the fact that in the situation we are living now globally, well, you know, there are a lot of more problems. There are more cross-cutting issues that are there because of critical infrastructure interdependencies, network systems. And for critical infrastructure, we are talking about something in the built environment like a power station, but it's not just a power station, it's all the services and the associated assets and organizational assets that are dependent on the services there. And the way we are dealing with that, in back old days, it was a form of risk assessment, right? Instead, if we consider resilience as a whole, we consider the process and we consider the different phase of this process. So we try to shift from known to try to be more prepared to what is unknown and low probability events. Low probability. One of the most interesting discussions that I have in academia, it was on the word probability. Because I don't actually agree with some of the points that we need just more quantitative study. The problem is that when we do something, to manage this kind of complex systems, we need to interface expertise that are completely, totally different. So somebody from the physical domain that talks with a social scientist, that talks with somebody that does something completely different. In this process, the old terminology is a big deal. So probability for a physical scientist has a meaning, a number. For me, probability, if I say low probability to a decision maker, the risk is that the way interpreted this won't ever happen. So this kind of discussion can get very, very tough. And there is a very interesting document that I suggest to everybody to look at, if you never did, that are the International Risk Governance Council Guidance on Resilience and the Resource Guide that has been provided to support all this process, in particular in terms of uncertainty. Plus we see that. Don't get scared, this is proper academic. So we see that when we think about complexity, we see different interacting dynamics, concurrencies of climate extremes, a physical thing that leads to another, like an earthquake that leads to a tsunami, interconnected risk itself, so globalization, interdependency of networks. Plus, on our perspective, we see cascading risk. So what happens when critical infrastructure goes down, and which are the elements that came up for organization and emergency planning. So what we have to deal with. More in detail, for us, cascading effects is when we have a primary input, the punch, but then there is a different chain of consequences compared to what we were used to think before. And that's where actually we see secondary impact coming up. So what happens if right now David was not able to connect? Well, I mean, I knew his stuff, so probably I was able to do this kind of presentation, but, well, maybe not necessarily. Which could be the escalation point? Think about that. You are managing a situation, you have your same infrastructure Wi-Fi that goes down, and something else escalates, something else goes out of control. And a lot of complex interacting vulnerabilities. So there are common points in this network that are common, independently of the threat or the trigger, call it a hazard, whatever you want, independently of the punch, there is something on our back that goes down and stuck whatever we are doing. Call it on that infrastructure. So it looks like that. We were used to think whatever we were doing, like the point A, so linear, something linear, risk assessment, we see one thing, we integrated it, and that's all. Instead, it's getting like a punch, and then everything else escalates. So think about you have a flooding, the flood doesn't hit anything, but it hits a power failure. It hits a power supply, and then you are without power. Or think like when I was starting my doctorate, there was a small flood. Well, I mean, it was not small for my hometown, but nobody died. The problem was that it hit a telephone hub. And the telephone hub stuck 3 million people without phone, including my parents that were living in the hills, 25 kilometers from it, without phone. And in this kind of process, despite the facility you are managing, or despite the organization you are managing, well, you are going to get trouble. In that particular situation, there was the civil protection of my hometown that had no communication and was talking through the Facebook of the mayor because they had another provider that had another server somewhere else. But again, let's add another point. We have these primary punches. Cyber attack can be a geomagnetic storm, like extreme space weather, or even a heat wave. But what happens if? On that week, let's assume our organization is resilient. We already included, we did everything properly. We are affected, but we deal with it. But something goes down, power failure, transport failure, communication. And then we have direct and indirect elements that influence what we do. So we have, if we are managing an emergency facilities, well, we need generators. Do we have generators? Or the power failure can create another service failure. And so we are stuck without personnel. So in all these cases, the organization, well, it can get a bit complicated, right? So we may be compromised. So let's apply that to ISO standards, I would say. I'm very happy that somebody that contributed to one of the things I'm citing now is in the room, because it's actually time to go over it. So resilience, first definition of the capacity, complex and changing environments. Was it? Is how we are considering it right now. Or after what I just said, we are missing something. Or maybe it's not necessarily complicated. I mean, things are complicated, but the solution is often simple. And again, anticipate, prepare, and respond and adapt to. But to which extent we are planning for a complex scenario, to which extent all the networks we are relying on are dependent on that and are integrating on that. I like the resilience maturity level, but again, how much we are integrating that right now and how better we can do it. So let's make a test. Who in this room experienced the blackout? Please raise your hand. Cool. A lot of experienced people right now. But who, let's say, who learned from the lessons? Who has still working landline? Wow, still a lot of people, incredibly. I like that. We ran the thing the other day in our classroom, and nobody, well, like 2 people. But it was still better than what I expected. So, do you have an old battery at home? I'm alive. Well, that's lovely. That's absolutely majority. Ah, wow. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking it, but I didn't dare to say it.
Only one's paying the bill.
No, this is interesting because that, as soon as you change target, is one of the things immediately go down. So I bought this radio after working with London Resilience on power failure because I understood that I had the smartphone which battery was lasting 6 hours. And, you know, I didn't have any radio, but if something happens, where do official communication come from? Radio, TV. And I don't have a TV. And you know, so, but when we are communicating and when we are considering organizational resilience, so all that start to be a bit something that we should consider more in the process. And again, if you are talking on an organizational perspective, if you are in charge of an emergency facility or any kind of other facility, well, I guess you should have a contract, right? For a generator, or having a generator in place, kind of. But you have still cash in your pocket now. Well, again, I hate to be finished. I'm sorry. Yeah, what? Do you have a generator at home? Well, the best answer I had in a situation like that was somebody that was completely self-sufficiency because of cider production. That was the best answer I had. With cash, it's actually a really big problem in all Northern Europe countries that are running cashless. Or if you are going somewhere in London right now, there are many places that are going cashless. And I'm a bit old school, so you know, I learned from my mistake. So being cashless in a place that I didn't know, and I started to, every time I travel, I always have a bit of reserve in case of emergency. But, well, I mean, how do these influence compliance with standards and with what you do every day? Because the typical issue is that we rely on something that can be disrupted. Like, if we are thinking about compliance, we have a generator because we have to comply with either standard, but it's from a contractor that maybe had it in Saudi Arabia, or simply we do not have the training of the people that are supposed to run it, or even simply, you know, the person that is supposed to run it is stuck at home because there is a transport failure because of electricity. Behavior is we are behaving like that. Well, not in this room in particular. This room is probably the most resilient place I ever seen in my life. Everybody has a radio, everybody has a backup. It's amazing. I mean, never saw anything like that. You are all professionals, but normally we're behaving like that. I've been behaving like that too. So you know the risk, you know the problem, you experienced it, and you don't do absolutely anything, and you run down because, you know, your organizational resilience is not right. There are different triggers and common paths of escalation. What we mean for that? If we think about all the events I said now, communication, transport, electricity failure, despite what we think, they can have different causes and they have similar effects. So this is a study we made. We simply compared cyber attacks with somebody who was working on cyber, with my colleague that was working on space physics on extreme space weather. And we saw, yeah, well, something actually in common can go wrong, and it's called the satellite goes down. And if the satellite goes down, part of the effects are similar. And what happens if we are unlucky that day? So what happens if we are deploying because of an emergency, or we have to manage something else that is going on? And this can be simply that climate extreme that is happening more. So there are a lot of things that can go wrong, but how we prepare and how we integrate that in the procedures. There are a lot of challenges that we may face. So in all that process, it's difficult to visualize the effect. There are a lot of cross-sectoral interdependencies that are very complicated. It's the problem of jurisdiction and responsibility, integration in policy, concurrency. 2 things happen at the same time, more than 2 things, 3, 4, 5, plus now hybrid. So another gray area that has complexity, all that goes together. And it's not just worst case scenario. In the paper I was saying, somebody told me, you're crying wolf, after 2 months, disruption on GPS, cyber attack, and extreme special weather events during deployment for a new hurricane. So lesson learned from our experience of research on power failures. Well, there is a lack of harmonization between practice and risk register, lack of information sharing, and awareness about interconnected operational failures, lack of integration and planning of cascading effect and concurrency. This is on primary failure, but also when something else happens. So maybe we plan for the first, we don't consider the system as a whole. And plus a lack of understanding what the public will need. So if we are to release the message, who are the target audience, how we are going to communicate that. So it can look a bit like that. So this is something we are going to release this week or later on this week. So think about what I was just saying about the GPS. GPS is hidden in everything. But the SKLA is not just the problem of the primary input, ground transportation, healthcare, or air transportation. It's what happens next that we need to prepare for and integrate in our organizational resilience process. Including the fact that today we won't have been able to arrive to the conference, most likely because Google Maps was not working, right? Or the terrain was stuck. So step ahead. So this is quite practical. I mean, it seems that complex systems is a very complicated thing. Yeah, it is. I have an headache every time that I use it. But we can do something. We can integrate the common path in BIA. Do stress test scenario. I'm actually involved in one for hybrid right now. And in that, there is a change in procedure that we can do practically. Identifying gaps between capacity and continuity requirements. And address emerging complexity, like, for example, what happens if something with bad intention trigger fake information while we're already managing information because there's an emergency going on. Think about you are managing your own personnel because there is a problem like a flooding, and somebody else starts to disseminate fake information via social media. How you're going to manage it? So all that again is quite practical. So David, this is yours.
Right. Scenarios are very necessary, very useful to emergency planning, because if something can be foreseen, it should be foreseen. The alternative is essentially negligence. So a scenario is, of course, not a prediction of the future, but an exploration of probably a variety of possible future outcomes. Nevertheless, it does enable us to prepare better by anticipating what the needs are likely to be. To create adequate scenarios that enable us to create resilience in turn, we need to look at both the possible causes and the possible effects. We also need to look at the localized situation in its context. Context becomes increasingly important. I've been applying this diagram to a study of Grenfell Tower. Now, Grenfell Tower, of course, occurred on a very localized site, but it actually has global implications. It also has national implications in as much as it revealed an entire riskscape that people were unaware of or only partially aware of. Now, of course, other people were aware of it in the riskscape. It wasn't created by the event, but it was certainly brought into sharp focus by the event. And of course, it's a riskscape based upon the idea that many tall buildings, many of which are residential, are patently unsafe, and what to do about it. So why are they unsafe, especially after 130 years of studying tall buildings and designing them and improving the design? Surely we ought to be able to create safe tall buildings. It ought to be routine rather than a matter of exception. Well, to understand why that is so, can you go back, please?
That's right.
Back, please. To understand why that is so, we need to look at the direct causes, the long-term causes, and the root causes, which means looking very closely at the context in which something occurs. Why are things as they are? And what are the implications of that? And thus we proceed towards the direct causes and from them to the effects, which are distributed. for example, all over the country. Tall buildings have to be examined, they have to be retrofitted, there have to be security guards round the clock against possible fires and so on and so forth. And furious arguments break out over who pays for this. And people who own apartments find that they're effectively worthless, and so on and so forth. And that connects up with a series of exigencies and contingencies worldwide in places like Australia and Kazakhstan. So what are the escalation factors, and how does this pan out nationally from the basis of a very small beginning in a single place? And how are we to produce safety with the context that we actually have to deal with? So on this basis, here is a framework for trying to create resilience by looking at various levels, various tiers of causes, various spatial or geographical scales at which both causes and effects pan out. Next, please. Next slide. Right. So what we tend to find here is that resilience has evolved in the sense that no longer are we looking at a simple cause-effect relationship. There are chains of causes and there are chains of effects. There are different levels of causes and there are different levels of effects. And what we have to be careful of is not to focus too much attention purely on the trigger that sets off an event, but to look at its consequences and its effects in terms of what then, what now, what will happen next, what are the implications of something taking place. So in fact, looking at electricity is really quite key, because electricity is the key to the driver of the rest of the critical infrastructure system. Most forms of critical infrastructure cannot exist without electricity. I think we've tended to underrate our dependency on the supply of electricity, and to make too many assumptions about the ability of electricity to survive various kinds of shock. What we need to do is to look very carefully at what will happen if we lose power supply, and how that will pan out over a whole variety of different sectors and different forms of infrastructure on which we depend in a network sort of way. So as the diagram says here, what we need to do is some stress tests and see what would happen if we take out bits of critical infrastructure, or if we put in blocking factors into the system, and how we would get around that. What we need is buffering and redundancy. But of course, what we know about redundancy is that it can be hideously expensive. So we try to create redundancy where we can. The cheapest form of redundancy is simply having different ways of doing things. But to have backups and to have extra stock and so on is very much contrary to the way we do things in the modern world, despite the fact that if we end up without what we need, then we're really going to have to think about how we get around the problem of a network society where the blocks in the network stop us from functioning normally and create situations of potentially extreme risk. So there's obviously much more to do about this, but we're going to publish new guidelines on, for example, how we manage the risk of space weather, which are really quite considerable when you consider the dependence we have, for example, on global navigation systems. It's quite possible that whilst landing in an aircraft, if a global positioning system is knocked out, there could be a 50-meter error in the navigational system, vertical error that is, that if it's not counteracted could cause you to plow into the runway, and that's not something I'd like to be experiencing as the plane comes into land and so on. But we have the precedents for all of this. What we need to do is put together the puzzle and look at past events. They may not have been as bad as they might be in the future, but they're certainly a guide, if we put them together in the right sorts of scenario, to what is likely to happen in the future. And if we connect up the small scale of what will happen in a single mechanism to the much broader scale of what the implications of that, both in terms of the inward implications of causes and the outward implications of effects. And we can do that if we build the right sorts of scenario. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you've been able to hear me from here, and thanks for changing the slides.
Thanks to you.
And thanks, David. Hopefully you can stay on until after the next presentation. Is that okay?
Right.
For questions, yeah? Yep, thank you. You should be able to see it from your home, all the slides coming up, I hope, yeah.
Indeed.
I'll go back there and we'll come back later, yeah. Okay, I'll just do this. I'd like to introduce you to Katja Samuel now. The good thing is, we've had quite a good mix of, you know, military, academia, practitioner. But this lady comes from all three areas here. So, and I think to give a bit of background to herself, but really, she's looked at all these different areas and now is focusing on particular critical spaces, which sort of follows on from what David was saying, and UCL especially. But really, we're now looking at the real practicalities of some of the events and what they mean. So I'll just bring the presentation. Comes over to you.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and it's a real privilege to be here, and my thanks to Steve. Not least, I tested Steve's personal resilience as to how late can one get a presentation to, and I think you said there was a prize, Steve, at the end for being the latest. So Steve gave me this title, and he said that I could be imaginative in my approach. So that's what I plan to do. And in fact, not only do I combine different sort of practitioner, operational, academic expertise, but I'm also a lawyer. So that informs some of the thinking as well that I have. So in terms of what I'm going to do today, I'm just going to, so the focus that my company, Global Security Disaster Management, is on resilient solution for man-made and technological risk. And this covers lots of different areas and spaces. So you've got cyber, terrorism, hybrid threat, looking at novel and emerging technology, and some of the examples I'm going to give are in relation to autonomy and drones in terms of being illustrative of wider resilience challenges. And I'm just going to give a little background as well in terms of some of the discussions I've had even over the last year, which have informed some of my thinking, not least in terms of identifying some of the key gaps and vulnerabilities, which I don't think are being addressed, and then sort of explore what I see some key recurring gaps and vulnerabilities with kind approaches. And I think this presentation will follow on very well from David and Gianluca's, and in fact, you may even think that we dovetailed our presentations together as I go along, but it just shows how very aligned we are. And of course, in the current context, I had to put in the definition of how I'm using the term resilience. Basically, it's in a broad way, and very much I've been thinking around the disaster risk management cycle. So for me, prevention and mitigation of risk is really like the gold standard to aspire to. But of course, then you have your preparedness, your response, your recovery as required. So in terms briefly of what's informed my own thinking, one is that I've operated in different spaces. Another is that my own background is both security and disaster risk. So as an international lawyer, I specialise in security, including but not limited to counter-terrorism. And I also specialise in international disaster law, including disaster risk reduction, risk mitigation. And one of the things that it's allowed me to do in the space of man-made and technological risk is that I can operate single dimensionally, but I can also operate across the paradigms. And then certainly in relation to man-made and technological risk, where I see some of the sort of weaknesses in current approaches is often where those two paradigms intersect. And I'll unpack that a little bit more. I've also had a lot of conversations over the last couple of years, including with international organisations, technology companies, insurance sector, and so forth, and in terms of understanding the language, their priorities, how our perspective might add value to them. And some of the things that I've learned in this process have been really illuminating. One of them through work that I did on disaster risk reduction and international law has given me the opportunity to operate in a little bit in the global arena in the context of the Sendai framework, which is a global roadmap on disaster risk reduction involving all stakeholders. And I've had the opportunity to convene and chair sessions on man-made and technological risk in that context. And one of the things that I find really, really interesting is that most of the focus, certainly in the spaces that I was operating on, was on technological innovation as a means of reducing disaster risk. And of course, it performs critical functions, whether it's disruptive technology, whether it's drones, whether it's GIS satellite systems. What I didn't expect was the extent to which, when I suggested that perhaps technological innovation is also a source of risk, that both sides of the coin are not being considered equally. And that for me I see as actually rather troubling. And then adding to that, I also find it really quite illuminating in that for me, man-made and technological disasters such as cyber and terrorism are all about disaster prevention and mitigation of risk. So if you look at a cyber attack, a terrorist attack, you know, albeit for political goals, what the actors are seeking to do is achieve political goals through causing disaster impact, loss and disruption. And yet there's resistance, certainly in some quarters and within some states, within their national disaster assessments and strategies, to fully integrate these factors within their national disaster plans. And where there is some integration, it tends to be limited to cyber. And cyber, of course, it is important, but it is only one factor. What about, you know, satellite disruption that Gianluca and David have referred to? What about an RF attack, electromagnetic? I worry that these things are not being considered in equal measure. So where do I see, or what are some recurring themes? So here are 6 issues that I'm going to briefly outline. And in terms of, you know, we heard in the first sessions, you know, how important, you know, quantitative research is. So here's a statistic as to how important it is to have truly resilient, integrated solutions to different types of risk and threat. So a recent report by the World Bank group was a policy report. It looked at the estimated business cost associated with unreliable infrastructure. So this is before you even bring in the security aspects. This is just the basic normal day resilience in developing countries. And the estimate in just transportation, electricity and water disruptions was estimated at $150 billion. So we're looking at really significant figures involved. So let's look at the first thing. This is what I call new wine in old. National and international level is that some of the approaches, they seem to be putting new wines, that's the technological innovation, into old wineskins. That's trying to view some of the novel and emerging challenges through a conventional paradigm. And anyone who's familiar with winemaking will know you never put unfermented wine into a used wineskin because when it ferments, it expands and the wineskin will rupture. And that's what I see with some of the approaches that we have, is that there's a lot of leakage and what I would suggest is unnecessary gaps and vulnerabilities because the systems are not being truly integrated. And, I really appreciated, the discussion this morning on talking about a system of systems approach in terms of integration. And in terms of what I talked about, paradigms, this simple slide just trying to illustrate, what conventionally would be classed as security. So you have, security, law enforcement, criminal justice, intelligence gathering, all really important in the disaster risk management space as well, looking at broad issues too of contingency planning, crisis management, and so forth. Now, the space that really interests me and where I spend quite a lot of time in terms of my thinking is that dark blue space in the middle, which is where the two paradigms intersect in relation to man-made and technological risk. And that's where I see some of the greatest vulnerabilities and weaknesses with current approaches. In part because people don't always come from both sectors, so it's difficult to see those gaps and vulnerabilities, but also there's insufficient conversation, cross-sectoral engagement going on to make sure that the points are connecting. And what I'm suggesting here as well is not a rejection of these traditional paradigms. It's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but basically it's to take what we have already and look at how it should be augmented. So really, it's a review and it's a development of system. And I'll come with some examples of sort of technological solutions later in the presentation. But even from the point of view of, benefits to the customer in terms of, the cost of ensuring that our systems are more integrated and joined up versus a technological solution, to give example, counter drones, where you're probably in the hundreds of millions and speak for themselves. Then there is another issue in terms of where the all relevant factors are not always considered, and this is a follow-on because of the lack of integrated approach. And of course, fundamental to resilience and risk management is that your analysis, your starting analysis of threat, risk, hazard, vulnerability has to be correct. And how can your analysis be correct in this man-made and technological space if you're not connecting the dots and even looking across the sectors for all the, what I would suggest are quite often reasonably foreseeable factors, and making sure that in the analysis. Because if the analysis, the fundamental analysis at the beginning is flawed, then everything else that will follow will be flawed. The planning assumptions will be flawed. The preparedness, whether it's in terms of the systems development, the drafting of the frameworks, what personnel are being recruited, the deployment of assets, what equipment is being procured, what training is being given, it risks being flawed in this space. So let me give you an example from autonomous shipping. So two issues that I'm looking at is what in the sort of maritime world is classified as a degree 3. So that's remotely controlled ship, no seafarers on board, but the ship is controlled by humans, often from a land-based remote control system, or a degree 4. So this is a fully autonomous ship with the operating system, so it can make decisions and determine actions by itself. So again, not dissimilar to what David and Gianluca were saying. So this is a really simple diagram, but just trying to illustrate that one cannot really plan for operational resilience for the challenges and risk and business continuity of this type of scenario if you do not consider all relevant security and disaster risk. So whether it's the threat is by malicious state non-state actors, that might take different forms. It might be interception of satellite system which have got vulnerabilities. It might be through a cyber RF electromagnetic attack. And as some of you will have seen earlier this year, Venezuela sustained an electromagnetic attack against its power grid that wiped out half the country, and it had catastrophic implications. So it might be that the remote control centre, its operations at the centre, are either disrupted directly through satellite or cyber attack or the ship's operations. It might be indirectly, in that attack might be aimed at the power grid, and then the impact of the loss of power affects the operational capability of the remote control centre. Or it might be that there's natural factors such as extreme weather, which takes out the power grid, and there's many other factors that we could put in there. And then in terms of, even looking at the sort of integration of the responses. So again, what are some of the impacts which could flow out of either natural factors or malicious? Well, it could lead to collision or grinding with, then you're into pollution, salvage, search and rescue, loss, there's disruption of business continuity. There might be port damage. The ship might collide with the port and actually affect the broader business continuity of the port. Or what about if there's an interception with the satellite or the cyber system which is controlling the ship, and actually that ship is diverted, and that ship might have sensitive cargoes on board, like dual-use technology, which is subject to strict export control. There might be sensitive equipment or substances which fall into the wrong hand. An entity might take control of the ship and use it as a weapon to ram into another ship or a port. It might be held to ransom because it's got sensitive cargo on board, and so forth. You get the idea, and I'm sure. So that comes on to the sort of third point that has been a recurring theme this morning, of just the need that we have in terms of our operational resilience planning to look and develop approaches which are interconnected, because we often talk about living in an interconnected, interdependent world, and of course that brings many societal benefits with it. It can also deepen vulnerabilities, and it can create new ones. And it really a key challenge is, how do we better integrate? How can multi-hazard approaches be developed and implemented where that is appropriate? And we've heard from David and Gianluca about the importance of considering concurrent and cascading effects. And whilst it might not be possible to, despite best efforts, to affect a terrorist, to prevent a terrorist attack, a cyber attack, and so forth, many of the likely impacts which will follow from these scenarios are reasonably foreseeable. And I couldn't concur more with the need to do modelling. And actually, I really believe that some of the secondary, the tertiary and so forth effects are preventable, or at least the disaster impacts could be mitigated with more integrated approaches. Then, as an aside, one of the things that I've noticed, as a lawyer, is in relation to integration, is that if I take the example of NATEX, so where you have, for example, an extreme weather event triggers technological risk, there has been discussion for over 20 years about the lack of integration between the frameworks, the systems and the processes, between the natural disaster space and the technological disaster space. And yet we've got examples, multiple examples in this country alone, whether it's through failing infrastructure, through the heat wave, through the failing dam, and I'm sure there's many worried people around, and I was watching very closely to see this isn't just about climate, this is about governance. This is about a multitude of things that could keep lawyers busy for a very long time. But I think that's unsustainable. That model, these risks are so foreseeable. Let me give you a quote from a report coming back to autonomous shipping that I find deeply troubling. So in 2016, a largely industry-led consortium called the Maritime Unmanned Navigation through Intelligence and Networks published a report. And this is what they said: risks from cyber attacks and pirates are issues that cause concern. However, software systems as well as ships can be designed and built, providing a very high resilience against digital and physical. Furthermore, it is unclear whether unmanned and autonomous ships are attracted to such attacks at all. Now, this is the sort of thing that leaves me not sleeping at night. Now, so in May this year, the world's first commercial remotely controlled shipping operation took place between the south coast of England and Ostend, carrying oysters. And I decided to down tools and write a little response to this, because this is pressing lots of my buttons. Anyway, this led to very interesting discussions, including with people in the sectors. And the way the sort of conversation went was, Katy, you're wasting your time and you're worrying about us unnecessarily. We are so high tech and we've got this all so sorted out. You should be worrying about conventional shipping. I said, well, I'm worried about them too, but I'm very worried, about you. And, started to get into the issues of, I'd love you to tell me about your supply chain. I would love you to tell me what exactly you know about the people who are designing the technology. Do you know what all those little microchips and everything, what exactly they are? How your quality is shown there? Are you getting something extra that you've not bargained for that you might regret later? Who's manufacturing it? Is the truck driver who delivers bits of kit, are they security cleared? I doubt it. Who's installing it? Who's maintaining it? And that's even before you start to get onto all the other interconnected issues that I put on the slide. So suffice it to say, we agreed to disagree on such issues. And in fact, you only have to look at the effect of the 2007 WannaCry cyber effect that affected businesses and entities in over 100 countries. It almost crippled our National Health Service. And, in 2007 to 2018, South Korea's defense ministry, they sustained very severe cyber attacks, believed by North Korea, that led to the theft of tens of thousands of highly classified, sensitive technical and operational documents. So that sort of attitude in the industry, it concerns me. Where have there been sort of pockets of hope and encouragement? Well, one, I was really encouraged last year when the UK published its updated counter-terrorism prevention strategy in June, that it's actually started to talk and use the language of risk management. And that's sort of, I thought, that's encouraging. That's at least the beginning of a journey of recognising that there has to be far more integrated responses in terms of counter-terrorism prevention. Then there's been again, some encouraging, developments within the context of the UN Security Council, which, more recently has started to recognise that actually protecting our critical national infrastructure against man-made and technological risk is actually fundamental to national and international peace and security, not least because of this interconnected world that we live in. And, as the quote shows, it started to use the language of prevent, protect, mitigate, respond, recover, and talk about, cascading disasters and the need to take more cross-sectoral risk assessments. So there's little encouraging signs, but some way to go. Then another issue that's been mentioned as well is cross-sectoral. In that, we're not going to get the most integrated, imaginative, effective solutions if we don't engage all the partners who have something to play. So might I say, as a lawyer, I have marvelled sometimes at some of the discussions which have gone on, for example, in the research and development side, which have raised lots of legal issues, or where legal frameworks or just a mindset might help to inform the discussions. But often we're not part of the party. And the sort of things that, you know, there's discussions about challenges with definitions, protecting vulnerable groups, implementing early warning systems, strengthening governance, regulatory gaps, and so forth. And in many of the discussions that I've had, particularly the tech industry, I've had to sort of introduce myself and say, you know, my name's Katya, I'm a lawyer, and I don't do commercial contracts, liability, and litigation. And they look at you, what could you do? And thinking, actually, there are many different legal regimes. There's, gosh, 20, 30 different legal regimes that exist, which are directly or indirectly about security and disaster risk. And it may well be that principles that apply in a context which is not connected to the one that you're focusing on actually has got transferable principles that can be used in a dynamic, innovative way to plug some of the gaps that we have at the moment in terms of codes of conduct, guidelines, and even informing the thinking, as well as reading documents and helping with you know, application, implementation, and so forth. And that's the sort of fun space that I enjoy working in. And just to give you an idea of the sort of challenges, again, coming back to autonomous shipping. So one of the things that I learned in the context of doing this short thought piece is that autonomous shipping has actually been in the design process for at least 10 years. And it was only last year that the Maritime Security Committee of the International Maritime Organization passed some resolutions and got a review in motion. Now, anyone who knows anything about the drafting of regulations, international treaties, national legislation, and so forth, this is the beginning of a journey that potentially could last 10 years before we actually have anything which could be implemented to plug those gaps. And I think that raises some interesting issues, not least the mandates of some of these organisations which are setting these international standards or guidelines, like the IMO. They are actually constrained by their mandate. So their approach to security and to safety, which is, you know, principle in their mandate, is a very conventional one. They don't have the mandate to take an integrated, innovative approach. So even when we get these regulations and any resultant international treaties, they're still not going to fully integrate the security and the disaster risk paradigms. And I think that places both great responsibility, but also opportunity upon the public and the private sector to rethink organisational, national and international approaches to resilience. Then the next issue I just briefly want to mention is what I call short-termism. And that's, you know, for some of the reasons being discussed this morning in terms of money and resources and industry being reactive. You know, it seems that most organisations, they tend to operate within the dark red of preparedness, the dark red of response, and they're more in the short-term crisis, instant emergency management space. And yet how much better it is if we can encourage, through whatever means and arguments at our disposal, of the benefits to them of actually prevention, which is the gold standard, or at least mitigating potentially catastrophic loss and damage. Then another issue which was towards the end of David and Gianluca's presentation is this issue about the over-reliance on technological solutions. Now, there is certainly, in relation to man-made and technological risk, that forms a significant part of the broader resilience planning of many organisations. And of course, it's got a significant role to play in many contexts, and there's no criticism of that. What my concern is where organisations rely primarily or solely on their technological solution, and it's not part of a more coherent, integrated, dynamic resilience planning approach. Not least, it's difficult for technological solutions to keep pace with the emerging landscape. Anyone who's been involved with procurement, like in the military, by the time you've procured the piece of kit that you want, and sometimes it comes out several years later, the threat has long since moved on to the kit and the capability that you have. And these issues were very starkly illustrated recently with the attack against the Saudi oil installations. And I think these issues too are illustrative of broader vulnerability across CNI. It really struck me a few months ago when I was flying over to Northern Ireland. I looked down and we went over some CNI. I thought, wow, these are so vulnerable, whether they're power grids, oil and gas installations, ports, airports, and so forth. And in terms of the immediate impacts which came out of these attacks, as you may recall, one, they were the world's largest petroleum processing plant, so it was Aramco, which is state-owned, representing 50% of Saudi Arabia's crude oil input. The immediate impact of the attacks was to reduce the global supply of oil by approximately 5% and to trigger an oil price soar of approximately 15%, which was the largest jump in Brent for approximately 30 years. Interestingly, it would seem that they had limited, if any, counter-drone technological solution in place, despite them having dealt with drone-related incidents across several CNI for the previous 18 months, including desalination plants, airports, and crude facilities. And from a resilience perspective, there were some really interesting comments that were made in terms of what the government's response to these attacks were. And I'm by no means, picking on Saudi Arabia. I think we could apply their approach and response across most countries of the world. And the gist of this quote is, we have a significant problem, panic, what is out there, let's just get something in place. But even that poses problems. So here are some of the other things that came out of these attacks, which again, they're illustrative. One is that anti-drone infrastructure is expensive and complex, particularly if you need military-grade capability. Two, that the threat is evolving at such a rate that it's difficult to keep up, and it can render some defence systems effectively redundant. Another interesting one is not only the cost, but the scarcity of the kit, in that those who provide the equipment with the most capability, demand is far outweighing supply at the moment. And then what I really found interesting, the last two quotes: effective protection on the scale of the Al-Qaeda facility, which expands several kilometres, is almost impossible, and there is no technologically perfect solution to this. And looking at this in terms of I think that highlights the need for broader approach to operational resilience planning. That what happens if your kit isn't working, or if it doesn't take out the threat? And even with the best counter-drone equipment in the market, you might get 50% capacity. Maybe you'll get more, but the technology is still immature in terms of it's still being developed. And there were single drone related incidents. What about dealing with swarm drone attacks? For example, Hezbollah is threats of launching this against Israel. What about nano drone attacks, when you've got teeny little tiny things that might be carrying CBRN materials? We've not even begun to look at that landscape yet. What about supply chain vulnerability again? When public-private sector organisations think that they've procured the capability that they want? Do they even know that that is the capability which is delivered and installed for them? And there's all sorts of other offshoots as well, like three-dimensional printers of drones and so forth, which is causing great concern in relation to Islamic State and Al-Qaeda threats at the moment. What if there's a NATEC? You know, I couldn't concur more. I'm significantly concerned about, you know, the power dependency and naivety in terms of planning. Interestingly, about 18 months ago, Pro Reinsurance, together with Cas Business School, they did a really interesting report looking at the impacts of the loss of power. And their estimate was that if key sort of central hubs of the power grid were taken out, they could take between 3 and 12 weeks to reinstate. And I cannot imagine that our airports and other installations, which are largely dependent on their counter-drone technology, have fully factored that type of scenario in. And that, just by way of conclusion, bring a legal spin, and in terms of, you know, what other incentivization might we give to the industry, and part of what I call quantification of risk discussion. I look at many of these issues through a legal lens of due diligence. Now, due diligence requires it has an obligation to protect populations, to prevent harm, and to provide appropriate reparations where harm occurs. And the standard is that those who have due diligence obligations, they must take reasonable and appropriate steps in response to reasonably foreseeable risk. And the greater the potential damage impacts if an incident occurs, the higher the threshold and steps that are required by an organisation to reach what would be considered reasonable and foreseeable. And looking for a moment at CNI, I would suggest that all CNI have got due diligence obligations, whether they're public or they're privately run. One, even if they're a private organisation, they are essentially quasi-governmental in their functions because they are providing essential critical services to the country on behalf of a government. Equally, a government, even if it's privatised like CNI services, it cannot contract out its own international obligations. It retains the obligation to ensure that whoever is running CNI and that delivery of services within a country, that it's fit for purpose and it is meeting the required standards of due diligence. And, you know, we look at I look at these theories to ensure due diligence. I look at cybersecurity. I worry that, you know, basic things like subcontractors within the delivery of CNI, many of them don't even have cyber essentials. You know, I find it extraordinary. I know there's some steps that have been taken to review contracts, so it's not just primary contractors, but, you know, you don't have to look far to find gaps and vulnerabilities, whether it's their supply chain, resilience planning and so forth. And I worry for organisations, and this isn't trying to sort of scaremonger, but, you know, they risk civil tortious liability for not taking reasonable steps. There's also increased move towards criminal sanctions, whether it's corporate manslaughter, and we have examples in this country, but there's also an increased shift that we saw in Italy for the L'Aquila earthquake disaster, the Crosby Nata incident that resulted in chemical contamination in Texas. We've seen individuals, directors of companies being criminally prosecuted. Fukushima, directors of the company, they were prosecuted as well. Not all of them were found guilty. But I think that is a warning to boardrooms that actually, in response to reasonable, foreseeable risk, they have to do more. And when we talk about the language of, you know, black swan events being low probability, you know, high impact, I'm tending to hear quite a lot of these so-called black swan events repeated with some degree of frequency. But from a legal perspective, particularly in the space of man-made and technological risk, it makes me think that they're actually more foreseeable than the label might suggest. So really, I just want to conclude by saying, from the operational resilience level and as well as the broader doctrinal level, I think there is a real and there's a critical need to both in our own thinking and in our engagement with these sectors to encourage that new wine of the technological innovation, that there is a new wineskin, there's a model which is developed, which is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Can we get David back up again, please? And just to remind you, if you're going to ask any questions, you use the mics on your desk there and hold the button down. Yeah. We travelled a lot of ground there. Does anyone have any questions from this side? Because you didn't sort of missed out a bit, I think. You know. Another question.
Hi, Steve. Hi. There was something around, I think both presenters, thanks very much, that's been really interesting. But there's been a suggestion that where we identify scenarios, all of those should then be managed. And I think it'd be interesting to hear what the presenters think about the concept that, of course, we have finite amount of attention and resources, and that through effective risk management, we can only prepare for so much, and therefore there is a limit to addressing all things that come to mind.
For me, is very straightforward, because in the moment we adopt the perspective about that we try to do with the scenario show, the model scenario, putting together cyber and extreme space weather. Basically, we identify common vulnerabilities. So if we prepare for that, if we plan for that, and we integrate that in organizational resilience, the measures are similar. So in terms of capability assessments, well, we need to prepare put resources for one thing instead of for 10. The versus of this approach is that is extremely challenging on the intellectual point of view, because to have the expertise in the same place, the time to do that, interface with the different disciplines that are always involved in that, or different experiences, is very, very hard and tough. But in terms of stress test, is exactly identifying which are the common points that are useful for more things, more time, and it can be done quite straightforward, to be honest. I think it's just a change of mentality, how we think organizational resilience.
And I think that's where the issue of you do contextualize it to the individual, organisation, and developing a tiered approach, to the immediately most obvious scenarios to focus on. If there's the budget and the luxury of maybe going down to the tier 2, I think one thing, to some extent as well, there'll be many transferable principles from one scenario to another when you're looking at the impacts of it. And if you've got an integrated sort of analysis at the beginning, whether you've got NATEX scenario, what the most likely impacts are going to be for the organisation.
Yeah, David, there's a lot of feedback coming from your end there. I don't know what it is, but could you give your take on this, please?
Surely. I think when we make scenarios, we need to make as many as possible. We need to have a portfolio or collection of scenarios, for example, of events of different size. But then that doesn't obviate the dilemma of, for what do we prepare? We cannot prepare for everything. we might be able to identify the probable worst case event, but that doesn't mean that we actually have the resources to prepare for it, and it might be an extremely uncommon event. However, black swans are extinct and their ecological niche has been colonized by the red herring. And I say that because I think there's very little that we're not aware of. I think there's very little that actually fits the definition of a black swan, which according to Nicholas Tayeb was something that is completely out of the ordinary and completely unexpected. The colonists arrive in Australia thinking that all swans are white, and they see black ones, and they have absolutely no mechanism, no means of knowing that black swans could exist. That might be possible in certain forms of economics, but it certainly isn't with respect to most of the ways in which we anticipate and manage emergencies. So we ought to be able to anticipate what is likely to happen by putting 2 and 2 together, or if necessary, 4 and 4 together. And when we do so, we then, of course, have that dilemma of what can we afford to prepare for? But as Gianluca says, we can use our resources very selectively.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions?
A question around the scenarios. I've often been...
Can you use your mic, please?
I've often been accused of being a very bad writer for EastEnders when I do some of my scenarios with my companies. They think the day, totally impossible, can never happen. What I always find funny is within the next month, at least 3 of the things have happened. Not on the same day, at least. But do you think that we actually need to work with people who do write these films, TV shows and things to actually integrate the reality of what we're dealing with into public conception? Because most of them, when they write it, you know, Armageddon, how many things can you find wrong with the scenario more than anything else? Reality is much more worrisome when you actually look at it than the theory of somebody saving the day, of that we can't save the day. Should we be working with those people in some respects to teach the culture of the world that these things are coming? And if we're realistic about it, there isn't going to be a hero to save us. We've got to save ourselves.
So it's interesting because first, I'm from academia. I mean, I try to do a bit of both. I try to talk with both worlds, and sometimes it's very challenging. But during the review of the paper, the one I showed with the extreme space weather in the cyber, it was literally one of the reviewers saying, "Oh, this is Crime Wolf." After 2 months, literally 2 months, first there was a cyber attack interrupting GPS, and after other 2 months, there was the extreme space weather events during the deployment of what was the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico. And it's the same question I have myself many times. I thought a lot of time what the work we did on power failure on scenario could have been like an ice book. And the good news is that actually not a long time ago, they were asking us some feedbacks on a TV program on that, something like that. So I think there is the appetite to do a thing like that. I think there is also a book, a fictional book. So the key problem is how we educate the public for being prepared to the fact that things like technology, we are thinking that it's highly reliable, but we are simply denying something that is not highly reliable. This is actually something that we are integrating in our stress test scenario for the UN, but how do we express that to the wider public? It's a step, and it will be very, very interesting to do it more on my side.
Really good point on the public perception. I suspect the sort of the Hollywoods of the world wouldn't sell so many films if it didn't have a feel-good ending at it. But in terms of public perception and of what's reality, I'm reminded as well of like the CSI effect. People who write, read CSI, if they're a victim of crime, they expect the forensic examiner to turn up. But actually, in most cases, that won't be the case. And, I know from some colleagues within policing, people expect a CSI because that's what they see in the film. That is their reality. And it poses significant issues of how do you bring in some reality to it. Although some of the potentially catastrophic implications about the issues that we're concerned with would freak people out as well, because actually a CNI disaster could affect hundreds of thousands of millions of people. I think one of the points, I've got no perfect answer to it, but it does make me think again about, one of the points, this morning about even in terms of, scenarios that are done within the context that we operate in, just how important it is that there's an evidence base to it, there's a rigor, that there's causal links. And again, I've just had really interesting conversations on sort of issues of man-made and technological risk, including with the sort of international sort of governmental levels, on some of the starting assumptions. And when you don't have to dig too deep to sort of think, well, what exactly is that based on in terms of, the thinking, and even some of the challenges that I raised about, my experience within the disaster risk space, that it was viewed as interesting and controversial to include cyber and terrorism as a man-made and technological risk, but in the context of national strategies, I thought, wow, we need to start with our own government.
David, do you have anything to add there?
Yes, some years ago I was working with 28 students who were all emergency planners, and I gave them a case to examine, which was a train wreck in Ohio, in which there were lots of evacuees, battles over who managed what, and it took the local authority 5 days to set up an emergency operations centre. The verdict was very interesting, but not very relevant to the sort of things we do. 4 days later, the Mont Blanc tunnel fire occurred in their local area, which was Milan and beyond. And in that, there were lots of evacuees, battles over who managed what, and it took the French 5 days to set up an emergency operations centre. And the moral of that was to think about things in a broader sort of way. But there was worse to come, because whilst we were analysing what was done on the day of 9/11 when the aircraft were flown into the World Trade Center, during the lesson, a light aircraft was deliberately flown into the Pirelli Tower in Milan, which was their headquarters, and that led to fire, evacuation, deaths, and all sorts of stuff. So that was a little bit too close to the bone. But it did indicate that you can learn lessons from things that are not obviously directly connected if you think about them in terms of how they might be connected and how they might have lessons to offer you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. We're right on the mark now for lunch. I'll allow one more question, because I'll give you that one, sir. And then if you've got any others, please collect around and ask them here afterwards, yeah? Please.
I guess it's continuing the same conversation about...
Could you use your mic, please? Yeah.
Continue the same conversation, which I think was about risk evaluation, and the fact that you didn't have resource to cope with every potential scenario. You could brain dump a whole raft of scenarios. I guess, for my sake, and there are various models for that, it'd be interesting to hear views on preferred models. But I guess the saving grace is that you're not trying to save 100% of 100% of scenarios. In the case of your shipping, you're trying to make it less attractive than somebody else's shipping, not absolutely bulletproof and resistant. It's the old story of the two guys who come across a bear, and one guy starts taking his jacket and his shoes off, and the guy says, "You're never going to outrun the bear." And the point is, you don't have to outrun the bear; you have to outrun the other guy.
Um, um, so I don't know if that's consolation for those people who are trying to juggle budgets, but it's not an absolute prevention. It's just trying to make it more attractive if somebody goes for the house that doesn't have the burglar alarm. Good comment.
No, thank you. Yeah, I like the analogy, by the way. Thank you for that. Yeah. What I'd like to do is now break for lunch. We do have some, in a way, it's flowing very well because we've got two great speakers after lunch. And just so I remind you of that, we've got Russ Timpson here. He's going to, what does a proportionate response mean for resilience? So we talk about resources, capabilities, scenarios. You know, what is it? What's proportionate? And I always use that word myself because, you know, most organisations talk about costs and what they're prepared to invest in this sort of area. What's proportionate? And then following him, we actually have, you know, a practitioner, Reem Singh, who's actually working with probably one of them, you know, within a very key industry, critical national infrastructure industry. And the approach they're taking with regard to resilience. Okay, so two really good presentations that fall quite nicely in line with the way this has developed so far today. So, lunch is outside. There are every capability of food you might want out there for vegetarians, vegans, through to meat eaters as well, I think. So enjoy it, and can I see you all back in here? Hopefully 1:15, so we can start dead on at 20 past. Thank you.
Oh, David.
And so they
Because I'm also needs rebranding, changing a new plan. Should start January 2026, but I'm just really really need to start, rebranding. I've never involved in this.
So I had one.
Yeah, so I think in the longer term, we're looking for some sort of
No, I go there. It's just deep in conversation, so I didn't want to disturb you. No, it's talking. It's in deep conversation through that door with Aaron. You've got a lot to live up to, I wouldn't say that.
Contributing to that and doing it
Like I say, for you, it's you, yeah.
I'm really blessed. Always worry about connecting to that.
I'm glad you clarified that. Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to
No, the BX, the 655. They work with Forum. It's nice to be sat. And then from that, I then delivered the pre-release section of PCI 2014 and have the international section.
Yeah, that's super interesting. So I'm using the standard in a lot of places, then I'm surprised that they didn't push it down more.
Yeah, I discovered the standard is these three areas here. Yeah.
Cybersecurity, and they're trying to use the business impact framework. It's trying to bridge a gap that they found in all financial I've seen more issues with this. That's when you then
collaborate
So this is so aligned against that. So if you score one, you bring up behind us and give you the character. So you look at that, and you're better than that.
I said, don't bring it to you. Thanks.
I'll then ask you to read the page.
Okay.
You're not seeing the TV. Then ask you
It's got the names beside. Okay, that's it.
Machine behind it, then creates that kind of says, if forward in quality, so you can't stop on average,
Every single one.
Remember, I said to you, someone put their Gmail addresses in their books, so I give you some names. The guy out there from Scottish Farm, I've been doing it's only been 6 months. Vinny, he's crazy.
I love doing it.
Steve,
but I then also
just even to you name it. Do you mind if I take out? I just wanted to check this. But no, yeah, I usually to church and before that, and I'm not rushing off.
In the research behind it.
I'm liking the beard, looking very swashbuckler like. Oh, there you go.
No, but I must say, no, I love that.
So we come back here.
We spoke about we will go and tell the sites so they're a copy of the same.
So in terms of I mean, there are some things that
There's not even a fancy bloke with a gun. Sounds good.
It was like last year. They didn't, sorry, there was somebody there. So, they're already biting each other. The US is right now, and
yeah. Yeah, am I allowed to stand?
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we just ate. So feel free to.
Tell me your question.
Well, we were. Yeah,
how someone truly wants to take the train to the other side of it's not much focusing on I wish to go to know that.
But you can do defense cyber resilience. And I think one of the greatest vulnerabilities of the present. So, even in my colleague
So let me go back to that. I'll just keep it confidential.
And I think that my purchase is
But if you think in the future we're moving into a world where entire industries will be
it's not that it stops it happening. It's just a practicality of think about circumstances.
When you do your assessment, I imagine what we said and when you do a PhD and you might use it all, like you learn that.
My recommendation would be,
and I open a document that I'm working on for weeks. I always change the version so that it gets. I will not use more than one thing. Sometimes I change the version numbers every time. Colleague is or just post it on the cloud, and it's antiquated to give it numbers because that's what people are. Whoever you can't get there, what you get
or take it. I mean, what tends
malware and so I guess thinking there's mentality there. Organisations. Sometimes the research in the organisation is very good. People, processes, software that's used, and they've done tests like they've
that's why you've got to finish it. No, I did all the M&As the other day.
Yeah.
We brought in some talent that was doing the job that I was doing. So there's sort of commercial type then there was other discussions around strategy and what they wanted to do and the way they wanted to do it. And I felt like French in the room, I was going doing you really want to do that, and in the end I think everyone's you really want to do that.
it's developing like framework for systems, and you know, when you're developing
The challenge is they've grown so quickly, and everyone there is lovely and works really hard, genuinely cares.
question about decentralization.
But they're not very
You just mentioned Google, you've one big company, and when you have the state, you have one state,
And our job is to
and when you have an active you get attacked by technology.
and it's the people that got you that far aren't necessarily always the people that get you that next step.
I insist that my database is and that almost all content is really explore my day.
I was, you know, part of my role was to mentor them. Which I really enjoyed, but Steve and I agreed, because we're really good mates, that we didn't want to work
and so I planned that. I even got
so we said, I'm going to grab some tweet. Did you read?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna. Yeah, she's fine. So, not at all, no. We've got custody sorted, so we've got 50-50. We're just sorting out the finances. That has been offered. Yeah.
So I actually plan to expect I'm sort of at 50 to 60 at least 1 or 2 significant cyber events each year. I'd be pretty stupid to not think it might happen to me. So I just make sure that I get the line other people to my own but contemporary methods.
We didn't receive any responses. Sorry, I was on it. Yeah, so so I'm just going through so I'll speak with diabetes today. Brian's on sound, but I want to it was all basically And the start that's spoken to absolutely fucking get
No, a bit. Well, I don't know why James wasn't, because he was really keen.
Was that James with the easy
I don't know. I wouldn't think so, because he's a police CT guy. Goes around in a trench coat. He's very. I'm not going to say Bond. He's kind of like. He's like a sort of 70s movie secret agent. He's very debonair. He's got a very impressive twiddly moustache.
Well, he's not going on the cover, is he?
No.
Depends what he's trying to blend into.
You know, okay. Let's, one number. I was just going to speak to just your partner. So I've got this.
Oh, he's over there. Sitting down.
Just was shocked. It's very organised. Is what I took out of it is that it's not just a few individuals. Yeah. You have a bit of a issue with someone.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, a lot of it's these things. And I do.
You do it and you do it together. Can't believe it. No one's putting money on it. I can't believe you guys. All these phones going off and everything everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's all nice. It's fiction. No, that has to come through.
And this is where this is our search that's going on here. There's no property knowledge that hasn't yet been fully defined. So I can think quite different. Yeah. It's a challenge, whatever happens. But yeah. Ready to go. Okay, everyone fed and watered, as they say, yeah? We're in a good stage now because we were on time. We're now 5 minutes behind, but, you know, life goes on that way, you know. Let's introduce you to Russ Timpson. Russ, you want to come up? Now, I suppose of all the people I know, he's probably the best known person. So if you don't know him, you should know him, really. And I'm sure you're going to give some background to yourself as well, yeah? And certainly, from Katrina's point of view, he's a submariner here, so, you know, you could have a chat to him about his life in the Royal Navy and everything. Where we're going to go now, we're going to start looking, and I said just before the break, you know, You know, what's proportionate? You know, what does it actually look like? What should we be considering in this world of resilience and that? And there's no easy answer. So I thank you for taking on board this space. And certainly how following that, we're going to start looking at what could it look like in part inside a very large organization, okay, in part, because there's a very large series of elements that need consideration. So, over to you, sir. Is your control?
If I don't speak into the microphone, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Everybody had a good lunch? Yes. Ready for an afternoon session? So we've all had some food. Let's see what your reactions are like this afternoon. Perhaps we can compare this to your company, organisation's reactions. Can you all put your hands like this for me? Okay, when I clap my hands, you clap yours, yeah? Got it? Have we got the drill? Now, shall I explain to you? Got a distraction there. Okay, you ready to do it again? Who wasn't expecting a second clap? Okay, reaction time. I learned that on a speed awareness course. Very kind police officer was telling me about reaction times in accidents, etc. I'll nick that and I'll read it in somewhere. One of the questions that we all ask ourselves is, what is our organisational reactions like at 3 o'clock on a Sunday morning? And do all those robust systems that we've got, do they work when they're applied? Because I always say that to my clients, is this going to work at Sunday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning? Because it all works now because we're all in the boardroom, the training room, and we've got all our documents in front of us and we do these things and we apply it to that. Another question, just to get the juices flowing after lunch. Boris Johnson is our Prime Minister. That is the new reality that we want. Donald Trump is the President of the United States. That's not a new reality now. What's the first job Boris Johnson got when he became Prime Minister? What's the first thing he has to do when he goes into office? Does anybody know? Goes to the Queen. Immediately after he speaks to the Queen. I mean a job, not a part. Okay. First thing he's got to do, speaks to the Queen, he's driving back in his Jag. What's the first thing he's got to do? Does anybody know?
Security briefing for the nuclear codes.
Yeah, first thing he's got to do is he has to write a handwritten letter to the commander of the Trident submarine, which goes into the safe, which gives him or her instructions on what to do if they lose communications with the UK. You didn't know that. Every Prime Minister has to handwrite that letter, and it goes in the safe. And those letters are top secret in the past. They've never been opened. But yes, if they lose comms, should there be a nuclear exchange, they lose comms with the UK, he or she has to open that letter and tells them what to do. And it's lots of conjecture about what that letter may or may not say inside of it. Do you think that's a proportionate response? So yes, Steve has already alluded to, he has thrown me a massive hospital pass with this particular phrase, because you could come at this from a number of angles. So I'm going to try and endeavour to at least encourage some kind of discussion and debate as we go through. Okay, so first of all, obviously, the slight, those of you who go to the pictures, old school, slight Pearl and Dean moment when I give you the advert that goes with this. And then I want to talk about resilience. I've got a couple of definitions, talk about proportionate, redundancy, working the problems and questions that might come out at the end of it. A bit about Horizon Scan. We are in this space, along with others people in the room here. We do about 70% of our turnover outside of Europe. We work for a number of blue chip companies around the world, looking after their facilities around the world. We have recently become the main business continuity service partner for Aviva, UK's largest domestic insurer. So if you buy Aviva insurance and you want business continuity, they'll be coming through to us. And more recently, we've now become linked with the Fire Service College at Morton in Marsh to we facilitate the new School of Resilience faculty at the Fire Service College. And part of that is we've become a BCI licensed training provider. And those are some of the brands that we're connected with. I just want to tell you a very brief bit about the Fire Service College. I was in the Fire Service. Anybody been to, hands up, have you been to Fire Service College? One or two people. It's a pretty unique facility. It's about an hour and a half west of London. It's a fairly large site, 300 acres. It's a former World War II bomber base. Wellington bombers used to fly out of there. In the 1950s, it was given over to the UK Fire Service. It's now owned by Capita. It used to be part of the Home Office. You can see there 420 bedrooms. It's got a pretty fantastic sports facility. For you guys, it's now a facility that you can go and use if you want to. It's a bit like Disneyland for firefighters. It's got a complete oil rig, a concrete ship, a length of motorway, a small shopping centre, which you can set fire to, have HAZCAM, do all the bangs and crashes. It's got a fleet of fire engines and ambulances and stuff like that. So it can do some fairly interesting training there. As well as that, it's also got now a very, very extensive virtual reality suite. So can take your premises, your locations, whatever, set them up in a number of suites and put your teams through fairly intensive crisis command training. So it's a fairly unique facility. So part of my job at the moment is making people aware of that and let them know about it. So if you are interested in that, there are some literature floating around talking about that kind of thing. So the questions I posed to Steve was the preparedness response to the threat of Y2K proportionate? How much effort should we invest in hazard mitigation connected with global warming? Well, a colossal question. And how do we answer the resilience development questions? What, how much, etc., and when? Let's have a quick chat about, and I want to take this into literally a discussion. Have we been here before when we're talking about Brexit? Y2K, I'm sure there's many people here who are veterans of Y2K. I certainly was in the boardroom. I was head of safety at Virgin Atlantic at the time, and we were all sitting in there at 5 to midnight, not quite sure what we were going to be confronted with. And of course, as the Monty Python sketch says, suddenly nothing happened. And you can see here, we were not alone. We spent a huge amount of money on Y2K, what it could mean, what it could do to us, and all of the conjecture about what might happen. And of course, there are those commentators outside who said that was a colossal waste of time. It was misplaced. It was an overreaction. There were people scaremongering. There were people spreading paranoia. I'm not sure I used this gag the last time around. The guy walks into a library and says to the librarian, "Can I have a book on paranoia, please?" And the librarian then over the counter and says, "They're behind you." The paranoia paradox, though, would you agree that because of that work that we did on Y2K, the organisations that embarked on that work were inherently more resilient as a consequence of doing that? Are you inherently more resilient because of the Brexit potentials than you would have been before? Has it forced you to revise, revisit, and look at? I live in Kent. I can tell you that our roads in Kent have received more attention. They've probably received 20 years worth of budgetary investment in Kent because of Brexit, and because we know we're probably going to have to park 15,000 lorries all over Kent, than they would have had it not been for Brexit. And I'm sure all of you have had to embark on, and with our clients, I've seen colossal investment in stockpiling and all kinds of other redundancy measures that have been put in because of Brexit. And we don't know what's going to happen, do we? Now, much, much bigger question. What is a proportionate response to that? Now, Extinction Rebellion will probably have a clear view on that. Our yellowhead friend across the Atlantic has got a view on what that is. We have to try and find a way that we're going to navigate this. And of course, it is contextual, and we do have to think about that. As far as I can see, there are 4 essential tactics. Do nothing. As business as usual, we'll deal with it when it happens. We're all really capable people, and we'll deal with it when it happens. Certainly, if you'd have taken this position back in March, do you remember back in March when we were all told we were falling off the cliff in March? And you had done nothing? That was the smart play, wasn't it? In hindsight, that was the smart play. You could, obviously, then you could firefight, you could invest in crisis management, have a response process, and say to us, let's get ready for this and make sure that we are going to be practiced and ready and start doing things like that. Thirdly, you can build in redundancy, you can stockpile, you can broaden supply chain, you can duplicate resources, you can harden yourself, all of which is an investment. And I find a lot of my time is convincing boards to invest in redundancy. Because redundancy, over a number of years, we have pared back, in my opinion, we've pared back on redundancy, the whole concept of redundancy. Anybody enjoy driving around the M25 recently? Or any of the motorways? We've now absorbed the hard shoulder now. We don't have a hard shoulder, we have these emergency lay-bys. That's a clear example of where you've seen redundancy being reduced. I can tell you now that if there was a multi-car pile-up on the motorway and you're in between those lay-bys and the emergency services can't respond, I'm waiting to see what the reaction is going to be from the general public. You may say the helicopters will get there, etc., etc., but that's nevertheless, there's still, if you've got to get a fire engine to the scene and there's no hard shoulder, and we've now got rid of that because it's expedient in all of our road building policy. And I think there are a wide number of examples that you can see of that where we're paring back on redundancy. Because it's very hard to justify redundancy on a spreadsheet, isn't it? I've got some clients who've got 4-hour SLAs for automotive parts, and we are trying to persuade them to invest in a warehouse to hold 3-day stock on the shelf. Flatly thrown out by the FD. Why? And I said, because it's redundancy, it's going to buy you time. The business case didn't pass muster, unfortunately. They're not going to go for it. They're going to stick with this 4-hour SLA. So we're going into the Brexit and all the other things we know without that. And lastly, you can harden, you can test, assess, reduce failure, and do all the good stuff, in the GPG, 22301, etc., etc. We can do all that kind of stuff. And I suspect for some organisations, depending on if they're multi-sited, multi-streamed, they'll probably adopt a blend of these in their armoury of risk management. Let's talk about resilience. There's been any number of great definitions thrown around today. I'm an engineer, I'm a chartered fire engineer, so of course I like engineering definitions. Property of the material to absorb energy when it's deformed elastically and then to upon loading to have this energy recovered. Recently went to REBA, the Institute of Architects. They're really getting into resilience now. They had a number of forums where architects are talking about what does resilient housing look like. This is obviously driven post-Grenfell, where now we're starting to think about what does resilient social housing look like. I can tell you, as somebody that's been involved in the design of tall buildings and social housing, the paring back of redundancy in tall buildings, we will be paying the price for that for many generations in our building stock. The legacy that's out there in the UK of, in my opinion, woefully under-designed buildings that are not resilient, we're going to be paying a price for that going forward. So this is a definition from an architect. The capacity of a system to absorb disturbance, to reorganise while undergoing change. Resilience is measured by the size of the displacement the system can tolerate and yet return to a state where a given function can be maintained. That's an architect. I was thinking about architecture and I thought, what is the absolute essential resilient building in our world? Anybody got any thoughts?
Sphinx.
Close, in my opinion. Pyramids. They occur all around the world, don't they? Pyramids. Primarily because they were the only real way back in the day when they could obviously build buildings of height was to pile stones on top of one another, and it led them to this. But they do occur all around the world, pyramids, and they have stood the test of time, haven't they? They're still here in many locations if you go around the world. This is the oldest pyramid in the world, and I think somewhere this is in, I believe in South America, and it's like 3,500 years old. And what are the characteristics of a pyramid? And starting to think about what are the characteristics of a pyramid and how can you get an analogy with buildings and organisations, etc., led me to think about this. And it's a concept that I've kind of developed, and I've used it with some clients, and they seem to find it easily accessible. So I'm offering it to you for consideration, and it may help you, it may not. It's pretty simplistic compared to some of the stuff we've seen earlier on from Aaron. I wouldn't claim to be on the same. It's what I call a topple diagram. And essentially, it illustrates 4 combining aspects: single points of failure, supply chain, redundancy, and then your response. And I'll plot it on this. Graph here. Laser working. So along the bottom here, you've got redundancy, which is 0 here, and obviously as you go out to the left here, that's increased redundancy. And here is the capability of your crisis response. On the top here, single points of failure, 0. As you go out here, you've got more single points of failure. And across here, single source suppliers and customers. Does that all make sense to everybody? It's pretty simple. Then, of course, if you do any kind of basic BIA, prima facie kind of analysis on this, you can then plot for organisations. And clearly, what we want is this kind of structure here. So this particular organisation is going to be hopefully fairly resilient to, as you can see here, both risks and events that are occurring. Clearly, the sort of the antithesis of this is when we get this kind of organisation. Now, only you can tell me if your organisation is like that at all. And clearly, when it is subjected to a side loading, then it's going to topple and perhaps may not be around. I'll come back to that. So just remember that kind of methodology that I've just used on that as a kind of easily accessible way of saying, is your organisation designed to topple when it's subjected to a side loading? And then you can increase, if you can numerically increase that side loading to exert force on that topple diagram, then it may help. What does proportionate mean? Now, we've heard lots about definitions of resilience today. Go and have a look and try and find a good definition of proportionate. That took me off in all kinds of different directions when I was looking at this. Being in due proportion, agreeing in amount, magnitude, and degree, exhibiting equivalence. So not the most helpful direction for me in doing this. Way back in the day when I'm an engineer, so I used to do a thing called FMEA. Have anybody done FMEA? Failure mode analysis, HAZOPs, HAZANs. Some of this stuff, if that's not where you come from, that's not your route to where you are now. I mean, hopefully we're a broad church here. We bring a number of things together here. If you go and look at the high-risk industries, petrochemical, pharmaceutical, and some of the failure mode analysis methodologies and ways that they do things like event trees and stuff like that. If you've never done anything like that, then I think that's another tool in the box for scenario modelling that you could use. But back in the day, and this is a legal term from our own health and safety legislation, we're all familiar with ALARP, as low as is reasonably practicable. So a great document, it's an oldie but a goldie as far as I'm concerned. There was a document written called The Tolerability of Risk from Nuclear Power Stations. It was a sort of given text back in the day when I was doing my engineering. And it was a way that you could try and derive what was proportionate in terms of risk mitigation at a nuclear power station. And that's one of the drivers where this concept, or classically known as a dagger diagram or the risk carrot, came from, where you need to do everything as low as is reasonably practical. And end law, and as you'll catch, will be able to. But these terms are embedded in law: reasonably practicable and practicable. And the definition, sorry, a lot of words here, where it's a scale where on one side you put the measures necessary, and on the other side you put the effort and time and money and trouble placed on the other. And it shouldn't be grossly disproportionate. So I suppose when it goes to court and it's asked, what was your system proportionate to that, then I think there are some exemplars here. We can go to that to try and find some kind of navigation waypoint. So I suppose we could start using the term reasonably proportionate when we're applying it to this. Redundancy. What does redundancy mean? It doesn't mean clear your desk, be out of the building in 2 days. Again, going to the dictionary. The provision of additional or duplicate systems, equipment, etc., the function in case of operating part of the system fails, as in a spacecraft. So we're going to build in redundancy into a system, so ensure that if system 1 fails, system 2 will kick in, or there'll be equivalence. So Think about your organisation. Think about my topple diagram that I went through earlier on. Which one of those topple diagrams would you like to go for in your organisation? Which one is proportionate to your organisation? So as you can see here, hopefully you can see there's a spectrum there on here. There is a really interesting philosophical question for me that's come out today. If you look at the time that organisations now are spending in the Fortune 500, the FTSE 250, that time is shortening, isn't it? Businesses are growing, maturing and failing quicker than at any time in our history. Does everybody agree with that? So actually, if we look to the future, the organisations that we'll be looking at will be fast growth, fast cycle businesses. Is resilience actually counterculture to that? Look at WeWork recently. How the mighty fall in a short period of time. So there's an interesting question actually for those very quick growth, peak down the other side organisations. Perhaps resilience doesn't mean much to them. Perhaps they're not interested in it because they know that they're only going to be around on the block for a couple of years. I'll just throw that in for a bit of discussion. Perhaps when we stop for tea. I like sums. I am an engineer. I thought I'd have a go trying to pull together a proportionate resilience formula for you. Just to explain some of the terms in here. Obviously, high consequence exposures, the number of those, medium consequence exposures over, and again, this is very subjective, but a figure there, percentage figure for the redundancy in your organisation, times a risk appetite factor. Do you all know in your organisations, to some degree, what your risk appetite is as an organisation? Have you stated what your risk appetite is? Generally, in my opinion, the FTSE 100, 250 companies, they are generally quite conservative. Does that marry with the sort of businesses that we're talking about that are coming into the market? If we think about, you know, Uber and Stripe and Google and Facebook, what's their risk appetite like? I would say it's probably bigger, but you do need to know it. If you then combine those together, I would say you're going to come up with this proportionate resilience index. It's going to be a number. I suspect if we all did it, and there would be various numbers that would come out for various organisations, which would be quite an interesting thing to do. Anyway, I just thought it might be a useful thing to have consideration. And certainly for me, unless I can understand not only the culture in an organisation as far as their risk appetite is concerned. Let's just take a pause there for culture. I don't mean the stuff you get in laboratories that you grow yeast in, by the way. I'm talking about the stuff in your business. Was it Peter Drucker said that culture beats strategy every day? Should we do a little culture experiment? Just explore culture. Everybody up for that in the room? Okay. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call out an arbitrary salary figure. Okay. And when I get near your salary, I want you to put your hand up nice high up in the air for me. Okay. Everybody got that? Because you said you're all happy to do this experiment. Are you ready? Now, what should we start with? What number should we start with, anybody? Who's not going to play this game? Why? Why don't we talk about money?
Preconditions not to.
Why? Which rule book is that in?
Every business culture, because they almost embed it in the culture that you do not talk to anyone about your money, because you might find out people will pay less or more, and they don't want that to happen. Even in the contract that you sign when you start your job.
Would you agree with me that in the UK, that is definitely part of our culture? If you were, I don't know, a dinner party, a drinks thing, a party, whatever, and you were talking to your friends and you say, oh, you know what, I just got a pay rise. I'm on this now. They go, oh, flash so-and-so, didn't they? They would recoil from that.
I think in certain organisations, particularly the military, that's all obvious.
It is. It is. So that particular neurosis is taken out of the military because you know, because whatever rank markings that person, you can pretty much work out what they're earning. For the rest of us, it's It's an unwritten rule which we live by, isn't it? And so culture, if you look at it, it's interesting to delve into organisations and say, what are the unwritten rules in this organisation? And how does it work? If you like boil it all the way down, it's the way we do things here. And that really does come down to risk appetite, and that comes from leadership. What are the leaders like? Are they entrepreneurs? I can tell you, working for Virgin Atlantic, when the leader of the business is trying to kill himself in a balloon going around the world, and we were talking about whether or not we were going to go and open a route to Lagos in Nigeria. Now, all of us said, no way are we ever going to go to Lagos in Nigeria, because at the time, it wasn't a great place to go to. But of course, that was we were completely at odds with the leader of the organisation. So that was a clear time we had to work out what our risk appetite was. It's only up to 31 minutes. So some yardsticks. I can't give you any answers because it really is quite a subjective thing. What I would say is that your resilience has to support and exemplify your brand values. And you have to know what your brand values are. And I go into many organisations and we have the words on the wall, our biggest client, everywhere in the world that you go in their foyer, it says the company name, it says you can depend on us. It's absolutely in their DNA that non-delivery or non-being able to respond is unacceptable. It matches your risk, environment and appetite. And you must know your own risk environment, and that's a combination of all the good stuff that we do as professionals. It is sustainable. It's no point. Can we maintain, as a country, again, slightly lapsing into politics here, I suppose, can we maintain this level of discourse on Brexit for much longer? I don't think British industry can, personally, and that's a very much a personal view. We're on sort of hold, aren't we, for the time being? And I would say it's not sustainable. So wherever you stand on the spectrum of this discussion, this current environment we're in is not sustainable, because I think we're going to wear the politicians out. I mean, let's not cry over that, but it's not sustainable. It meets the expectations of your stakeholders. A big one for me is it complements your insurance strategy. I am constantly stunned when I go into organisations and we sit the C-suite down at a table and we say, you're under cyber attack now, all your data has been crypto locked, and you've got a ransom bill for 25 million Bitcoin or whatever it might be. And they haven't really got even the rudimentary grasp on their insurance environment that they're working in. They don't actually know, most of them don't know when BI cover kicks in and when it doesn't kick in. Are their staff going to be paid? How long for? They don't know these sort of questions. So I would just say that to you from my experience going from out there working with quite a lot of businesses. Is it achievable? Can you do it? Is it within your control? The Hurricane Sandy in upstate New York, lots of things out there went out of control. As you probably know, it was terrible extreme weather. The place was flooded. All of the buildings there, all the business stock, all the water went down into the basements. What's in the basements? All the power intakes, all the fire alarms, all the sprinkler pumps. So you've now got all this building stock. That's out of your control. You're not going to, if London was to be flooded, if we were to have a 1 in 500 year event and the Thames barrier was overwhelmed, that's out of your control. And lastly, is it auditable? What I say to my clients now, because they're all espousing this thing, we want to be resilient. And I say, great, I love that. I love the sentiment. They don't know what that means. I say, well, I'm now your resilience auditor. Put on the table the material things that's going to prove that you're resilient. It's easy. Business continuity plan. Okay, give me the business continuity plan. Next. What's next? There's a long pause. That's it. It's a lot more. We all know it's a lot more than a business continuity plan. We by the way, we have developed a list, by the way, and I'm going to put my details. If you want to see the list that we've got as an auditable resilience list, I'm happy to share that with you. Last plug. One of the things I would say is definitely proportionate is to buy one of these, which is our kit, our crisis command kit. This is a crisis command kit in a case. We've deployed this around the world now. It's being used in 12 real incidents. It is gold, silver, bronze incident command system in a case. So when you open the case up, that's what it looks like inside. That's what it looks like in use. And if you would like to get hold of our Brexit resilience checklist, then do drop me a line. That's my email, and I'll happily send you a copy of it, and happily discuss it with you as well. That's me. Thanks. Questions
What
now?
is proportionate?
Questions at the end.
Yeah, question.
Yeah.
Okay, Rini, you ready for this? Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for agreeing to speak here. It's all cleared with Network Rail and everything else, so we've covered all the humps in road at the time. And Rina Singh here, she's been quite instrumental in getting our Women in Resilience Exchange off the ground. She explained her journey into resilience. And this is part of the challenge for new people, whether young people or male, female people trying to enter this industry. How do you get into it? How do you know where you can develop this career within it? I still don't know, but I'm trying to only listen to people, the rest of it. But the interesting thing is we had a long discussion about Network Rail, and it's probably one of the most complex pieces of infrastructure we currently have. I got involved in the HS2 for a short time. And, you know, when you start listening to the engineers and you listen to the planners, and then you go to the C-suite end of it all, there is a bit of divergence of understanding. So I'm really interested in your journey into resilience from a business continuity point of view and integration with the other areas of the business. So hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So today, throughout the day, we've had some really interesting talks about resilience from varied perspectives, but how do you actually go and deliver that program within your organization? That's the key question. And the answer is actually really simple. And it's what I like to call resiliency through relationships. It's the philosophy, and it's essential to the work that we're doing. I will explain what I mean by that in a second, but it's really about the people, and we've alluded to that throughout the day. And relationship is a key part of that. So come with me on this journey from the past 18 months to look at how this has worked at Network Rail. Now, when we think about Network Rail, we think about trains automatically. But actually, Network Rail owns and operates Britain's infrastructure. That's over 20,000 miles worth of track, over 30,000 viaducts, tunnels, thousands of stations, you name it. Anything to do with the infrastructure, Network Rail is there. Network Rail also sets the national timetable. What Network Rail doesn't do, however, is run passenger trains. That's in the remit of the train operating companies, such as Virgin's. There's a Virgin train there. What we also don't do is run freight trains. That's in the remit of the freight operating companies. And lastly, I know you're all dying to ask me this, and the answer is no, we do not set the ticket prices. That is done by the train operating companies in conjunction with the government on things like season tickets and so forth. And that's really important to understand. So we know where the remit is between what Network Rail does and doesn't do. Now, Network Rail is quite huge, it's complex. You can see in the middle there, the map, it's color-coded, and that's for a reason. It's split up into 5 different regions covering 13 different routes. And that's just looking at the operational side, so the front line, the running of the trains, and keeping the timetable moving. But it also includes the corporate functions. So our usual suspects, HR, finance, and so forth. So you can imagine that the resilience landscape at Network Rail is going to be quite interesting. And what I like to call it is actually collaborating across the business and the skills across the business. So what does that actually mean and what does that actually look like? Well, let's take a closer look. We have the usual suspects, the prepare and protect disciplines. So we've got enterprise risk management, operational group security, and that is stuff like protecting the railway from trespassers. It causes a lot of disruption. And we're also looking at things like weather resilience, climate change. On the other hand, we have the respond and recover disciplines. Our usual suspects, crisis management, business continuity, incident management, and so forth. So when we're looking at the resilience landscape as a whole, that's quite a lot of disciplines together. And today I would love to talk to you about each one of them, but we just don't have enough time, obviously. But it's when we're thinking about going back to the question of how do you deliver a resilience program within your organization, it makes sense to me to start at the organization's treasure chest and look into that. And guess what that is? That's business continuity management. We want to extract the organization's crown jewels, the things that we need to protect, and look at that first before we then figure out what does actually resilience mean to our organization. So, business continuity management at Network Rail. Now, it's not a new thing, so don't be alarmed. I'm not coming to here and say, oh yeah, we never thought about it before and today we have, woo. No, it's not. But when we're looking at it from a resilience point of view and looking at it beyond just recovery planning, something had to change. And the question we had to ask ourselves is, why did something have to change? Was business continuity before not sufficient enough? And the answer is, well, no, it wasn't. Previous approaches didn't work in the organization. How many times have you gone into your organizations or different organizations, depending on your roles, and there's been no central resource? Probably quite a lot of times. There's no skill set within the business to tell you if you've got questions. Also, the complexity of the business meant that before there was just a one-size-fits-all framework. So we're trying to get the whole business to do one thing. It didn't really work. You need that dynamics. You need the flexibility. Thirdly, it's actually difficult for anyone to understand and own. So again, it links back to not having a flexible framework and not having a central resource there to give you that advice. Now, knowing that you've gone into an organization and thought, oh, I don't understand what I'm doing, it's just a checkbox, is not a new thing. And that's what we were facing. But also, we were also primarily focused on operational areas, so what we call the routes, so the front line running of the trains. And we didn't look at the interdependencies between our corporate functions. So our central services, where is that link between it? Why are we just focusing on frontline? Also, unfortunately, an internal audit report was unacceptable. So something had to change. That was kind of the gear towards, well, actually, it's not really good if we're unacceptable. So let's think, what do we need to do? So what did we need to do? Well, it was quite clear, actually. There were 4 things we set out to address. The first thing, actually, was to have a fit-for-purpose policy and standard. That is key. If we don't know what we're focusing on and there's nothing there to tell us and guide us, then what's the point? But also we need to understand where our risks are. So what are our business continuity risks? What are our resilience risks? But before we can understand where our risks are, what are our critical services? What are our critical assets? Do we even know that? I think we kind of knew that before, but it wasn't really clear in black and white. There wasn't a list saying that, yeah, this is what I need to do. And then, of course, have we validated our assumptions and our scenarios? Have we stress tested them? So how did we go about doing that? It's quite a lot to do. It's quite a drastic change. Well, through a different approach, of course, and that's resiliency through relationships. And that is really the key here in the success and through any program. So some examples of how resiliency through relationships has worked is through some of these things. So we designed, first of all, a flexible framework with the business. We actually went to the top and said, right, we need to do something. We need to engage and talk to our people. We can't just sit there in our ivory towers and roll out a framework and then tell the business to get on and do with it. We need to have key stakeholders within the business to help us and guide us, to tell us what might and might not work. And then actually test the process. How many times have you gone into the organizations or in your own organization and actually tested the process to see if it works? Probably not a lot of times. Testing it and piloting a new approach actually gives you learnings and helps you identify where the weaknesses are and how you can improve it when you roll it out to the business. And obviously my favorite is the creation of the central business continuity team, because obviously I wouldn't be here talking to you if that wasn't the case. But that is key, and that was one of the key reasons why the audit was unacceptable. The relationship work meant that there are now over 50 empowered BCM leads across the business. That wasn't there 18 months ago, and that is key. We've hosted a handful of internal business continuity events for our leads across the business. The intention was to share best practice, but actually some of them turned into a bit of a therapy session where leads across the business were like, oh, I've got this challenge, or, you know, they're facing similar challenge, so let's just get together and complain about it. If anything, it's going to help. But there was that framework there. So we realized that quite quickly. The relationship side of it also meant that the design authority then, once the pilot was implemented, turned into the business continuity working group. And that's what the team and I will have overall accountability to if we want to implement changes. But also, national recovery time objective workshops were held. So again, how many times has the business said, oh, I need this system, for example, I'm going to talk about IT here, we need the system up in 30 minutes, but actually IT can't recover it and it only takes about 3 hours. And how are you talking to the business and each other with that? So the team and I facilitated those conversations with certain business areas and certain business system operator owners. To empower the business continuity leads, we created a toolkit which has guidance documents and so forth. And then at the request of the BCM leads, this is a strange one, they wanted a Yammer group so they could talk to each other. I mean, how great is that? You know, if people don't want to talk to each other, it's like, you know, you prefer to sit behind your desk and email and you don't want to get out. But at the request of our leads, 50 plus leads, they wanted a Yammer group. And it's quite active. So if me and 3 of the team members are not available, you can ask each other the questions and people respond as and when. It's not a platform to post spam. So someone might have that question. It's only used for BCM resilience related tasks, which is great. So that's all well and done. But actually, when we just take a step back and think about it, every day, 4.6 million journeys are held on the railway. That's a lot. People depend on Britain's railway to get them home, to visit their friends and family, loved ones. And most of you probably used it today to get to this conference and on a daily basis. So when there's a significant incident on the network, there's huge delays, and we've all kind of been privy to that. We've been on the receiving end of that. So having continuity planning in place is essential, and having a clear business continuity scope with a clear objective is essential. And that's what Network Rail did. It was crystal clear. And this image sets out the scope at Network Rail of what we're trying to prioritize. So at the top, we know what our purpose is, and you'll be glad to know it's actually, well, anything that will stop the delivery of the timetable is what we want to focus on, quite rightly. And the objective means that it's via the train path train movement. So simple terms, it's What will stop the trains running? Essentially, the exam question. And then we're looking at, well, what are the services and processes that the business are doing that will impact the objective and then the purpose? So will the train stop running? And then at the bottom, what are the assets that we need? What are the resources? So the people, the technology, and all sorts of stuff. So what are we looking at there? This is underpinned by a framework, nothing new, it's all seen before. The triangle in the middle is the same as the picture that I've just shown you. We've got the timetable at the top and then the points at the bottom. This is all kind of governed around a framework. So again, as I mentioned, we've got a policy and procedure, standard, and then the working group and levels of reporting through the structure that Network Rail has. And they go from different levels up to the audit and risk committee. On the right-hand side, then we're looking at the business continuity tools available to the business to help do this work, underpinned by the culture and training and all that good stuff as well. And that's really important to have that, and that's something that wasn't there before. So the key question now is, how did we deliver that program? So we've got a nice, clear objective. We know what we're doing. We're doing resiliency through relationships. It's all about the people. But how do we go and deliver that? Well, we created this really simple diagram. I say simple, and I'll explain that in a minute. We split Network Rail up into two. So in orange, we have the routes, so the operational area. So remember the map that I showed you at the very beginning. So all the people that are responsible for the delivery of the railway, the frontline stuff. And then we have the group functions. So they're the corporate ones who sit in the back office, who are there as well. The procedure is the same, apart from one key distinct thing, and that is step R1, the orange part. And that is where the routes assess the criticality of each piece of track on their infrastructure that they're responsible for. And that is essential. So the question here we're asking is, if your piece of track, so let's take from London to Glasgow, if that line isn't available for whatever reason, what is the impact going to be? And we're looking at a very specific timescale. We're looking at the impact of a period of 1 month. So what's the impact going to be for passengers? What's the impact going to be for freight as well? Because let's not forget that, because that's really important. And then we're looking at the resilience capabilities. So is there a workaround? So if we can't get from London to Birmingham, can we put people on a bus or a coach? Is there another line we can get them on? What are those kind of strategies that the business is looking at? So we come up with a nice map. Each region has that. Once this is done, it's all done on a risk-based process. So we're looking at the most critical only. We start to go around the business and look at, well, tell me, what do you do? So the BIA part of the work. And then, is what you do going to stop the trains running for a period of a month? And this is exactly the question. We've sat in hundreds of workshops doing this. Once we get the answer, then we go into the second phase, step R3, G2, moving across the diagram to look at the assets that the business need to deliver those critical services only. For example, if you're signaling trains, what do you need to signal trains? Well, we need a signal panel box. We need signalers, of course. We need a workstation panel. We need all the equipment. So what's the impact going to be of that? Once we've assessed this, each of the areas, we get to learn our priorities. Then we move over into the green space. And then we develop a critical asset register, that what we call CAR. And then we go on to recovery planning, so our business continuity plans and so forth. Each step throughout the process was approved at our business assurance committee, so the bit in the grey, the backs that we call them, to get the business on board with the process. Now, what is key to this program and this methodology? It's not groundbreaking, it's not new, but what is the difference? Well, the difference was we did all this in workshops. I've sat in over 120 workshops with business area, and just looking at a third of the business, not the whole, with our business continuity leads doing this for each step of the way, understanding what the business wants, making them understand the business continuity scope, and learning what their difficulties are, where they're coming from, and making them understand this, which is key because this is not what wasn't done before. And then having the business identify where they link, what they do might impact another area of the business. For example, a central service, so the team that maintains and creates the timetable, so they fit into the blue box. They didn't think they were that important. But when we looked at the operational delivery, so the routes, they actually relied on them, obviously. How can they signal trains and move them forward without that team? But the mindset had shifted because they understood the overall dependencies of what they're doing and the impact of that. And that wasn't there before. And that was only done via the workshops, with someone from the central team being present, training the business continuity leads as they go on. Obviously, there's, I've sat in over 120, maybe 300, but we didn't do all the workshops ourselves, and that's why we had business continuity leads. And to empower them, a host of toolkit and documents were created. So there's some images there. So within the last 18 months, we created 3 e-learning modules, the active Yammer group, templates that the leads can take away and use and adapt how they want, plans. And then the most important is a step-by-step guide on how to actually run a workshop. You can't just give the business a BIA template and then say, go off and do it. That's where they do it wrong. So you need to be there. You need to explain to them how to do it. And this guidance is there, and it gives you the guide of how to do it. And it empowers the leads, because when we're not there, when I'm not there, I know that my leads that I'm responsible for have the confidence to go out there and speak to their business. So what are the outputs of all of this? Well, actually, in the last 18 months, before it was rolled out across the business, the pilot was a success. And that's why we rolled it out. So yay, because sometimes pilots fail and we don't get off the ground. And then we implemented business continuity across the whole of Network Rail in the space of 1 year. Now, the next point I'm going to make is one to note. If we think back to the BCM life cycle, organizations sometimes spend just 12 months doing BIAs, even longer. But I'm really proud to say that we implemented the full life cycle within 12 months. Properly, not just half-heartedly, is actually done with the help of our leads, of course. And now we understand what our critical services and our critical assets are. They're much clearer. We've got a list. We can see it in black and white. It's not a guess. We know where our risks are. Dependency mapping. We didn't have that before. Well, actually, that's ongoing. It never ends. You can't just have a document and say, yep, that's it. That's our dependencies. Things are changing. It's involving business. At the end of last year, over 300 plans were developed for critical assets only. Those assets that are directly going to stop the trains running if we don't have them. And that's what I mean by that. And then we tested the plans too, over 21 departmental level plans by the end of last year. So that doesn't seem like a lot, but it is, because we're coming to the end of this year now, and we've done much more than that. But that was just some of the outputs then from this time, around this time last year. And when we think about a program, we think of an end date, but actually it's not. We're beyond business as usual now. And there's clear integration within the business of business continuity and we're looking at resilience from a wider piece. Every quarter business continuity elements are reported from various business assurance committees, and then it's integrated with other assurance activities as well, which is great because this wasn't there before either. Remember earlier I told you about the resilience landscape? Well, actually the work we've done in the last 18 months has actually informed that. For example, the policy is actually followed by all. It's not a stick and a ruler. You have to do it because the policy and the standard says so. No, people are actually following it because they see the benefit in it. There's closer integration to the business. And that is key. We're working with risk management. We're working with incident management, operational security, much more closely than we were before. A new project started, for example, on weather resilience. where the team were looking at where in the UK are there areas where there's prone to, say, flooding, landslides, and all that kind of stuff. Well, instead of going back to the business and asking them again, they actually came to us, and we were able to give them maps produced by the business to showcase where their critical areas were. So which part of the tracks, remember, from London to Glasgow, was that critical or not? So they can start working on that. And that is really essential, because then we're just wasting time if we're going to ask the business the same question again and again. 5 different people asking the same question, slightly different. And it's a constant process. My favourite is a massive cultural shift has taken place in this sphere of work. That's huge. There's over 5,000 people at Network Rail. It's all relationship focused. People are taking it seriously. As I said, it supports corporate risks as well. And whenever there's an incident or we're doing exercising, lessons learned are shared. You know, the business areas aren't just keeping it to themselves and saying, oh, I don't want to share it with you. They're actually sharing it with other parts of the business to say, actually, we tested some of our critical assets. We know you've got the same thing. Here's our report. It might be useful for you in your area to suit your appetite. I'm pleased to say that plans are still developing and ongoing. And to date, none of the business leads and the BCM leads across the business has missed their 2-year testing schedule. That's massive. They actually want to test their plans, and if they miss it, they don't want to be that. They don't want to be that area that's going up against the dashboard saying we didn't do it. They're forthcoming in it, which is great. But also the work we've done meant that our insurance premiums were reflected. We were paying masses of money for insurance on some of our critical assets because we didn't know they were resilient. But actually, through this work, some of those have gone down because we've realized we're actually more resilient in some places than we thought we were, which is great. So my question to you is, how do you deliver a resilience program within your own organizations? Some key takeaways from me is to look at really the scalability. So how big is your organization? Are you trying to recover everything? I mean, you could if you were just an organization of 5 people and you're providing certain services. Or are you 500 people, 5,000, millions, whatever? What is that? What you need to consider that and not try and do everything. And then have an objective that underpins it. So Network Rail were very clear on what their objective was. Before we tried to do everything, we tried to have plans for everything, recover everything, it didn't work. So now the objective is anything that will stop the trains running for a period of a month is what we're going to prioritize planning on, full stop. It's not to say that other areas aren't important, but we have to prioritize because we can't do everything because we're so huge. And then it's about the relationships, no surprise there. It's making the business understand what that objective is and the scalability of that. So why are you doing that? I had in a workshop, a very senior person say to me, I don't want to change my BIA scores to be not as important because the business might think that they need to shut me down. So actually, if you think about it, if we had just let that business area go off and do the process themselves, they would have heightened the scores and made themselves more critical than they really were. But sitting down in that workshop, making business area and that person understand the Network Rail's objective and the scalability really helped. I understood their problem, they understood mine, and then work was done. And that's key. Because if you take these factors into consideration, you can be winners. So the team and I were not only shortlisted for 1, not 2, but 5 awards this year. 5 awards. And we won CIR's Transformation of the Year award. And that is all centered around changing the mindset, the cultural shift of the organization to re-embed something that has been done thousands and thousands of times to make them really want to do it and look at it from a wider piece, wider resilience piece. Because after all, it's all about resiliency through relationships. Thank you very much.
want to come up? Okay, I mean, we've been on quite a journey so far. We're starting to get more to the practicality issues as well. But some of the questions, Russ or Rena? Please.
Yeah, I've got a question for Rena. With the success of your program that you've implemented, are you going to see change in your structure and reporting lines to help, continue the program's success? Yeah, definitely. So the business is quite complex. So I sit centrally within the team and provide the assurance piece. So before, in the last 18 months, it was all about helping the business embed it and get it done. And then it's up to the different business areas to really take that forward and own it and take accountability. And the structure is, instead of defining it from a central point of view, is actually getting the business areas to make that decision themselves. And it's different in different parts of the business. So in the Western region, for example, there's a dedicated business continuity resilience person. In some other areas, there isn't, but it's a part of someone else's job. We can't centrally mandate that. It's up to the business areas to see and put the reporting lines where they see fit. But usually it sits within the assurance functions, but it's not something that we can stipulate.
Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you both for your presentations. Rena, on the train, something happens almost every day, if not every hour. So I'm just interested to know at what point it stops being a disruption as usual, if you like, and falls into your BCM program?
Yeah, great question. And it's a challenge that we have with a lot of areas of the business because we're very focused on the whole incident management piece. So we're firefighting. We do it. It happens on a daily basis. We do it. But that's why through the program where we set our recovery time objectives, once you've passed that stage, you're into business continuity and you need to start thinking about it in the longer term. It's making the business realize that and take it quite seriously. So some of for example, one of the business areas said, well, actually, in 30 minutes, we're going to go into business continuity. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, we were doing a cyber test actually, and 30 minutes in, I was like, right, here's your plan, get it out, what are you going to do? And they were saying, well, actually, it's not, we're still in incident mode. So it's getting that reality of your recovery time objective in place and understanding what that means rather than making it ideal. So it's a challenge, but recovery time objectives is where you start.
Could I ask a follow-up question then? Because I think in my experience, the local stations have quite a lot of autonomy, particularly when it means getting coaches in or putting people in taxis to get them home. So at what point are they allowed, if you like, to take action versus it being a central issue?
It's all managed by each region. So there won't be someone centrally saying, right, okay, London, it's a bit of a chaos, you go and do that. There's full autonomy. We call it devolution. So it's up to the business areas to see fit when you go past that impact. So if we're getting to a certain point where it's going to be, say, overcrowding, then you need to start making plans to do that. And who better else to know that than the people on the front line? So there's full autonomy of making those decisions.
Interesting. Thank you.
Russ, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just on that point, when I worked at BAA, one of the airports was on my patch, if you will, was Heathrow. So Heathrow, if anybody's worked there, there's 96,000 employees at Heathrow, 12 active languages, there's 5 heart attacks a week, 25 abandoned cars, and it goes on. And this is like, so they're in a permanent state of, and the people there are pretty resilient because they're having to deal with aircraft incidents, land-based incidents, infrastructure, etc. And it was an interesting, when we had the Burger King fire, and they set fire to the roof of Terminal 1 at Heathrow, we did have an issue where they thought they could cope with anything, and they didn't escalate it. Are you with me? And I think it's very important that you have very clear trigger statements that people can interpret and say, this satisfies these criteria, therefore it has to be escalated. Otherwise, you can end up in this sort of macho management. Or if you think about Piper Alpha, when people don't want to do it because they think they're going to be branded wrongly as somebody that can't cope. So I think having those systems in place with those key trigger statements saying this characterises what we would regard as a crisis that needs escalating is very important.
I remember the Burger King fire. It was a whopper.
Please, yeah, sorry. Quick, start speaking. Get away with this one.
Thanks very much for the presentation. Rena, that's a question for you actually. Just on the business continuity scope diagram you had up, your main purpose was fulfilling the timetables. Obviously, you're kind of dependent on the operators to do that. How have they engaged with you about resilience? Do they have their own programs now to fit in with yours, or is it still on the back burner of that? Yeah, so there's another team, so the incident management, operational management, work closely with the train operating companies along with each region to work out what's best in the plan. So there's great communication for that. Obviously the relationships are managed at local levels, not centrally, because there will be various factors. So it wouldn't be me specifically talking to train operating companies for plans, it would be the business areas, and they are considered in there because it's an operational issue. But you don't, as a passenger, you don't really see that. You just think if there's a disruption on the railway, oh, it's Network Rail's fault. But actually sometimes the train drivers don't turn up. So what are the plans in place? And there's an agreement in place that actually if it's Network Rail's fault, then there will be certain penalties, and vice versa for the train operating companies, and they're all agreed beforehand, and the negotiations continue.
Yes, sir.
When you spoke at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned about philosophy, and we did go from philosophy through to the achievements that Network Rail have made to that, and also your team, and reference to the award ceremony, etc. My question is that based on the work that's been carried out, it seems like quite a lot of work's been done more recently in terms of the e-learning in the last, I think, 3 months. You mentioned 18 months in terms of the business continuity team going into place. How much of that work is actually being shared with your partners or your stakeholders? You mentioned about the passenger service and the freight, etc. Because obviously when an incident does take place, it impacts on you, but it also impacts on other parts of the services and passengers.
Yep, it's definitely shared. The plans are shared to an extent. Obviously, they're confidential. Lessons learned are communicated. It's not perfect because we're still maturing. If we look at a maturity graph, we're not nowhere near the top, but it's important to highlight that we've actually come a long way than we were before. Everything was focused around operational. So what you're talking about is actually what we call incident management rather than business continuity, because the organization is so huge, it's been split up in that way, and the differences the lines get a bit blurred. But it's really important that when these things do happen, that there's clear communication, and that's going to take time. So yes, it's a challenge to communicate that.
But would you also say that it's important to share the business continuity plans with your partners, and for them to share that information with you, because sometimes that's where the problem can sometimes...
Yep, absolutely. And do those joint learnings too. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
A question for Russ, for me. You work with a lot of different organisations, and if you're seeing a move from, let's call it conventional business continuity to a more integrated resilience approach, are you seeing practical changes in terms of what your clients are doing?
Yes. In as much as I think that there is a realisation, I don't know if anybody's seen recently from a thing called the Risk Authority. If you go on the Fire Protection Association website, they're an insurance-funded organisation, and they also fund a thing called Risk Authority, which have just produced a fantastic supply chain assessment tool, which you can use for free. It's being paid for, so I recommend you go and look at it. But that's indicative to me of pressures within supply chains, and certainly for a number of our clients, and I can think of some of our food-producing clients who are supplying goods to the big four high street, the pressure is being ramped up with them in terms of demonstrating resilience. So, for example, one of them supplies top fruit and salad to Waitrose. the audit that they have to go through every year, which is quite a cross-functional audit, the resilience element, it was business continuity, it's now called resilience, and that element is actually one of the key things that they look for now in the audit. So that's my evidence that I'm seeing from clients. We're seeing a transition from the business continuity plan is to much more of a wide-scoping supply chain awareness of where you fit in the supply chain. And certainly, if you're a single source supplier, the amount of information that your upstream supplier receiver is going to want, that's only getting larger and larger and larger. Certainly for our biggest client now, we've been tasked with going to their 20 top suppliers, and it's not just a questionnaire now. They actually want us to go and visit them and really go through their systems in detail. So that's indicative. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, things like supply chain management are part of conventional business continuity, let's call it. So is the change more about the depth and the, if you like, the attention to detail, or are our clients doing different things in building resilience, I suppose, is the key question.
Yeah, I just think it's a change. If it was previously a compliance issue, or perhaps insurance purposes, just basic legal compliance, I think that emphasis is now changing to a supply chain emphasis. That's my sense.
Any more questions? Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I'm full of admiration for what you did with Railtrack. And you mentioned the personal relationships that you established. So that I don't put you on the spot and you don't have to be too immodest, if you were recruiting your replacement, what qualities would you be looking at? Because there must have been something about the engagement where they trusted you. And what would you be looking at if you had to re-recruit yourself?
Actually, it's quite easy. You need someone who is not afraid to go and talk to the business and who has a bit of personality and is not afraid. Because conventionally, when I was recruited, without blowing my own trumpet, I walked out the door and I got offered the job the same day as the interview, because the feedback was, you're excellent, we need people like you to go in front of the business and deliver it and make them understand this complicated thing that has been done thousands of times before, make it simple and relatable. So qualities-wise, someone who's flexible, who has not only intelligence but emotional intelligence to understand and see the room. I think that's key, because you can know lots of frameworks, you could have lots of qualifications, but if you can't read the person and understand when to stop and when not, it's not going to work. So I think that is one of the key things, it's key aptitudes.
And when will you be moving to the FCA then?
When someone offers me the job.
Okay, we take an early break for now, so we can move on quickly later on. We have two great presentations later on after refreshments, and certainly the first presentation, I question people to tell me, what does a resilience professional actually need? What is this? What makes somebody able to say, I'm a resilient consultant, I'm a resilient manager, whatever it is? And thanks to Gary over there, he took on board that task to research and take it forward. And certainly we need to see where this industry is moving to in the future. And so with Lyndon Bird here, who's what's your title, Lyndon? Your official title?
Yeah, I don't know this week. Chief Knowledge Officer.
That's it, Chief Knowledge Officer. So it's Lyndon's job to actually continue research and understand what's happening in this world, what's driving this word called resilience and capabilities that are necessary. What needs to be in place for training individuals. So that's where we're going to go. And then after that, if you've got time, stay on board. So we're going to the old Dr. Butler's head across the road there for an after dinner drink. So that's the plan at the moment. And okay, that's it. So we take a break. If you can come back here, please, for if we say 10 minutes past 3. Yeah, 10 minutes past 3.
Are you off? Lots of good stuff there. You all ready for it?
Yeah, I've got coffee.
Some cough tablets. I've got some tablets if you want one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you got some.
Yeah, yeah. Relationship building over coffee. Absolutely. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, most people say it's over coffee, but we'll do it over coffee. Because I think it's the fact that Steve said,
So I know Trevor. Sometimes you do. You can go. It's going now.
What's the relationship between BC and
industry you go into, the activity you go into, you know that there's certain instances that take place, and you know there are certain common threads that run through. And I think that a lot of organisations are not necessarily looking at those common threads, you know, and that's where the kind of, unfortunately, the kind of failure. Yeah.
Sorry.
This is, yeah, this one here. So all this goes with the private limited company, and that it just shows that we subscribe. In other words, we are behind the organisation being established. So it's not his signature. It seems a crazy document here. You could put Mickey Mouse or anything else stupid. I would have thought there'd been, considering this goes in, company not having share capital, memorandum. So
actually, what's the date today? It's the
don't need to put the date now.
Oh no, but you should. Whenever you sign, always put a date.
No, it's not asking. Authentication.
Yeah, I always put. I always do that
because it's all over the place now.
You're not listening.
I know we both got autism. That's one of my autism issues here. But everyone's on my side. No one else has done it, and you've gone and done it.
Yeah. It's also because I've got told by a lawyer you should always date the signature.
I wouldn't. Hello. We lost our man. We need somebody to switch all the mics on again. Where is he?
Well, if you want to wander, Mike, you've got one up there. Okay. Let's go. Okay, there you go. And you can follow that at your will. Awesome.
Clicker works really good. Okay, thanks everyone for coming back. Before we start, it's quite interesting. Christine Bennett here. I'm going to introduce him again and ask him to say a few words. He's made a great offer. One of the intentions of the Resilience Association is not only to bring young people into this industry and give them a career development path and everything else, but also to act as like a broker for bringing jobs together and now people for career progression and everything else. So, Chris, you want to come down here and just say a few words about this before we start off?
Yeah, it's very simple indeed. We're looking for a consultant at the moment to work with us. It'd be general resilience, exercises, training, writing plans, etc., etc. We pay very nearly 20 guineas a week. And Christmas Day is a holiday. What my offer to Steve was that if anyone here puts somebody in touch with us that we end up employing, then I will donate to Help for Heroes and for cardiac in the young, sum of 500. So it feeds back into that.
Right, any more jobs going out there? Remember, 20 guineas, or is it 20,000 guineas? 20. Oh, 20. I knew there was a catch in all this one here. Okay, no, thanks for that one, Chris, and appreciate it really, because it's, in a way, I suppose you could say that, although I call it a Resilience Association, it's very similar to a livery company in the City of London, you know, where you have a whole series, you would give something back to the community. And one of the long-term, it's not short-term, I suppose, really, objectives we have is to really promote this subject through academia and to, as I did with the University of Liverpool so long ago, that we get the right level of research carried out and the information made available. The second point is, my learned friend over here reminded me, we haven't yet come to decision about membership of the Resilience Association. At the moment, I have something like 2,500 people on LinkedIn groups for business and national government, and around about another 1,000 on our MailChimp group as well. And what's happening as I speak, I hope it is as I speak, anyone who goes into the resilienceassociation.org and register their interest, as of round about now, just hold on a couple of days though, but round about now, anyone registering would go straight into the MailChimp group. So there's a lot of things happening, and at this time, it has to be agreed with the committee of the Resilience Association, at which stage will we be having formal membership and individuals who get a fantastic certificate and actually have some amazing free pen or something else like that to become sort of associated with the association of some sort. Because I think membership needs to be owned and gained and everything else, you know. And that's what I like about Disaster Recovery Institute, because, you know, you just don't become a member of it just by saying I want to be part of your game. You know, you have to do something and actually get qualified formally. And they've got a CPD process, or their cert process, which actually makes sure you are keeping your currency up to date. And I think that's the key issue here. And that's another intention for the association across the breadth of resilience, to make sure we have a central way of recording the qualifications of individuals, etc., as an independent source. And that's something we need some assistance from academia and everything else to decide what does this look like. I've seen it work very well for paramedics and everything, who have to have this, you know, for their insurance and everything else they have to deal with. So I think it's right and proper, because I see a lot of blame game going on as well. And, you know, people are going to be questioned more and more now. Why did you sign off? What's that certificate for financial, you know, any financial organisation? You know, it's a certificate you have to sign off each year. Normally the risk department carries it, but you feed into it. That's a really dangerous space, you know, really dangerous space. So we need to understand this. And, you know, it helps anyone in a consultancy point of view for a professional indemnity as well. So there is a lot of things that are underway, or consideration of them. And if you've got any spare time to help out, we're always looking for volunteers. So just send me an email, you know, or through the website itself, and I'll get hold of your messages coming through that. Now, You told me you're a professor.
I didn't say I was a professor. I said I am the professor.
We went through this. This is all in this scenario.
I have said I am the professor. In much the same way that the doctor is not a real doctor.
Oh, right, okay, you're right.
I am the professor. There's a distinct difference. And I'll explain when I do my presentation.
Yeah, so I'm going to hand you over to the professor here. We know each other for quite some time now, I guess, really over the years, and we've both got the scars and everything else, you know, from this type of work we do.
Some more than others.
And I'd like to hand over to Gary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm introduction. Yeah, so first of all, Steve, thank you very much for inviting me along to speak at the first Congress. So I am going to actually start this by actually just thanking Steve and actually thanking everyone who was put today on. So I think everyone deserves a round of applause for Steve and for the team who put this on. Obviously, a lot of hard work goes into putting these things together. I do hope that I'll be invited back, but we'll see when I finish my talk. But I am a bit of a wanderer, so I will be walking up and down, so I do have a wandering mic and such. I am going to be talking about, obviously, organisational resilience. The subject matter that I've been given was to talk about what subject matter training should we expect for people, practitioners, people moving into this field. So I am going to cover that, but I'm going to not just talk about some of the hard skills that I think we need to have in place. I'm actually going to look at this from a fairly creative position, I hope. But I am going to start by simply saying that I'm always very excited to get invited to these events because I don't get invited very often. If I am invited once, then it's not very often I'm asked back. But it is something that I am very passionate about. It's a topic that, as Steve said, I've been doing this a long time. Steve and I have known each other for a fair while. But my presentation actually does start a little bit different from a lot that you've already seen today. It starts with a bit of a warning. This is a health warning for those of a nervous disposition. It does contain strong suggestive content, including naked truths. It does have common sense and self-awareness, primarily because probably you can tell by my accent, I'm not local, I'm a Yorkshireman. So I don't take myself too seriously. But I take the topic very serious, and I think it's an important topic, and I'm extremely passionate about it. But this does contain some honesty, and I think we have to be honest with ourselves about where we are today and about where the future of this discipline is, because it has moved on. And I'll give you, the warts and all view of it from my position, where I think we are today, and what I think we need to do as professionals to move the profession on. Again, I'm going to slightly change the way that we do presentations, because what I am going to do is show you my last slide first, which is a little bit unusual, primarily because of the fact that it's okay, you've got an alert on here, you've got a couple of viruses, but anyway, we'll talk about that later. The last slide first. So the reason that I'm going to do that is if you remember nothing else, at least you'll remember this, because I'm recognizing it's late on in the day. So this is genuinely the last part of my slide. And it was a very famous quote by this gentleman. And he essentially said that any intelligent fool can make things bigger, more complex, and more violent. It takes a touch of genius and a lot of courage to move in the opposite direction. And interestingly, earlier, Chris mentioned something about placebo, BC plans and such. And I have worked with organizations for very long periods of time as a consultant, doing their business continuity planning and processing and such. And I've turned up back in the boardroom after 3 or 4 months of hard work, and I've given them a BC plan, which was 1 page. And they've looked at me and said, well, what have you been doing? What have you been doing for all this time? And I said, well, I've been getting it down to 1 page. I can go back to the beginning if you wish, and I can give you a business continuity plan, which is 500 pages deep. It has every scenario conceivable to every man and his beast, but it won't really be much use in a real case situation. What we need to think about is simplicity. because our world is very, very complex, as we know. And I'm going to touch upon that. But I suppose I should really introduce myself a little bit better about who I am and my background. So I've been doing this a long time. I've actually been in IT for 35 years. I know I don't look old enough. Thank you. But it's true. 35 years. I started when I was 15 years old in IT. 20 of those years spent in business continuity, risk, information security, cyber security, whatever you wish to call it. But genuinely, when I was 15 years old, I saw a film called War Games, fell in love with the idea of being able to hack things, and that's where my passion for technology began. And it hasn't gone away since. I'm very, very fortunate to do all of that. I am known as the Professor of Communicating Cyber, which I'll come on to in a few moments. Areas of specialism does range from everything technical all the way through to a lot of work that I'm doing now around cyber psychology and cyber crime, and just understanding not just what is happening around us, but what technology is doing to us as well. So it's very much now spread from just purely looking at the technology that we're using, but how it's actually affecting us and how it's changing us. And I think, again, we have to broaden our understanding of what resilience is and understanding of what our profession is beyond the realms of just planning and systems and processes and such. I am a published author on business continuity, so I published the Business Continuity Management Toolkit. I helped edit Business Continuity for Dummies. I am an award-winning Business Continuity Personality of the Year, 2014, which Steve and I went up head-to-head against each other, and I won. Just, I don't want to rub it in, but I did include a picture just to be. It was old school. That's true. Although I have won Cybersecurity Personality of the Year also at the Cyber Awards, but hey, I'm just simply saying this is it. But I do a lot of blogging and authoring and typing and writing and talking about this topic. I'm very fortunate to get to go around the world and speak about the topic. I help run an organization called Cyberforts, and everything I do does range from the advice or the consultancy side of things, so I'm very heavily steeped in information security governance frameworks, so ISO 27001, 27017, 27018, 22301, all those wonderful things, and GDPR, very much my world. I also help develop products and services. I do pen testing, so yes, I'm an ethical hacker, but I always say it's easier to hack people than it is to hack computers. And then we have a data center, which again, I can talk to you about data centers and all that type of thing. And when my company that I ran for 9 years were bought by Cyberfort, they said, Gary, we just don't know what to do with you. And I said, well, I've been told that before. I've had a few suggestions as well, but you know, I'm not quite sure what you want to do with me. They said, Gary, come up with your own title. And I said, well, actually, I was once with the dean of a university, and he said to me, Gary, you are equally comfortable in front of a classroom of 5-year-olds explaining how the internet works as you are in front of academics. You are indeed the professor of communicating cyber. And I said, I like that. I'm going to take that. And I said, is that a real job title? He said, well, it's an honorary title. And I said, is it much respected? He said, no, we call those the thick professors. So I said, okay, I'll still take it. It's fine. But that's who I am. That's what we do. This is who I am. That's as much as a background as you need from me. We are going to get into this idea of organizational resilience. What is it? And I'll be honest with you, you've heard some far greater and better explanations of what this is than I've got to offer. So I was feverishly sat at the back, changing my slides, thinking, well, I can't say that now, and I can't say that now. Oh my God, what can I say now? But genuinely, you've heard some great speakers and explanations of what it is. So I'm not going to go too far down that similar sort of route. For me, I'm a simple Yorkshireman. I'm a simple guy. I keep things simple. When I think of organizational resilience, I think of it in people terms. And I think, Aaron, you mentioned people at the very beginning where we talk about this. And Rena, you talked about building relationships. And I think, again, that for me is brilliant because that's exactly where we need to be. I think we've got to move beyond the technology and the sitting behind a desk. And I think, to your point, Rena, one of the reasons why you've been successful is going out there and talking to people. So some of the skills, and I'm being very pointed because I'm not very subtle, you've probably noticed already. I'm going to underline stuff that you need to take away. If there are skills that we need to learn, it is that we cannot sit behind a desk or in an office and write plans in isolation. We need to get in front of the business, we need to get in front of the board, we need to build relationships. It's about people. And indeed, cybercrime and cyber itself is in actual fact about people. Now you might think, well, actually, it's all about technology, and it's not. You're missing the point. It's about people. And when I think about organizational resilience, I remember something that a psychologist said to me quite a few years ago now, when I was talking about business continuity and about systems. And I was very much entrenched in that world about we need to recover our systems and get our systems up. And they said, that's great, Gary, but your systems may be up, but your people may be down. And it hit me, and I said, it's a good point. Because it's all well and good, we could have all our systems up and running and our telephony up and running, and we can get it back, our recovery point objective, our recovery time objective. But then when we're not thinking about the human factor in our recovery, that's when we're in trouble. And in today's society, we all know how much information that is out there. And it looks a little bit like this. It's scrambled around our heads. And in an organization, if this was an organization, this is where it is. The information is, it's there, but it's not all connected. What we need to do is to connect the pieces and bring them together. That, for me, is what organizational resilience is. It's about thinking about the individual, thinking about what's in their mind, getting all that information together in much the same way as thinking about the actual business organism, getting it together. Because, bless you, there is a lot of information that's out there. We know that. And when we talk about digital and systems and knowledge that's out there, you know, there's a lot of things that we know and there's a lot of things that we don't know. Although it's probably better put by this gentleman. Does everyone remember Donald Rumsfeld, his description of weapons of mass destruction? And for those who have never heard of it or seen it, it was a stroke of genius when he described weapons of mass destruction. He actually uttered these words back in February the 12th, 2002. And this is what he said: there are no knowns. That is, these are things we know that we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things we know we don't know, but there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we don't know we don't know. Now, let me explain. When I saw that back in 2002, I actually said, that guy's a genius. I know nothing about weapons of mass destruction. Let's be clear. What I do know about is the internet and about the future of our use of technology. This was the best description of the internet and our use of technology that I'd ever seen. And this is why I still quote it to this day. I've used it on many, many slides. If you've seen me speak before, you'll know that this one always appears because it absolutely nails what the internet is. For those of you who are initiated in the world of the internet, you will know there is the web that we use, we have the deep web, and then we have the dark web. Now, this presentation is not going to touch on any of that. I could, but when people talk to me about those three levels, I'll say, well, that's that. Because we all know what we know about the web. But then we know that there's deep web, and we think we know what's on there, but we're not quite sure about the risks. But then you go about the dark web, and they go, well, I don't know what's on there, so I don't know what the risks are. And I say, well, that's my job, is to illuminate that area for you, to give you something to look at. Because our world is getting more and more complex. You may come across a term called the Internet of Things. You may have heard of it. It's all the rage these days. It's what all the cool kids are talking about. So I'm on board with that. And I was in an event on Monday night talking about the insecurities of IoT devices. Now I'm going to ask you just have a think about IoT devices, the things that you might have put in your homes. So CCTV cameras, you know, the Ring doorbells, those types of devices, the heating systems, Alexas, those sorts of things. Can I have a show of hands who has an IoT device at home? Okay, so a few of you, okay. For those people who have an IoT device, can I have your hands really high so I can just see where you are, please? Just, because I've got them, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Well, it depends what device you've got, but can you now leave your hands up if you have updated the firmware on your IoT device in the last 6 months? Cool, okay, so we've still got a few, okay. And can you now Leave your hands up if you have installed antivirus on any of those devices in the last 6 months. Which device, can I ask which device you've installed?
Yeah, internal CCTV.
Okay, so you've installed an antivirus on that?
Yeah, it's my parents' system because my dad's actually a technician.
Okay, fantastic. I'll talk to you about that later, because I'll be really interested to know about that. Because when I asked at the IoT event the other day, and I said to them, have you installed antivirus on IoT devices? They said, well, it's pretty much nigh on impossible because it's usually a closed environment and we can't actually get to the firmware because it's on the chip. It's within the actual system itself. So the developers, the people who are creating these devices aren't thinking about security, and that worries me. Because we're putting these things in our businesses and we're not thinking about the impact upon us as individuals and as on business. But I'll tell you who is thinking about it, the cyber criminals. And I know that because I get to talk to them. So in the various different pieces of work I do, and because I've been a hacker since I was 15, I have worked and talked to many of these people under a different name. So I have different monikers. I'm not just known as the professor, I have other names. But I do talk to cyber criminals and bad guys. I will hasten to say to you that not every cyber criminal is a hacker, and not every hacker is a cyber criminal. There can be two distinct differences. I am a hacker. I am not a criminal. For the avoidance of doubt, I will say that again. But it's true. And these devices that we're putting into our homes and into our businesses are only increasing. This is what's happening around our world, and this is the world that we're moving into, and we need to think about this deeper than we are already. Because it does concern me that we're putting these devices into our homes and into our businesses, and our children are using them. And I use that term, our children, because I'm not old enough to say that, and I can say that our children are then going into the workplace, and then they are our next business leaders and owners. And these guys are quite rightly coming up through the ranks, and their approach to security is different to ours, because their expectations on being able to access information is far broader than perhaps we, as an older generation, might understand or expect. I remember a few years ago, somebody said to me, oh, you know, I banned social media in our workplace. And I said, oh, wow, that's amazing. So no one's allowed social media in your company? He said, yeah, absolutely. And I said, how many people do you employ? He said, about 400. I said, right. I said, so you've got 400 people to agree not to use social media? He said, yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure that you have. But he was adamant that that was the way it was. But we are moving into a different world, and we need to understand that we're putting devices into our homes like this, like the smart iron. So the smart iron is a device that we're putting into our home that will allow us to change the heating on the iron using a mobile app. So if it's too hot, you can just simply put your iron down, come over to your phone, log in, change it, choose that, and then come back over here, pick up your iron and carry on ironing. Brilliant. That's exactly what we want. We want one of those devices. Don't get me wrong, this is just part one. The next one for this will be the, and I was told this reliably, don't laugh, Gary, because the next thing that's coming is your clothes will have an RFID code within it, and it will tell the iron how hot to be. So that's the next step. So I said, brilliant. I said, I can stop wearing waistcoats, and because I keep burning the backs of my shirts. What about these sorts of devices? We've got these kinds of devices. Would anyone like to hazard a guess at what this device is? It's a smart microphone, sort of. If I tell you the name, it's actually called a SMALT. It's a smart salt dispenser. So you can say, hey, Alexa, I would like some salts. And at that point, I've not bought one of these yet, but at that point, I'm assuming it spits the salt across the table at your food, or it hovers, or, you know, I don't know quite yet. No, I do, I'm lying. What in actual fact happens is in the bottom there, it has a little dispenser, and it says there's the salt, and then you can put that onto your chips or whatever you're actually having, whatever posh people have. I'm from Yorkshire. So that's what it does, which is great. But what it also does, if you read the terms and conditions, what it also says is that it will store your information in perpetuity and share it with third parties, not yet declared or decided upon. 10 years time from now, if I'm going to the doctor and I say, doctor, you know, yes, I go to the gym twice a week, never drink, and I keep my salt levels low, he's going to say, well, no, actually, Your salt dispenser has actually told us something differently, Gary. Oh, okay, damn. Spies in the home. What about this sort of device? Anybody care to guess what this is? Looks very similar to the other one. What, sorry? It's a pet. Somebody did say that, actually. But no, it's not quite. I'll give you the name of it if you can't see it. Actually, it's called a Furbo. This is a device that you can put into your homes that will actually feed your pet, and it will spy on your pet while you're at work. And every now and again, you can just click a button and it will spit out a little treat for your loved animals here at the bottom. So that's nice, isn't it? You can look after your pets. If you're like me as well, you come from Yorkshire and you know it's from a rainy part of the town, then you've got a situation where you need something that will tell you what the weather is like back in Yorkshire, which is really helpful when I'm sort of 2.5 hours away down in London. Great, that'll tell me that. And of course, everybody knows and is aware of these sorts of devices like cookers and fridges and other devices that we need to put onto the internet because we need them we need access, we need convenience. You know, if I ever forget to flush the loo, I need a Bluetooth-enabled toilet so I can flush the toilet when I'm in London. I am going to get one of these because I wanted to aid my wife that the house is haunted. But, you know, what I do in the safety of my own home is my decision. So we put all these devices in our homes, in our businesses, and the point I'm trying to make and illustrate to you is that our digital world is getting bigger, and the way that we're maintaining it and updating it, we're not keeping pace with it. And that's worrying. That is a worry. You might be saying, well, what is the problem with this? Well, the real problem, the punchline to what I've just shown you there, I guess, is to show you that back in September of 2016, there was a fairly large DDoS, distributed denial of service attack against a company called DIN. It was the first attempt to actually break this company. This was an internet service provider. On the 21st of October that month, they were successful. Now, this is a representation of a distributed denial of service attack. So this is what it looks like. It's just a GIF. It's an old GIF. Norse doesn't exist. But if you are interested in understanding what is happening right now, today, at any point, just go onto Google and just type in live cyber attack map. And it will show you something similar to this. A lot nicer graphics nowadays, but it's quite a nice graphic. It's illustrative. But the point is, what this did was it demonstrated we could weaponize the Internet of Things. So instead of in the good old bad old days when I was a hacker, if I wanted to carry out a DDoS attack, not that I would, if I did want to do that, I would have to take over lots of machines and get them part of my zombie network, as it was called. And then once I've taken them over, get them all to send information at exactly the same time, at exactly the same point and the same target. What I can do now, in fact, is actually just take over toothbrushes, toilets, salt dispensers, and get them all simply to point to one location and send thousands, millions of packets all at the same time and destroy some company's architecture. That was 2016. Has it happened since? Absolutely, 100%. Has it been happening with advanced states, and is it used as part of cyber warfare? Most probably. Do I know who some of those actors are? Yes, in part. Does anyone truly know what's going on? No, not really. Because it's changing, it's morphing all the time. But I promise you, things have changed from when we first started out in cybersecurity and business continuity, where we were thinking about outages and system outages and networks going down because of criminal activities. Criminals have moved on. We're now into a whole new world. This gentleman, he is a real professor. He did some fantastic research, and he stated quite simply this, that the emergence of a complex and multi-layered cybercrime economy has also begun to suggest a fundamental shift in the very nature of crime itself. In this context, overt acts of crime have become less central features of the criminal ecosystem. Basically, organized crime has gone online. And what I would say to you, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, is, you know, if you imagine yourself as a cyber criminal or a criminal, why wouldn't you go online? Of course you would. And who are you going to target? You're going to target those organizations who aren't really thinking about security. Those organizations that don't have contingency processes. Those organizations that allow gaps within their thinking. And that's the thing that we need to guard against. We need to work together. So again, going back to and underlining some of the skills that I'm asking people to do is really start to think about how you work and interact with others in your organization. So some of the hard skills we'll talk about in a few moments, but the softer skills are so vitally important. So again, as I'll reference Rena, has demonstrated you to build those relationships and actually get people to talk and actually work together is so vitally important. Because I promise you, we've gone from just having cybercrime 2.0 to it genuinely just being crime 2.0. Crime has had an uplift. It's had an upgrade. That's where we are today. In actual fact, there's really only two kinds of crime, and that's computer-enabled and computer-dependent crime. You could call it that. And again, that's for another presentation, another time. So the crux of today, what we're here to talk about is indeed, obviously, organizational resilience. So what does this all have to do with organizational resilience? Well, we've already seen some great examples of what it is, lots of definitions. So I am going to stick with this one for the time being, because I didn't want to steal anyone else's slides, although I was furiously writing them down and taking pictures. But this is obviously what BS 65000 says it is. For me, when I see these sorts of things anyway, I tend to pick out keywords because I'm not so bold and not so learned to have done all the research that I can say, right, I'm going to redo this all myself, because you've done a lot of work on that and I applaud you for it. But genuinely, I just looked at that and I said, well, actually, for me, it's about this, because business continuity has evolved, it has moved on. And for me, when I go to organizations and I talk to them about being resilient to change, and they'll say, yeah, we've got a BC plan. I'll say, but what about the smaller things, the creeping disasters? Because yes, you can have, in good old parlance of business continuity, you can have your big disasters, your big fires that suddenly it's very obvious you've got something, or you can have those creeping disasters, that dripping tap in the corner, and that slowly evolve into something more meaningful. We need to anticipate, we need to prepare, we need to respond, and more importantly, and I think the word that, again, Aaron mentioned earlier, is adapt. We need to be adaptive. We need to be able to learn to be agile, using that wonderful word. And again, if you come from an IT background, that's another one that all the cool kids are talking about these days. Just going there into IT and just saying, guys, we're going to have an agile process, and everyone will listen. And they'll all say, let's jump up and have a town hall meeting. So don't worry about what that is, but you can Google it. But we need to start to think about this much deeper. What we can't do is this. We can't continue to do this, because as a very wise person once said to me, if you put your head in the sand, eventually someone's going to kick you up the backside. And it's very true. But unfortunately and genuinely, and I'm not coming here just as the professor and here to talk to you academically. I am at the sharp end. I do have clients. I do go in as a consultant into client sites, and I'm standing there talking to people, and I'm listening to them talking, saying, oh, it'll never happen to us. Oh, it's obviously, the head of cybersecurity or the head of compliance. And I'm then talking to the head of IT, and they all simply say, no, it'll never happen to us. It'll never happen to us. It'll never happen to me. We're too big. We're too small. And I always go, when I'm talking to cyber criminals, they don't make any differentiation. They don't care if you're too big or too small. They're not really interested. All they want to know is, do you have a weakness? And they will do reconnaissance on you. You see lots of statistics that talk about the number of breaches that occur and cyber incidents that occur because of an internal threat or because of human error, etc., etc. What I will say to you is it is true. There's lots of human error out there, and yes, you're likely to have a data breach because of human error, so you need to train your people, you need to work with them. But when I talk to cyber criminals and they say to me, the way that we go into any organization is we do what like any other criminal would do. If we were breaking into a physical bank, do you think we would just rock up outside the door and walk in and go, oh, this was a bit of a surprise? They'd do their recon. They'd want to know who works at that organization. They'd look at them and understand their weaknesses. Who's talking to who? Who's not talking to who? Who's linked to who? LinkedIn is a great resource for cyber criminals. So it's not just about thinking about the bad guys lurking on the dark web. They don't operate on the dark web. The way that I put it is that sharks don't often eat surfers underwater. They come to the surface. That's where they're coming to fish. That's where they're coming to find their prey. So, onto the point of subject matter training then. So what do you really need to know? This is the bit that might be a surprise, because I'm not going to dive deep into you need to learn ISO 27001 and you've got to go on this course or that course. I'm actually going to come at it slightly differently. And I'm actually going to talk about this gentleman here. And I don't know if anyone's come across this person, but this is Sun Tzu. Can I have a show of hands who has heard of and read Sun Tzu? Okay, few, brilliant. Okay, that's excellent. I'm really pleased about that. So Sun Tzu, Art of War, I reference him quite regularly in these kinds of presentations because for me, even though he wrote The Art of War or The Art of Strategy 500 BC, it still speaks to us today. Every battle is won before it is fought, meaning that you've got to think about this, you've got to prepare and plan and make sure you understand the battlefield. He also said that the wise warrior arrives at the battlefield early. And I took that piece of advice many years ago. So if I'm going for a meeting, I'm always there 15 minutes before the meeting is due to start. So I can choose my position. If the sun's coming through the window, I've got my back to the window. So he's got lots of wise words. So again, I'm just telling you, one of the areas I think we should start to learn is start to learn from the past, learn from these wise people. Because he didn't just say that, he also stated this, that strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Now, how many times have we heard people just jump straight in and start doing things without actually thinking things through? And again, Rena mentioned it earlier, have your objectives set. Do you know what you're trying to achieve? And if you understand what you're trying to achieve, what is your strategy? What's the next step from there? Other people say, well, I know what I'm going to do, but I don't care about the strategy piece. I'm just going to get my hands in. I'm going to go for it. Well, he's also got words for that. That tactics without strategy is just the noise before defeat. Now, in terms of organizational skills and organizational resilience rather, and training and things that we would want you to learn is, again, there's nothing new in the world. We've just simply updated it. And that's what the IoT was all about. We've, the conversations around that, we've simply upgraded. Cyber criminals have upgraded. When the first person created castles, they were there to build higher and higher walls, and then somebody came along and said, well, that's really good. Actually, we can make you more secure. And they said, well, how can you make it more secure? So, well, we'll dig a channel around you, and we'll put water in it. And they said, that's brilliant, that's great. And then someone else came along and said, oh, actually, we need a bridge because we can't get to our castle anymore. We can't get to our valuables. And then a fourth person came along and said, well, actually, now the bad guys can get along there, so let's get a bridge that can actually lift up. It wasn't one person who did that. That was actually someone talking to other people, coming together as a team to come up with solutions to a problem for its time. And that's what we need to do today. It's nothing new. I'd love to be here to tell you, sell you some emperor's clothes and say I've got something that's going to solve all your cybersecurity problems and all your organizational resilience problems, but I don't. But I will say to you, look to the past, look what we've done before, and pretty much most of it is reliance upon people. So we need to do that to become more secure. So how do we build more resilience? Well, it's a good question. We need leadership. A key skill we need to develop. We need leaders who will lead. Not leaders who will simply stand and say, I've got a strategy. We need leaders who will actually put their hands in the pocket, spend the money, and spend their time on resources that are needed. So we need leaders. So develop your leadership skills. The other things that we need, well, I mentioned it earlier, and I promise you, I didn't change that one. Situational awareness. You've got to learn how to actually look beyond your own areas. You've got to look beyond yourself. Again, back to Sun Tzu. He actually said, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. Meaning you've got to look internally and externally. Be aware of your situation. Of course, we've got to be innovative and creative because I promise you, the criminals are out there being just that. We need to think about this deeper. We need to think about business continuity, absolutely. We need to involve risk management. We need to absolutely be talking to cybersecurity professionals and, of course, data protection professionals. These are the skills that we need to foster. And if we don't have those skills, and again, open disclosure, I don't like it when people describe me as a cybersecurity expert or a business continuity expert, primarily because I don't think there is such a thing. Because we're all learning, we're all developing. It's just that some of us have been learning a lot longer. That's all. But we're all still learning. I wake up tomorrow morning with exactly the same risks and threats that each and every single one of you actually does. And the final part that we really need to get to grips with is this idea of international standards and regulations. And I recognize that, you know, when you talk about GDPR, you know, that's, most people switch off and they say, oh, GDPR, do we really have to talk about that? Well, yeah, because information security and business continuity is about how we protect data. Data protection, or GDPR, is about how we use data. They two go hand in hand. You have to talk to our compliance friends and get them, bring them in. Believe me, they will love it because hardly anybody talks to us. So talk to the GDPR experts and specialists, because those are the people who will be able to help you and understand this and broaden it out from being purely technology. Because at the moment, I have been talking about this as just a technology problem, but I've mentioned it and referenced it a couple of times. Do not be lured into this idea that cybersecurity is a problem with technology. It's a human people problem. And that's the problem where we talk about, you know, minding our gap or minding the gap. You know, what's the biggest threat to organizational resilience? Well, it's a rhetorical question, because I'm not going to ask you, I'm going to tell you. It's silos. It's silos, it's negative thinking, it's small-minded thinking. We need to think broader. And we have to be careful about those silos that are in our organization and fight against them as much as we can. To quote this gentleman, I think this is the key for me. Again, it comes back to this idea about leaders. A leader leads by example, not by force. It's about someone who's actually going to step forward, and whether that be in a crisis situation or in times of peace, you can tell who are the good leaders. They're the people who will be able to wrap their arms around organizations and galvanize them to actually achieve greater than they actually thought they could. That, to me, is the essence of good leadership, and they're the kind of skills that I think that we need to start to foster. Because one thing we can't do is we can't simply give organizational resilience to one area of the business. We can't give it to the IT department and say, fix this, because it's not just one person's issue. It's all about. So really, this is kind of the crux of it. It is about talking. It's about working together. It's about building relationships. It's about actually understanding what our current situation is and then learning from each other. You may have come across something called cognitive diversity. So having different people from different walks of life coming together to talk about issues. And what are the risks that are out there? What are the threats? But more importantly, what are the solutions? So we need solution providers as well. That's what we need. So in basic terms, all we need within organizations is to actually think about the simple stuff. Because as this wise gentleman once said, any intelligent fool can make things bigger, more complex, and more violent. It takes a touch of genius and a lot of courage to move in the opposite direction. Thank you very much.
You finished now?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. So, want to turn your mic off?
Yeah, we'll keep it on. Thank you. He's got a virus, it's fine. Yes.
Right, introduce you to Linda Bird here. We've been around a long time, haven't we? I guess. So, yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, some people come with a lot of background and good background. And certainly the industry that I've worked in for a long time, he was part of setting some of the rules down and part of discussions, early discussions we had that form various organisations that are out there now. The challenge is where we're going to go in the future. What does it look like in the future? So I'm going to hand over to Lyndon here, and thanks for controlling.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Steve. Well, thanks for two things. One, for giving me the last slot, but thank you for remaining, which isn't always the case on the last slot. But even bigger thanks for making me speak after Gary, because it's always impossible to follow Gary. But well, okay. But I do also thank Gary because I've got a bad cough. I've had it for several weeks. I hope I get through it and don't cough too much during the presentation. But ever prepared, Gary, being a resilience professional, has given me some of these before I came on. So thanks for him. Okay, so that's a bit of nonsense to start with, but hopefully we'll have a bit more nonsense as the day goes on. Disaster Recovery Institute. I don't know how many people here know me, or know of me, or have come across me or heard me before. Probably a fair number. You don't have to say whether you have or not, but those who do probably might be a little bit surprised to see me getting up and giving a DRI presentation. There are two reasons for that. One is I'm now involved with the DRI in a particular capacity, which I'll explain to you a bit later. However, today I'm a bit more involved with the DRI than I normally would be, because my colleague, who's the DRI's international director, who was due to give the sort of, without putting it, the corporate pitch part, if you like, and I just say it for those terms, was unable to come along, so I'm doing her bit as well. So excuse the fact that I'll mix up my technical and subject matter stuff with some DRI stuff. Okay, anyway, just to get started, I was quite interested by Chris's presentation, particularly the last bit where he showed the Sona car that was about to come around the corner about 60 years ago, I think. So, yeah, I think listening to some of the presentations today, I think they were pretty much great, all of them. But some of them, I think, may take us some time to get to the level that we should be in terms of getting resilience, A, understood, and B, generally implemented and accepted across organizations. But of course, the fact that academic research now goes on, the fact that we are actually getting a lot of new structures, frameworks, methodologies, approaches backed by academic research gives us an opportunity to do something which has been a weakness. And I know that a number of people in this room that I speak to have always said to me, well, the problem, Linda, with what you do and what all of us do to some extent is that it's almost an act of faith. We believe it's a good thing to do, and we believe that business continuity and now resilience was a good thing because it seems to be obvious that it would be. But how do we prove that? You know, how can we demonstrate that that's the case? You know, you can say whatever you wish, but until you've actually proved it, as Chris said, you know, you can have many plausible explanations for everything, but it doesn't mean they're the truth. And so I think the fact that a lot of you are actually taking this subject now in a much more serious way. It's not just we've got a problem and we need to be able to deal with a disaster, or we need to know how to train a few people to act in a crisis, that's what we've tended to do a little in the past, is actually getting to a point where saying, well, resilience actually isn't an optional thing or a nice to have thing. It's actually why you exist. Because if you aren't resilient, you won't exist. Now, it may well be that some startup companies, one of the presenters said, well, maybe some startup companies aren't that bothered about it because they didn't expect to exist for that long. I think that's unlikely to be the case, because without proper resilience in their organization, they're probably not even going to get past that startup phase. So the reality is resilience is with us, and where does the old establishment, if you like, fit into this? And by what do I mean by the old establishment? Well, there's another statement made today which I thought was interesting, and that was, I think, probably also by Chris, which is about the laity, you know, the professionals who are a conspiracy against the laity. At an individual level, at a personal level, I actually rather agree with that. I feel that's inevitable, that professions become a sort of trade unionist to stop other people getting into them or doing it. The problem is, if you don't have them, I don't really want to go and have my operation on my heart bypass done by somebody who's just read a book and thought it'd be a good idea and said they're going to a doctor. So I think, you know, we have to have a sensible balance. Yes, we have to restrict people claiming to be certain things if they are going to do damage to others by doing it. And therefore, I think it's not unreasonable, certainly I don't think it's unreasonable that institutes like the BCI, which has got a bit of flack here today, and I'm no longer involved with, but comment on, and the DRI and others, actually do have to try and establish means whereby we can establish what are professional standards and what are things that we should be doing. So that's just a little bit of my feeling about it. I'm not unsympathetic to the sort of view that we have little proof for what we do, that we need to improve in that area, and that to some extent wrapping it up in a sort of profession, if we haven't proved that profession exists, not a good thing to do. But I think in general we have to move forward, and I think resilience gives us that chance to move forward, because I think it was Mike in a question he made earlier on said, well, when he was in the DR business, if he went to speak about DR, people wouldn't give him time. But if he was going to talk about how their organisation was more resilient, then he'd probably get that slot. And I think that gives us an opportunity. And though I take another point someone said, which was there's a danger that resilience in some organisations is just business continuity by another name, that wherever you've got business continuity, you change the title, you change it in the plan, and that's what it is. And maybe that is the case in some situations, but you've got to start somewhere. And so essentially that was just some initial thoughts I had from what had been said around today. Now, the next difficult one, of course, is how to work this thing, but there we are. That's who I am now. This might also interest you. I have a title Chief Knowledge Officer, and the Chief Knowledge Officer is a wonderful job. It's actually a wonderful job. It doesn't mean that I have all the knowledge. It doesn't actually mean I have to have any knowledge for that matter, but it gives me the opportunity to go and listen as often as I wish to all the people who do have the knowledge. And if you ever read any of my blogs, you might well say, I agree with that, and then having reflected on it for some time, you might have realised that perhaps I was sitting in one of your presentations a few weeks ago. So I certainly don't know much about the dark web, but I've written about it intensively after listening to Gary on occasions. So that's what I'm there for, really. I'm there to listen, to understand, to challenge, to throw in ideas, but also to take the pulse of the industry, the profession, and see what people are actually thinking and where they're going and what they're doing. So I do some surveys, quite a few surveys, in fact, for the DRI, and analyse them. But the complaint I have about those is, well, these are just opinion polls. Well, I haven't claimed them to be anything else. They're opinion polls from professionals and get their opinions. I'm not actually saying those opinions are necessarily right. I haven't got the time to do the research to prove everyone's opinion is right or wrong, but I can tell you 83% of professionals believe such and such. That I accept is not right, but it's interesting to know, because what people believe will also influence their behaviour, their actions, and the way that they work. And if they're very persuasive, it'll also convince their organisations, and that's how their organisations will work. So opinions are not a bad thing, even if we haven't always got the formulas and the science to prove it. As Rena said, a lot of it is about personality. You know, if you've got the personality and can build the relationships with people, that is what makes things work. So often that's the way that we have to operate. So the DRI then, I will get onto it. I can waffle a lot more than I would normally if my DRI colleagues were here, of course. But the DRI actually is a good organisation. I don't say that because I'm involved with it, but it is an interesting organisation. It is, despite what's sometimes thought of in this country, a purely not-for-profit organisation. And it is genuinely focused on doing good in a number of ways, not only developing the profession, increasing the qualifications for people, improving standards, ensuring those standards are met on a regular basis, as Steve has already mentioned, but also other things that it does. It generates profits, yes, but what does it do with the profits? It gives them to its foundation, and the foundation that we have distributes those profits where there are disasters and emergencies and problems that they can help with. So we actually do a lot of good things. Why do we exist? Well, I've said that. Basically, we do things really to help organisations prepare and recover from disasters. As you will know, we call ourselves DRI, and I guess you might know, some of you, what that DRI stood for originally, which was the Disaster Recovery Institute. So we never even got as far as calling ourselves Business Continuity. So I don't know how we're ever going to get to calling ourselves Resilience, but perhaps R will help us. Perhaps we can just change our name to the Disaster and Resilience Institute. I'm working on it, but not having too much joy yet. Okay, so essentially what we do, though, in our business area is education, accreditation, thought leadership, and trying to build awareness of what what our profession is. We're trying and increasingly trying to build this awareness, not just in the United States and North America, where we've been particularly strong, but much more globally. So if you just a few, just a few facts to throw around. We've got currently 15,000 or more, at least 15,000 current certified professionals. So these are people we call current who've actually paid their subscriptions for this year and done their CV sort of continuous professional development. We have them in 100 countries, not in large number in some countries. In this country, a few hundred. Steve might know better than me on that, but how many? 225. Okay, so it's an increasing number from a small base that we had a couple of years ago. We offer the courses that we run in 14 languages, and we hold them in 50 different countries. So we are clearly an organisation that is branching very much away from its original American roots. We run on commissions and committees. Okay, of course we have a management team, we have paid staff, we have headquarters, we have an operations office, and we even have me. But our main decision-taking forums come through our commissions: Certification Commission, Professional Practices, International Glossary Committee, and then other committees that get set up on demand to deal with particular problems. Healthcare is a massive industry and a massive problem, massive issues in the US, which is a different set of issues in healthcare in the US than anywhere else, and we have to look at that constantly. We have programs for young leaders. We're trying to develop young leaders. I consider anyone under the age of Chris young, okay? In fact, anyone under my age young, so that puts you all in the young category probably. Yeah, that's the type of things that we do. Second one on there, I didn't mention running down, is called the Future Vision Committee. I think this slide used to have it at the bottom, but I seem to have got it promoted to the second one. I don't know if this is because I was going to be here when the presentation was given, or this is how they normally include it. But that's really my baby. Although I have the title Chief Knowledge Officer, I also have the title Chairman of the Future Vision Committee. We have some aspirations for that committee. They may sound a little bit pretentious, being the leading global think tank on all matters of resilience, discipline, integration, and the profession. But if you don't aim high in that, then you're not going to get anywhere. So that's what we like to do or try to do within the work we're doing in the committee. It's not all done by me and the other committee members who will run webinars, run seminars, run speeches, write things. So it's not just me, but that's what that committee does. Quickly then, the foundation, I said before, essentially it's a charity. It deals with volunteers, donations, it provides scholarships, it provides special outreach programs for veterans, for women in BCM programs, etc. So that's the type of issues that are done with the foundation. And then, of course, we have increasingly tried to take a view of actually getting a presence for what we're trying to do. Our CEO, Chloe Demrovsky, who was actually here 2 years ago, and some of you may have met her if you were at the Bang event 2 years ago, has a monthly column which he writes about resilience and risk issues for Forbes magazine, which is always a good read. I write blogs for other organisations which the DRA link to. I produce, I'm an editor of a professional journal, Journal of Business Continuity and Emergency Planning, which I don't know, but some of you may have submitted articles to in the past at some time. If not, you certainly could consider doing so. And we also link those articles through to the DRI. So we have a connection that works through getting a lot of published information out to the DRI's database of 15,000 plus certified professionals, but about 40,000 people around the world are interested in what we're saying. So that's a useful area to know about. A little bit more then on my committee, and I will just have a glass of water before, as my voice is now starting to dry up. Right. My committee is called the Future Vision Committee. I've told you what its aim is. We have members from the US, from Europe, from Australia, from Japan, and from the Middle East. That is not a fixed thing. We don't nominate and have an elected person from there. We can have members from anywhere, but we have a certain restriction of numbers of members so it doesn't get out of hand. But we certainly would look for people who would like to contribute to that committee. It's not particularly onerous in terms of workload, but when we do require opinion and views and submissions, it is useful if people do. What you find, of course, in any committee is that people are enthusiastic about saying, oh yes, yes, I'd like to be on the committee, but when you ask them to contribute, something, then they aren't always available. I'm not being critical, but I'm just saying that's just the nature of any committee structure. So anyone that would be interested in being involved, let me know, and I will have a word with the powers that be who run these committees to see whether they would be happy to add to our numbers. What do? We have a number of fixed things I have to do. The three main fixed things I have to do is produce 3 reports. I have to produce a global risk and resilience trend report once a year. I have to produce forecasts and predictions for the following year, and I have to produce a report which comes out of our conference, which is called Resilience as a Career, which updates where our professionals are in their careers and where they want to go and who they report to and where they think they should report and what their aspirations are and all that sort of good stuff. I try to put that into some sort of readable format. So those are the 3 things. I personally also get asked to do other things, host webinars, sometimes present webinars, speak at conferences, speak at events, and sometimes there's odd things are going on. I get asked to provide white papers or specific items on certain things. I'm constantly asked these days about Brexit, to which I answer, well, as I'm your expert on forecasting and predictions, it's reasonable to ask me, but I can't really predict what's going to happen in the next hour, let alone the next year. So don't ask me that question. So then I ask them, what's going to happen in the US presidential elections? And they say, don't ask that question either. So, so there are some things we steer clear of in our predictions. What I say to people about predicting, though, the world as it is today is impossible to come up with predictions that are going to be exactly right. But if we use common sense applied to what is happening, applied to all the trends, it's not unreasonable to come up with things that could happen. And those sort of things that could happen are the type of things that you would actually use probably in building these portfolio of scenarios. So the way that I say it, it's not a fun exercise just to come up with some predictions, but actually using those knowledge that we've got to make some predictions, which actually could be tested and used in scenarios. So I try to make that a useful as well as a fun part. The Global Risk and Resilience Trends comes out once a year. This year's is not yet out, but I've more or less finished the first draft, which is with the DOI at the moment. So I can give you some bits and pieces about that as I go through, but I can't give you the full figures on that. So that's essentially what we are about. We can be more. Our remit is pretty much open. If I want to do any more, I can do it. They won't pay me any more for doing it, but I can do more if I wish, and that's fine. And I can involve more, as many people as I wish, to help. So that's something I can do if anyone in this group is more interested in participating in some way. Okay. Right, this was last year. I'll just give you an idea what she means by this. This was Kelsey's put this presentation together. So what she put here was, well, out of the trends report last year, these were the top issues that people were concerned about as resilience professionals. So we ask a lot of, we provide a lot of things that could be issues related to resilience. And we try and ask people, well, how do you rate those as an issue in terms of importance to you, importance to your company, the probability that they're likely to happen in your environment, in your sort of company or in your country. What impacts do you think they would have if they did happen in a major way? So the normal sort of types of questions you would ask. And with a little formula, which is nowhere near as complicated as the type of formulas that I've seen a few of today, we try and put it together and try and say, well, we think that of the people providing responses to the survey, these are the issues in the order that they think they are. As I say, the caveat to this, as I said before, it's not scientific, it's an opinion poll. So we're not trying to say it's right, we're just saying that's what people believe. We are, secondly, saying, well, it doesn't mean that because we say these are the top 3 issues, that those are the only things you should do. In your individual organization, you'll have to choose what are the key risks and the key threats, the key problems for you to be giving your attention to and spending your money on. What we're just saying is that this is how the trends seem to be going. And last year, unsurprisingly, a whole pile of things came up in the IT space. And the only, what I'd call a sort of more traditional business continuity issue other than related to IT activities was sort of the extreme natural disasters. And we do a lot in the 2018 survey, particularly in the United States and North America, so that gets a particular focus. I do have to give a caveat and say the results that I get are probably about 70% from US and Canada. So that I have to take in mind. There are not that many results I get from the UK. Well, nothing to stop you voting in it, but we don't get that many. So that's just a caveat. So they are going to be skewed significantly by concerns of the US, I guess. But when we actually compare the results that we get in the US with the rest of the world or other regions, which we do all the time, we don't see that much different in what people see as priorities. But the odd thing that changes a little bit, but not, we don't get such an intense interest in natural disasters, for example, in Europe, as we do in places where they have more natural disasters. But that's just to be expected. Okay, some of the other things that are in there, which came quite high last year, state-sponsored cyber attacks were something people are very concerned about. Critical national infrastructure failures, not attacks, but just failures for whatever reason, causing lack of power. People talked about I think about the dependency of power, and everything depends on power. So that type of thing came up as a big issue. Supply chain disruption, generalized sort of man-made disasters. We changed that definition a little bit this year because people weren't quite sure what we meant. What we actually meant was disasters that just happened, like fires and floods and problems that occurred in normal operational activities. And a global financial crash, which you might say has nothing to do with us, but if it happened, then no doubt people that we are involved with would be significantly involved, not just personally, but professionally as well in what they're being asked to do. So those were 2018, top 10 that came out. I'm using the wrong one here, which is been very silly. Okay, just some sneak previews. The slides are not as good, not good quality over the next 3 or 4, because these are the ones I've done rather than Kelsey's done, but don't worry about that. One thing I didn't point out is you will actually see in the top right-hand corner of the next few slides our own logo. Our committee actually did its own logo, so we obviously have something that is considered to be important to say in DRI terms. So it's not just well, let's get Lyndon on board and get him to write a few reports. It's actually an important part of what the DRI are trying to achieve over the next few years. Just so some interest though, I can tell you what the top 3 are going to be this year. Major cyber attacks, severe data breaches, and a general IT outage, just caused by whatever reasons. Nothing surprising there then. However, some issues actually have started to become more focused. People are getting much more attention to them, or appearing to in their concerns. 3 of them that are sort of on their way up. I think of it as like doing a hit parade show. On the way up, we've got this, and on the way down is this. Well, on the way up this year, the biggest riser, as they would have said in the pop shows, is wrong decisions taken during a crisis. Now, this is weird. I have to talk a little bit about this one, because this isn't an item that we indicated as something we were specifically asking people about 2 years ago. We do give them the option to add issues that concern them for us to pick up on. And we had so many people talking about concerns about their management, and concerns about their management not being trained in crisis management, not feeling confident they knew how to deal with an incident, that they felt that they could have a problem which could destroy the business because the top management didn't know how to deal with a crisis. And we actually thought that this is a little bit odd. We thought this was probably just a hobby horse of a few people who got a few issues in their companies. We actually included it as one of the options in this year, and instead of that, it's come up right up into about, I think it's about number 6 or 7 when we finalise the numbers of the issues people are concerned about. So this whole issue of, do people have real confidence that their companies can survive incidents, that their companies are managed around a way of surviving the incidents, if you like. In other words, I put it this way, to me, is are they resilient, and do people believe their companies are resilient despite whatever business continuity or other plans they've got to make? And clearly there's a lot of them that don't. So another issue that's not entirely unsurprising is civil disturbance. It does seem now that protests, you can protest on anything. What I'm actually expecting very soon, though, is protest in the streets, protesting against other protest groups, and then we'll have, to get completely out of hand. So I went on the one of the websites in the US to check where I could join a protest group, and I found, there's websites telling me exactly where in the country protests are taking place, what they're about, who's supporting them, what time I have to get there, whether I can be bussed there or not. I mean, it's now an industry of protest. So all I'm saying in this is that whereas we used to think probably civil disorder were caused by some very serious issue that has caused a problem. It now appears that we have lots and lots of protests on pretty much everything. Some people will blame that on President Trump, but I think it's probably a wider issue than that. We get a lot more in the UK than we used to as well. So, and I think we're seeing protests everywhere. So that's an issue that people have in terms of concerns of how is that going to interrupt their flow of their business? Will their people be able to get to work? Will damage be done to their infrastructure, etc.? So that's becoming an issue. And another issue which has certainly gone up quite a lot is people's concern about the misuse of private data, the regulatory action, which I think to some extent they've confused with the issue of big fines to people like British Airways and the GDPR issue. But it's that bag of concerns about the management, handling, and security of data. So those are the risers, shall we say, in our chart. How am I doing on time, Steve? Is that right? Okay, all right, I'll speed up a bit then. Okay, so what's falling? Bear in mind, when I say falling, I don't mean it's less important. It just means that relative to other issues, they've more or less stayed the same concerns, whereas other issues have actually become more and more worries to people. So the falling issues are in the chart terms are state-sponsored cyber attacks on governments. Don't know why that's falling. I would have expected that to be rising, which may be just a statistical quirk this year. I'd have to look for that. Also, people aren't so worried this year about the company's inability to deal with targeted social media attacks, which is interesting because they're more worried about their management not being able to deal with the crisis, but they're less worried about their management being able to deal with the social media attack. So again, it's the way people view that. And what surprised us again is supply chain disruption appears to have gone down the list of popularity, whereas most business continuity and resilience professionals have argued for a very long time that that's part of the mainstream issues of continuity and resilience planning. So maybe it's just been taken on board now and just incorporated, and therefore it's not seen as a separate issue, or maybe other things have got in the way. The issues that really haven't changed much in terms of how concerned people are, how worried they are about them, how they see them as issues, are what I call the typical traditional physical disasters and issues. Terrorism, pandemics, workplace violence is and was an issue very much a year ago in the US. It's gone off the pace a little bit this year, but it still floats around. It's not really a major issue in most countries, but the US numbers do skew that one. Okay. So trends then. We do come up with some trends, and they do actually support to some extent the presentation we've heard elsewhere today. But I'll go through them quickly. Every year, since we started this survey 5 years ago, we started to assume, along the route that there would be a convergence of the various disciplines, risk, business continuity, possibly security, other things, into a wider resilience framework. For about 3.5 years, we detected very little of this, even though each year we expected to see better results. This year we've actually seen quite a significant change where the numbers of people who now claim they work in resilience departments instead of, say, continuity departments has increased. The number of organisations that say they have resilience management or something similar title to that as a function has increased, and that's increased quite rapidly in the last year. What we have rarely seen, though, in our survey is that risk and security, information security or physical security, have particularly been linked into that group within organisations. So risk and security as different divisions, if you like, have sat outside this resilience one. And so the resilience one has largely been business continuity, disaster recovery where it still exists, which it does quite a bit still in America, crisis management, emergency management, and that sort of core four form this basis of resilience. We checked it backwards by really looking at the resilience departments that have been set up and trying to work out, where they had come from, and really those departments had virtually all merged out of one of those, and the majority of them out of business continuity. So that's That's really what's happened. So yes, there's a movement to resilience. Yes, there's a degree of integration. No, there's not yet that degree of integration with risk and security that would need to be considered to be really resilient, in our surveys anyway. The resilience issues people are most concerned about, as I've said, are mainly now related to cyber and technology issues rather than physical ones. I actually go along with Gary in saying that all of these issues are people ones, really. All sorts of issues are really people ones, but that's not really how they're reflected by other people, to look at them as more as technical issues. And I think we've got to change an attitude there. As I said before, there seems to be massive concerns about senior management's inability to manage through a crisis. And there's a lot more concern, as I said, about actions and costs and penalties and financial problems for non-compliance. So suddenly the need to comply is getting through. And in America, that'll even go more this year because the laws in California are mirroring much the GDPR laws. So that'll start to increase their interest in that issue very much. I suppose this should be the case, but we haven't always found it, is that firms that are regulated tend to score better on most of our measures than firms that are non-regulated. In terms of a number of measures, do their management support the resilience program better? Do their management understand the program better? Do they get the adequate financial support? Are there better relationships and working relationships, etc.? There's a pile of hard and soft questions about that. But we've found in comparing those various questions that generally those companies that come in a regulated sector feel that they are more, or so you say, better resilient and more on the route to resilience. I'm not convinced personally that just being regulated should make that difference, but probably it does help with the budget and the funding and the resources you need to move that way forward. So that's probably logical. And the only other thing I particularly wanted to comment on was that we would like resilience to be a profession, but what we found is that if you go beyond those core skills, then to most organizations, they have a whole pile of risks and threats that are very, very sector specific. So though all the skills that we might have as a resilience profession could work probably across healthcare and finance and manufacturing and engineering and services, generally you're only going to get a job in one of those areas because of the sectoral requirements that you probably won't have the experience of. And so I spoke with one senior resilience manager in a bank who, and I asked him, well, why would you recruit people from other sectors? And I was told no. I said, well, why not? I said, well, it's easier for us to teach them what we need them to know about resilience than it is to teach them how to be a banker or to understand banking. So I said, okay, I'm not going to argue. It's a moot point, but it's still a view that prevails in a lot of areas. Okay, we are now running to the end, so I'll just run through these very quickly. Okay, just a bit more types of things we do as courses. Don't need to spend a lot of time on that. We run a lot of courses. We will modify our courses at the time. We look for places where people need and want to be certified. As the resilience programs start to get established, as the idea of a resilience professional with professional qualifications are needed and are better understood and are more fixed, then we'll be developing, obviously, certification and training programs in those. So there's a range we do already. Group training, that's a commercial one. Those are commercial ones, I'm not going to talk about that. But just essentially then, DRI gets itself involved around the world where it can. It has, as I say, a large number of countries it gives courses in. It speaks at a lot of events. It involves itself where possible with local organisations. That's why it's extremely pleased that the emergence of the Resilience Association, which I had a little bit to do with, because Steve here organised a debate a couple of years ago about whether we should have a Resilience Association or not. And Chris Needham and Bennett and myself spoke in favour, and we won the day. So sorry about that, Mike, but yeah, that's the way it was. but I still see you here, so that's fine. But so we are delighted, and the RI, you know, would normally have someone from the US as well as me speaking here, but we couldn't today. But I'll try and get the accent for next year. Okay, it's not a Yorkshire one either, Gary. So yeah, we're involved with government type things, UN things, Sendai frameworks. Chloe is particularly interested in all things to do with disaster risk reduction projects. So that's the things we as an organisation are more involved in. Don't worry about that one. And the only other thing that I wanted to say to you as well, if any of you have got spare budget and would like to get away in you know, in February and go to the beautiful Georgian city on the coast of Savannah, we'd love to see you there. So just book now, and we'll see you there. And anyone that's here today, I promise to buy them a drink. So no. Not today. I haven't got time today, Steve. But in Savannah. Okay. So anyway, thank you for listening. Hope you found some of it useful at least. Thank you.
Do you want to just sit down over there?
Okay.
Gary, want to come up here? Now, you do realise now you're getting to the drinking time world and everything else. Yeah, have you got a question to ask? Yeah, please. Could we just wait for Gary to come down? Thank you.
Don't worry, Gary, will answer them.
If you use the buttons on your unit circles.
Yes, well, I just want to highlight that what you said before is true. What people believe will affect their behaviors. So in my line of work, I find it quite challenging to convince operational people, especially to prevent certain risks such as cybercrime, cyber attacks, simply because they believe it won't happen to the company. So would you share some tips or experiences on how to convince them to change their minds and to prevent or mitigate those risks? Thank you.
Okay, so I think all too often, especially with GDPR and such, there was this tendency to go with the stick rather than the carrot. So I think it's quite good to be able to, when you're speaking to organisations, is focus more on the positive than the negative. So when, irrespective of if it's a large organisation or a small, actually focusing on the benefits of implementing good cybersecurity or organisational resilience, you know, the efficiencies, you know, less downtime, you know, staff morale, better reputation management and reputation protection, all of those kinds of areas. What I would always suggest is, if you think of a boardroom and you think of the FD, so the financial director or finance controller or the ops or the HR or the IT, you just think of the positives, the benefits of doing this well. What could it do to each one of those? And then fundamentally, if you can think of just a couple of points for each, you'll then end up with a catalogue of real benefits that you can bring, you know, market share improvement, business differentiation for your competitors, or from your competitors rather. So focus on the positives rather than the negatives.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's got to be always the case, because you know people don't really buy too much to this sort of fear thing, the agenda. When we started, probably people like Steve and myself 30 odd years ago, you know, we probably okay, well 30 years for me and 10 for Steve, but anyway, you know, we used to, anyway, we could get our message through, probably was sort of saying to people, well, this might happen to you, it'd be terrible. But I think people know what happens. So if they deliberately say it won't happen to us, then they are, should we say, putting their heads in the sand, as the gentleman's presentation showed. So I think you've just got to try and say, well, it actually doesn't bear up that it won't happen to us. It can happen to anyone. But there are benefits for doing it. It's not just spending money. There are whole piles of benefits. There actually were piles of benefits doing business continuity, but people didn't always managed to explain that well. But if you take it on a wider scale, the benefits of being a resilient organisation, I think you can get. I think you can put together a much better case than perhaps we could have done in the past.
Yeah, just something I'd like to add to that as well. I run, like I do every day, it's really sad, I do horizon scanning. So I have a Twitter feed set up which looks at the global news networks and everything. And I just go in at certain times, and I'm done it today. But I mean, I've been doing it for quite some time now, and I tend to look at things which are unstable, cause instability, or there are global trends happening as well. And I think that's what you need to have. You need to have information and be able to talk it through with people, you know, because there are so many events happening. The interesting one, Gary, is that I've noticed over recent months or so, cyber reporting has dropped. There are more cyber incidents, but they're not being properly reported through as they were probably about 3 to 4 months ago, when there was a massive peak of them. And that's quite an interesting thing when you start seeing this. Perhaps some way organisations may be feeling that they've got a bit of space to think about it rather than have to do something at this time. But again, I do daily horizon scanning. That's really gives you that level of knowledge, you know. Please.
There you go, microphone on. Lyndon, question. You mentioned at the back end of your presentation resilience measures. Forgive me. So just wondering, what resilience measures or resilience metrics are you referring to?
I don't remember exactly which point did I put that in.
It was in the back end where you look at measures coming up and down.
So what I know the point you're making. What I said, we were trying to establish in a fairly rudimentary way, if you like, and whether organisations that were doing this sort of work because they were regulated and had to do it, or at least had to do part of it, did it in a more comprehensive and better way than those that did it because they thought it was a good thing to do or had justified it other way. And so the measure that we asked them, we just asked questions. So the questions we asked them were things like, do you feel you get adequate support from your management? Do you think your senior management understands the resilience issues? A whole pile of questions, soft questions like that, really. And we monitored what answers we gave, and we consistently on all of those found that those that in regulated firms came up with higher percentages who said, yes, our management understands the problem, yes, it makes funds available to us, yes, it gives support in negotiating, dealing with things. So there's a pile of questions. I can't remember all of them.
Okay, so more like
questions like that.
More like a survey question rather than actually having key resilience.
Exactly. As I said, the caveat to all of this, it's surveys. It's surveying its opinions, but it's not actually saying they do. But on the other hand, if the professionals working in those firms believe they do, it would seem perverse that if they didn't. On those ones, I don't accept that necessarily on other things. I agree, but on those questions, I think who is going to, if you ask a professional, do you feel you get good support from your management? Why should they say no if they mean yes?
Yeah, or you need to ask this because obviously, if these are regular organisations, and you're saying that there was resilience metrics, I was wondering, actually, has the industry actually created a framework for
not necessarily, because in resilience terms, what we find in our surveys, we just ask people, are they part of a regulated industry? So although you may have frameworks for the financial industry and you may have frameworks for the utility industries, but we weren't asking about that. We were just saying, are you part of an industry that would the question is really are you part of an industry that's likely to have told you need to do this as opposed to one that's chosen to do it of their own accord, to see whether that made a difference. I was disappointed because I was hoping to be the other way around, and I could say, just telling people to do things doesn't actually work. When they really want to do it, it works better. But I didn't get that result.
Yeah, it's always if you force compliance. You get compliance tick in the box, you don't actually get the key activity.
That's right.
Thanks. Please, yeah.
Hi, thank you. Lyndon, you mentioned in your trend report that risk and security do not necessarily report into a resilience function. So I wanted to know what was the rationale behind this, or if the companies have mentioned why are we not building, a risk and security function with a resilience function to make the organization more resilient. So was there any justification behind that? Or?
Well, I think it could just be where we are on the sort of life cycle of this happening. On Chris's 60-year car, it could be that we are starting to see that it's going to happen, and that the first integration is things that are pretty close to each other, like BC and DR and crisis management and stuff, which are often in many organizations done together anyway, just being called resilience, and working more closely perhaps with risk, and sometimes being incorporated into risk management departments. Not very often being incorporated, we've seen, into security, information security departments. I don't know about Gary's view on that, but I think because information security has now become so much the #1 executive issue and concern and worry, that the focus on that has become more siloed and more focused on that than perhaps it would have been when it was just seen as one of a range of issues. I don't know if you've noticed that in organisations.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think the challenge, in a nutshell, to be honest with you, I think is an immaturity within organisations not to recognise, the importance of removing these silos and having, so if I speak to an organisation, and again, I'm going to point to the National Rail as being a great example, is, organisations that have a resilience department or somebody who is in a role of resilience, I think to me, demonstrates a step above. And going back to the question I asked earlier, how can you demonstrate, for these organisations a benefit? Well, actually, if I'm talking to a company that says, oh, the guy over there does IT and she over there does compliance and that person over there, I'm not sure who does information security. I'm kind of seeing silos and I'm starting to worry about that organisation. And third-party suppliers and such, I was very surprised to see the results in your presentation, because for me, and not just for me, but for cyber criminals, the way into most organisations is through the third party. So it's kind of I would see those gaps and gaps.
I agree, that's a real weakness.
Yeah, absolutely.